Chapter 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 1 Vivie and Norrie. The date when this story begins is a Saturday afternoon in June, 1900, about 3 p.m. The scene is the western room of a suite of offices on the 5th floor of a house in Chancery Lane, the offices of Fraser and Warren, consultant actuaries and accountants. There is a long window facing west, the central part of which is open, affording a passage out onto a parapet. Through this window, and still better from the parapet outside, may be seen the picturesque spires and turrets of the Law Courts, a glimpse here and there of the mellow red brick, white windowed houses of New Square, the tree tops of Lincoln's Inn Fields, and the hint beyond a steepled and chimneyed horizon of the wooded heights of Highgate. All this outlook is flooded with the brilliant sunshine of June, scarcely dimmed by the city smoke and fumes. In the room itself there are on each of the tables vases of flowers, and a bunch of dark red roses on the top of the many pigeon-holed bureau at which Vivien Warren is seated. The walls are mainly covered with bookshelves well filled with consultative works on many diverse subjects. There is another series of shelves crowded with neat green tin boxes containing the papers of clients. A dark green and purple portière partly conceals the entry into a washing place, which is further fitted with a gas stove for cooking, and cupboards for crockery and provisions. At the opposite end of the room is a door which opens into a small bedroom. The fireplace in the main room is fitted with the best and least smelly kind of gas stove obtainable in 1900. There are 2 square tables covered with piles of documents neatly tied with green tape and ranged round the central vase of flowers, a heavy, squat, earthenware vase not easily knocked over. And there is a second bureau with pigeonholes and a roll top, similar to the one at which Vivien Warren is seated. This is for the senior partner, Honoria Fraser. Between the bureaus there is plenty of space for access to the long west window, and consequently to the parapet, which can be used like a balcony. 2 small armchairs in green leather on either side of the fireplace, 2 office chairs at the tables, complete the furniture of the partners' room of Fraser and Warren as you would have seen it 20 years ago. The rest of their offices consisted of a landing from which a lift and a staircase descended, a waiting room for clients, pleasantly furnished, a room in which 2 female clerks worked, and off this a small room tenanted by an office boy. You may also add in imagination an excellent lavatory for the clerks, 2 telephones, one in the partners' room, hidden safes, wall maps, and you must visualize everything as pleasing in colour, green, white and purple, flooded with light, clean, tidy, and admirably adapted for business in the city. Vivien Warren, as already mentioned, was, as the curtain goes up, seated at her bureau, reading a letter. The letter was headed Camp Hospital, Colesberg, Cape Colony, May 2nd, 1900. And ran thus: Dearest Vivie, here I am still, but my leg is mending fast. The enteric was the worst trouble. That is over and done with, though I am the colour of a pigskin saddle. My leg won't let me frisk just yet, but otherwise I feel as strong as a horse. When I was bowled over 3 months ago, and the enteric got hold of me, on top of the bullet through my thigh, I lost my self-control and asked the people here to cable to you to come and nurse me. It was silly, perhaps. The nursing here is quite efficient, and if any one was to have come out on my account it ought to have been the poor old mater, who wanted to very much. But somehow I could think only of you. I wanted you more than I'd ever done before. I hoped somehow your heart might be touched and you might come out and nurse me, and then out of pity marry me. Won't you do so? Owing to my stiff leg, I dare say I shall be invalided out of the army and get a small wound pension. And I've a project which will make lots of money, up in Rhodesia, a tip I've had from a man in the know. I'm going to take up some land near Salisbury, ripping country and climate and all that, and it would suit you down to the ground. You could put all that Warren business behind you, forget it all, drop the name, start a new career as Mrs. Frank Gardner, and find an eternally devoted husband in the man that signs this letter. I've been out here long enough to be up to all the ropes, and I've already made a bit of money in Rhodesia before the war broke out and I got a commission. At any rate, I've enough to start on as a married man, enough to give you a decent outfit and your passage out here, and have a honeymoon before we start work on our future home. Darling Vivie, do think about it. You'd never regret it. I'm a very different Frank to the silly ass you knew in the old Haslemere days. Now here's a £5 note to cover the cost of a full cable to say yes, and when you'll be ready to start. When I get your answer somehow I think it'll be yes I'll send you a draft on a London bank to pay for a suitable trousseau and your passage from London to Cape Town, and of course I'll come and meet you there, where we can be married. I shan't sleep properly till I get your yes. Your ever loving and always faithful Frank. P.S. There's a poor fellow here in the same ward, dying, I should say, of necrosis of the jaw. Vavasour Williams is his name, or a part of his name. His father was at Cambridge with my old man, and isn't it rum, he was a pupil of Praddy's. He mucked his school and 'varsity career, thought next he'd like to be an architect or a scene painter. My dad recommended Praddy as a master. He worked in the Praed studio, but got the chuck over some foolery. Then, as he couldn't face his poor old governor, he enlisted in the Bechuanaland Border Police, came out to South Africa and got let in for this show. The doctors and nurses give him about a month, and he doesn't know it. He can't talk much owing to his jaw being tied up. Usually he writes me messages, all about going home and being a good boy, turning over a new leaf and so on. I suppose the last person you ever see nowadays is the Revd. Sam Gardner? You know they hawked him out of Woodcote. He got preferment, as he calls it, and a cure of souls at Margate. Rather rough on the dear old mater, bless her always. She so liked the Hindhead country. But if you run up against Praddy you might let him know, and he might get into touch with Vavasour Williams's people. Twig? F.G. Vivie rose to her feet halfway through this letter and finished it standing by the window. She was tall, say 5 feet 8, about 25 years of age, with a well developed athletic figure, set off by a smart tailor made gown of grey cloth. Yet although she might be called a handsome woman, she would easily have passed for a good looking young man of 20 had she been wearing male costume. Her brown gold hair was disposed of with the least ostentation possible and with no fluffiness. Her eyebrows were too well furnished for femininity, and nearly met when she frowned, a too frequent practice, as was the belligerent look from her steely grey eyes with their beautiful Irish setting of long dark lashes. She had a straight nose and firm rounded chin, a rather determined look about the mouth, lower lip too much drawn in as if from perpetual self-repression. But all this severity disappeared when she smiled and showed her faultless teeth. The complexion was clear, though a little tanned from deliberate exposure in athletics. Altogether a woman that might have been described as jolly good looking, if it had not been that whenever any man looked at her, something hostile and forbidding came into the countenance, and the eyebrows formed an angry bar of hazel brown above the dark lashed eyes. But her young man look won for her many a feminine friendship which she impatiently repelled, for sentimentality disgusted her. The door of the partners' room opened, and in walked Honoria Fraser. She was probably 3 years older than Vivie, and likewise a well-favoured woman, a little more matronly in appearance, somewhat after the style of a married actress who really loves her husband and has preserved her own looks wonderfully, though no one would take her for less than 28. At the sight of her, Vivie lost her frown and tossed the letter on to the bureau. Honoria Fraser had been lunching with friends in Portland Place. Honoria: "What a swotter you are! I thought I should find you here. I suppose the staff departed punctually at 1? I've come back expressly from the Michael Rossiters to carry you off to them, or rather to Kew. They're going to have tea with the Thistleton Dyers and then revel in azaleas and roses. I shall go out and charter a hansom and we'll drive down. It'll be some compensation for your having worked extra hard whilst I've been away. I met such a delightful man at the Rossiters," slightly flushing. "Don't look at me so reproachfully. There are delightful men a few in existence. This one has been wounded in South Africa, and he's so good looking, though the back of his head is scarred and he'll always walk with a limp. Now then, why do you look so solemn? Put on your hat." Vivie: "I look solemn because I'm just considering a proposal of marriage, or rather the fewest words in which I can refuse it. I don't think I want to go to Kew at all. Much sooner we had tea together here on the roof." Norie: "I suppose it's Frank Gardner again, as I see his handwriting on that envelope. Well, I'm sorry about Kew. I should have enjoyed it." Vivie (bitterly): "I expect it's that delightful man that attracts you." Norie: "Nonsense. I'm vowed to virginity like you are. I really don't care if I ever see Major Armstrong again, though he certainly is rather a darling, very good looking, and, do you know, he's almost a pro Boer, though the Boers ambushed him. Says this war's a beastly mistake. Well, I'll have tea here instead if you like, and we can talk business, which we haven't done for a fortnight. I must get out of the way of paying visits in the country. They make one so discontented with the city afterwards. I've had a feeling lately I should like to have been a farmer. Too much of the work of the firm has been thrown on you, but there's lots and lots I want to talk over. I abandon Kew willingly, and as to Major Armstrong however, he can always find my address if he cares to." Vivie sits down in one of the armchairs and Norie takes the other. "Oh, don't pity me. I love hard work and work which interests me. And as to working for you, you know there's nothing I wouldn't..." Norie: "Oh, stow that. You've been a full fledged partner for a year and ought to be getting callous or suspicious. I did take some money out of the petty cash yesterday. I must remember to put it down. I took quite a lot for theatre tickets, and you may be suspecting Bertie Adams. We can't call this an Adamless Eden, can we? I wonder why we keep an office boy and not an office girl. I suppose such things will soon be coming into being. We've women clerks and typewriteresses. Adams, I notice, is growing, and he has a trace of a moustache and is already devoted to you, dog like." Vivie: "He's still more devoted to cricket, fortunately. And as soon as Rose and Lilian had gone off, he was off too. Only I fancy he discards Regent's Park now in favour of Hendon or Herne Hill." Norie: "Now about Frank Gardner." Vivie: "Yes, that cablegram. Let's frame it and send it off as soon as we can, then get tea ready. Talking of tea, I was just thinking before Frank's letter came how much good you'd done me, in many other ways than setting me up in business." Norie: "Shut up." Vivie: "How, when we first worked together, I used to think it necessary to imitate men by drinking an occasional whiskey and soda though I loathe spirits and smoking a cigar ugh! And how you drew me back to tea and a self respecting womanliness China tea, of course, and cigarettes. Why should we have wanted to be like men? Much better to be the New Woman. As to Frank's cablegram..." Goes to bureau, tries over several drafts of message, consults postal guide as to cable rates per word, and reads aloud. How's this? Captain Frank Gardner, Camp Hospital, Colesberg, Cape Colony. Sorry, must say no. Best wishes recovery. Writing. Vivie. That'll cost just £2, and out of the balance I shall buy a good parcel of books to send him, and some strawberries and cakes for our tea. Therewith she puts on hat carefully, for she is always very particular in a young gentlemanly way about her appearance, goes out to send off cablegram from Chancery Lane Post Office, buys strawberries and cakes from Fleet Street shops, and so back to the office by 4 o'clock. Meantime Norrie is reading through some of the recent correspondence on the file. Vivie, on her return: "Poof! It was hot in Fleet Street. I'm sorry for poor Frankie, because he seems to have set his heart on marrying me, but I do hope he will take this answer as final." Norrie: "I suppose you are not refusing him for the same old reason, that vague suggestion that he might be your half brother." Vivie: "Oh no. Besides, I pretty well know for a fact he isn't. He simply couldn't be. I'm absolutely sure my father wasn't Sam Gardner, any more than George Crofts was. I believe it was a young Irish seminarist, some student for the priesthood whom my mother met in Belgium the year before I was born. If I ever find out more I will tell you. You haven't seen Soapy Sam, the Vicar of Woodcote, or that beast George Crofts, but if you had, you'd be as sure as I am that neither of them was my father, thank goodness. As to Frank, yes, for a short time I was fond of him, till I learnt about my mother's profession. It was rather a silly sort of fondness. He was 2 years younger than I suppose my feeling for him was half motherly. I neither encouraged him nor did I repel him. I think I was experimenting. I rather wanted to know what it felt like to be kissed by a man. Frank was a nice creature, so far as a man can be. But all those horrid revelations that broke up our summer stay at Haslemere 4 years ago, when I ran away to you, gave me an utter disgust for marriage. And what a life mine would have been if I had married him then, or after he went out to South Africa! Ghastly. Want of money would have made us hate one another, and Frank would have been sure to become patronizing. Because I was without a father in the legitimate way, he would have thought he was conferring a great honour on me by marrying me, and would probably have expected me to drudge for him while he idled his time away. Oh, and I think what a life I have led here, with you, full of interesting work and bright prospects, free from money anxieties. Dearest, dearest Norrie, I can't thank you enough. No, I'm not going to be sentimental. The new woman is never that. I'm going to get the tea ready, and after we've had tea on the balcony we really must go into business matters. Your being away so much the last fortnight, things have accumulated that I did not like to decide for myself." Norrie, speaking rather louder as Vivie is now busy in the adjoining roomlet, boiling the kettle on the gas stove and preparing the tea: "Yes, and I've got lots to talk over with you. All sorts of plans have come into my head. I don't know whether I've been eating anything more than usually brain stimulating everything has a physical basis but I've come back from this scattered holiday full of new ideas." Presently they are seated on camp stools sipping tea, eating strawberries and cakes under the striped sun blind. Norrie continues: "Do you remember Beryl Clarges at Newnham?" Vivie: "Yes, the pretty girl. Short curly hair, brown eyes, rather full lips, good at mathematics, hockey. Purposely shocked you by her outspokenness. Well?" Norrie: "Well, she's had a baby a month ago. Awful rumpus with her people. Father's Dean Clarges, Norwich or Ely, I forget which. They've put her in a nursing home in Seymour Street. Mother wears a lace mantilla and cries softly. Beryl went wrong, as they call it, with an architect." Vivie: "Pass your cup. Don't take all the strawberries." Norrie: "Sorry. Absence of mind. I've left you 3 fat ones." "Architect? Strange, I always thought all architects were like Proddy, had no passions except for bricks and mortar and chiselled stone and twirligig iron grills. Perhaps just a thrill over a nude statue. Why, till you told me this, I'd as soon have trusted my daughter, if I had one, with an architect as with a colonel of engineers. You know, the kind that believes in the identity of the 10 lost tribes with the British, and is a true Protestant. Poor Beryl! But how? What? When? Why?" Norie: "I think it began at Cambridge. The acquaintance did. Later it developed into a passion. He had already one wife in Sussex somewhere and 4 children. He took a flat for her in town, a studio, because Berry had given up mathematics and was going in for sculpture, and there, whenever he could get away from Storrington or some such place, and from his City office, he used to visit Beryl. This had been going on for 3 years, but last February she had to break it to her mother that she was 6 months gone. The other wife knows all about it, but refuses to divorce the naughty architect, and at the same time has cut off supplies. What cowards men are, and how little women stand by women! And then it's a poor deanery, and Beryl has 5 younger brothers that have got to be educated. Her sculpture was little more than commissions executed for her architect's building, and I expect that resource will now disappear. I half think I shall bring her in here when she is well again. She's got a very good headpiece, and you know we are expanding our business. She'd make a good house agent. She writes sometimes for Country Life." Vivie: "Yes, but you can't provide for many more of our college mates. Any more gone wrong?" Norie: "It depends how you qualify 'wrong.' I really don't see that it is wronger for a young woman to yield to storgé and have a baby out of wedlock than for a man to engender that baby. Society doesn't damn the man unless he's a cabinet minister or a cleric, but it does its best to ruin the woman, unless she's an actress or a singer. If a woman likes to go through all the misery of pregnancy and the pangs of delivery on her own account and without being legally tied up with a man, why can't she? Beryl, at any rate, is quite unashamed, and says she shall have as many children as her earnings support; that it will be great fun choosing their sires, more variety in their types. Is she the new woman, I wonder?" Vivie: "Well, the whole thing bores me. I suppose I am embittered and disgusted. I'm sick of all this sexual nonsense. Yes, after all, I approve of the marriage tie. It takes away the romance of love, and it's that romance which is usually so time wasting and so dangerous. It conceals often a host of horrors. But I'm a sort of neuter. All I want in life is hard work, a cause to fight for, revenge revenge on man. God, how I hate men, how I despise them. We can do anything they can if we train and educate. I have taken to your business because it is one of the crafty paths we can follow to creep into man's fastnesses of the law, the stock market, the banks and actuarial work." Norie: "My dear, you have quite a platform manner already. I predict you will soon be addressing audiences of rebellious women. But I am more the Booker Washington of my sex. I want women to work, even at quite humble things, before they insist on equal rights with man. At any rate, I want to help them to make an honest livelihood without depending on some one man. Business seems to be good, eh? If the first half of this year is equalled by the second, I should think there would be a profit to be divided of quite £1,000." Vivie: "Quite. Of course we are regular pirates. None of the actuarial or accountancy corporations will admit women, so we can't pass exams and call ourselves chartered actuaries or incorporated accountants. But if women clients choose to consult us, there's no law to prevent them, or to make our giving advice illegal. So we advise and estimate and do accounts and calculate probabilities. Then, although we can't call ourselves solicitors, we can, or at any rate we do, give legal advice. We can't figure on the Stock Exchange, but we can advise clients about their investments and buy and sell stock and real estate. By the by, I want you to give me your opinion on the tithe question, the liability on that Kent fruit farm. We're consulted on contracts. I'm going to start a women authors' branch and perhaps a tourist agency. Some day we will have a woman's publishing business. We'll set up a women's printing press, a paper mill. Of course, as you know, I'm working hard on law, not only to understand men's roguery in every direction, but so that if necessary I can add pleading in the courts to some other women's solicitor work. That's going to be my first struggle with man, to claim admittance to the bar. If we can once breach that rampart, the vote must inevitably follow. Oh, how we have been dumb before our shearers! The rottenness of man's law, the perjury, corruption, waste of time, special pleading that go on in our male courts of injustice, the verdicts of male juries. Norie: "Just so. But can't you find a little time to be social? Why be so morose? For instance, why not come and be introduced to Michael Rossiter? He's a dear, amazingly clever, a kind of prophet. Your one confidant, Stead, thinks a lot of him." Vivie: "Dear Norie, I can't. I swore 2 years ago I would drop society and run no risk of being found out as Mrs. Warren's daughter. That beast George Crofts revenged himself because I wouldn't marry him by letting it be known here and there that I was the daughter of the notorious Mrs. Warren. Whereupon several of the people I liked you remember? Dropped me. The Burne Joneses, the La Creeveys. Or if it wasn't Crofts, some other swine did. But for the fact that it would upset our style as a firm I could change my name, call myself something quite different. Do you know I've sometimes thought I'd cut my hair short and dress in men's clothes and go out into the world as a man? My voice is almost a tenor. Such a lark! I'd get admitted to the bar. But the nuisance about that would be the references. I'm an outlaw, you see, through no fault of my own. I couldn't give you as a reference, and I don't know any man who would be generous enough to take the risk of participating in the fraud, unless it was Prod. Good old Proddy. I'm sure it's been done now and again. They call Judge Fitzsimmons an old woman. Well, do you know, I believe he is, a wise old woman." Norie: "Well, bide a wee till our firm is doing a roaring business. I can pretend then to take in a male partner p'raps. Rose and Lilian are very hard working and we can't afford to lose them yet. If you appeared one morning dressed as a young man, they might throw up their jobs and go elsewhere." Vivie: "You may be quite sure I won't let you down. Moreover, I haven't the money for any vagaries yet, though I have an instinct that it is coming. You know those Charles Davis shares I bought at 5 shillings 3 pennies? Well, they rose to 29 shillings whilst you were away, so I sold out. We had 300, and that, less commissions, made about £350 profit, the boldest coup we have had yet. And all because I spotted that new find of emery powder in Tripoli, saw it in a consular report. I want to be rich and therefore powerful, Norie. Then people will forget fast enough about my shameful parentage." Norie: "How is she? Do you ever hear from or of her now?" Vivie: "I haven't heard from her for 2 years, since I left her letters unanswered. But I hear of her every now and again. No, not through Crofts. I suppose you know, if you take any interest in that wretch, that since he married that American Quakeress he took his name off the Warren Hotels Company and sold out much of his interest. He's now living in great respectability, breeding race horses. They even say he's given up whiskey. He's got a son and has endowed 6 cots in a children's hospital. No, I think it must be mother who has notices posted to me, probably through that scoundrel Bax Strangeways, generally in the London Argus and the Vie de Paris, cracking up the Warren Hotels in Brussels, Berlin, Budapest and Rouge Brune. What a comedy! There's my Aunt Liz in Winchester, Mrs. Canon Burstall. Won't know me. I'm too compromising. But I'm sure her money bags have been filled at one time, perhaps are still, out of the profits on mother's 'hotels.'" Norie: "I didn't remember your aunt was married, or rather I suppose I did, but thought she was a widow, real or soi disant." Vivie: "So she is, after 4 years of happy married life. My uncle, Canon Burstall oh, what a screaming joke the whole thing is. I doubt if he was aware he had a niece. Don't you remember he was killed in the Alps last autumn? Norie: I remember your going down to see your aunt after you broke off relations with your mother in 1897? Vivie: Yes, I wanted to see how the land lay and not judge any one unfairly. Besides, I didn't like being dependent entirely on you, at that time, for support, and Praed was in Italy. I knew that Aunt Liz, like mother, was illegitimate, and guessed she had once made her living in the higher walks of prostitution. She was a stockbroker's mistress at one time. But she had married and settled down in Winchester. She met her Canon, the Alpine traveller, in Switzerland. I felt if she took no money from mother's houses, I could perhaps make a home with her, or at any rate have some kith and kin to go to. She had no children. But I must have told you all this years ago. She almost pushed me out of her house for fear I should stay till the Canon came in from the afternoon service. Denied everything. Threatened me as though I was a blackmailer. Almost looked as if she could have killed me and buried me in the garden of the Canonry. I've examined the business of the Warren Hotels Limited since then, but it's a private company and all its doings are so cleverly concealed. Aunt Liz doesn't figure amongst the shareholders any more than Crofts does. That horrid Bax holds most of the shares now and mother the rest. Yet Aunt Liz must be rich, and she certainly didn't get it from the Canon, who only left a net personality of under £4,000. I read his will at Somerset House. She has had her portrait in The Queen because she gave a large subscription to the underpinning of Winchester Cathedral and the restoration of Wolvesey as a clergy house. Mother must be very rich, I should judge, from certain indications. I expect she will retire from the hotels some day, wipe out the past and buy a new present with her money. She'll have her portrait in The Queen some day as a Vice President of the Girls' Friendly Society. And yet she's such a gambler and a rake that she may get pinched over the white slave traffic. I was on tenterhooks over that Lewison case the other day, fearing every moment to see mother's name mixed up with it, or else an allusion to her hotels. But I fancy she has been wise enough, indeed I should guess that Aunt Liz had long ago warned her, to leave England alone as a recruiting ground, and to collect her chambermaids, waitresses, musicians, typists, from the Continent only, Austria, Alsace, Bohemia, Belgium, Italy, the Rhineland, Paris, Russia, Poland. Knowing what we British people are, can't you almost predict the bias of Aunt Liz's mind? How she would solace herself that her dividends were not derived from the prostitution of English girls, but only of foreigners? Norie: You seem to have studied the geography of the business pretty thoroughly. Vivie (bitterly): Yes, I have talked it over with Stead from time to time. I believe he has only spared mother and the Warren Hotels out of consideration for me. He wants me to change my surname and give myself a chance. Norie: I see. Pausing. Of course it is rather an idea, as you refuse to disguise yourself by marriage. You'd change your name and then listen with equanimity to fulminations against the Warren Hotels. But there would be an awkwardness in the firm. We oughtn't to change our title just as we are getting a good clientele. I must think. If only we could pretend you'd been left some property. But that sort of lie is soon found out. And had to change your name to oh well, we could soon think of some name beginning with a W. Walters, Wadilove. Wadilove is a delicious name in cold weather, suggesting cotton wool or a warm duvet. Or Wilson or Wilberforce. But I'm afraid this staff, Rose Mullet and Lily Steins and the amorous Bertie Adams, would think it odd, put two and two together and guess right. Warren, after all, is such a common name, and we've got so used to our three helpers, we could hardly turn them off and take on new people whom perhaps we couldn't trust. We must think it over. Now I must get back to Queen Anne's Mansions and sit a little while with Mummy. Come and dine with us. There'll be only us three, no horrid man to fall in love with you. You needn't put on a low dress. And we'll go to the dress circle at some play afterwards. Vivie: But those papers on my desk. I must have your opinion for or against. Norie: "All right, it's 5:30. I'll give them half an hour's study whilst you wash up the tea things and titivate. Then we'll take a hansom to Quanshan's. The Underground is so grimy." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 2. Honoria and her Friends. The story of Honoria Fraser was something like this, partly guesswork, I admit. Although I know her well, I can only put her past together by deductions based on a few admitted facts, one or two letters, and occasional unfinished sentences interrupted by people coming in. Is it not always thus with our friends and acquaintances? I long to know all about them from their birth, including date and place of birth and parentage, onwards, what the father's profession was, and why on earth he married the mother, after I saw the daguerreotype portrait, and how they became possessed of so much money, and why she went back to live with her mother between the birth of her second child and the near advent of her third. But in how very few cases do we know their whole story, do we even care to know more than is sufficient for our purpose in issuing or accepting invitations. There are the Dombeys, the Gorings as they're now called, who live near us. I've seen the tombstone of Lucilla Smith in Goring churchyard, but I don't know, for a fact, that Lord Goring was the father of Lucilla's son, who was killed in the war. I guess he was, from this and that, from what Mrs. Legg told me, and what I overheard at the Stearnses. If he wasn't, then he has only himself to thank for the wrong assumption, I mean from his goings on. Then again the Clementses, who live at the Grange. I feel instinctively they are nice people, but I haven't the least idea who she was, and how he made his money, though from his acreage and his motors I am entitled to assume he has a large income. She seems to know a lot about Spain, but I don't feel encouraged to ask her, "Was your father in the wine trade? Is that why you know Xeres so well?" Clements himself has in his study an enlarged photograph of a handsome woman with a kind of mourning wreath round the frame, beautifully carved. Is it the portrait of a former wife? Or of a sister who committed suicide? Or was it merely bought in Venice for the sake of the carving? Perhaps I shall know some day, if it matters. In a moment of expansion during the railway strike, Mrs. Clements will say, "That was poor Walter's first. She died of acute dyspepsia, poor thing, on their marriage tour, and was buried at Venice. Don't ever allude to it, because he feels so dreadfully." And my curiosity will have been rewarded for its long and patient restraint. Clement's little finger on his left hand is mutilated. I have never asked why. A lawn mowing machine? Or a bite from some passionate mistress in a buried past? I note silently that he disapproves of palmistry. But about Honoria Fraser, to whom I was introduced by Mr. George Bernard Shaw 20 years ago. She was born in 1872, as Who's Who will tell you. Also that she was the daughter and eldest child of a famous physician, Sir Meldrum Fraser, who wrought some marvellous cures in the 60s, 70s and 80s, chiefly by dieting and psychotherapy. He got his knighthood in the first Jubilee year for reducing to reasonable proportions the figure of good-hearted, thoroughly kindly and much loved Princess Mary of Oxford. He, Honoria's father, was married to a beautiful woman, a relation of Bessie Rayner Parkes, with inherited advanced views on the rights and position of woman. Lady Fraser was indeed an early type of suffragist, and also wrote some poetry which was far from bad. They had 2 children, Honoria, born as I say in 1872, and John Stuart Mill Fraser was his full name, too great a burden to be borne, 4 years later than Honoria, who was devoted to him, idolized him, as did his mother and father. Honoria went to Bedford College and Newnham, John to one of the 2 most famous of our public schools, I need not be more precise, with Cambridge in view afterwards. But in the case of John a tragedy occurred. He had risen to be head of the school, statesmen with little affectation applauded him on speech days, he had been brilliant as a batsman, was a champion swimmer, and facile princeps in the ineptitudes of the classics, and showed a dazzling originality in other studies scarcely within the school curriculum. Further, he was growing out of boy gawkiness into a handsome youth of aquiline mould, when, on the morning of his 18th birthday, he was found dead in his bed, with a bottle of cyanide of potassium on the bed table to explain why. All else was wrapped in mystery, at any rate it was a mystery I have no wish to lay bare. The death and the inquest verdict, suicide while of unsound mind due to overstudy, broke his father's heart and his mother's, in the metaphorical meaning, of course, because the heart is an unemotional pump and it is the brain and the nerve centres that suffer from our emotions. Sir Meldrum Fraser died a year after his son. He left a fortune of £80,000. Half of this went at once to Honoria, and the other half to the life use of Lady Fraser, with a reversion to her daughter. Honoria, after her father's death, left Cambridge and moved her mother from Harley Street to Queen Anne's Mansions, so that with her shattered nerves and loss of interest in life she might have no household worries, or at any rate nothing worse than remonstrating with the still-room maids on the twice-boiled water brought in for the making of tea, or with the culinary department over the monotonous character of the savouries, or the tepid ice creams which dissolved so rapidly into fruit juice when they were served after a house dinner. Honoria herself, mistress of a clear £2,000 a year, and more in prospect, carried out plans formed while still at Newnham after her brother's death. She, like Vivian Warren, her 3 years younger friend and college mate, was a great mathematician, a thing I never could be and a status I am incapable of understanding, consequently one I view at first with the deepest respect. I am quite astonished when I meet a male or female mathematician and find they require food as I do, are less quick at adding up bridge scores, lose rather than win at Goodwood, and write down the down train instead of the up in their memorabilia. But there it is. They have only to apply sines and cosines, tangents and logarithms to a stock exchange quotation for me to grovel before their superior wisdom and consult them at every turn in life. Honoria had resolved to turn her great acquirements in algebra and the higher mathematics to practical purposes. Being the ignoramus that I am, in this direction, I cannot say how it was to be done, but both she and Vivie had grasped the possibilities which lay before exceptionally well-educated women on the Stock Exchange, in the provision markets, in the law, in insurance calculations, and generally in steering other and weaker women through the difficulties and pitfalls of our age, when, in 9 cases out of 13, Honoria worked out the ratio, women of large or moderate means have only dishonest male proficients to guide them. Moreover, Honoria's purpose was twofold. She wished to help women in their business affairs, but she also wanted to find careers for women. She, like Vivian Warren, was a nascent suffragist, perhaps a born suffragist, a reasoned one, because the ferment had been in her mother, and her grandmother was a friend of Lydia Becker and a cousin of Mrs. Belloc. John's death had been a horrible numbing shock to Honoria, and she felt hardly in her right mind for 3 months afterwards. Then on reflection it left some tarnish on her family, even if the memory of the dear dead boy, the too brilliant boy, softened from the poignancy of utter disappointment into a tender sorrow and an infinite pity and forgiveness. But the tragedy turned her thoughts from marriage to some mission of well-doing. She determined to devote that proportion of her inheritance which would have been John's share to this end, the liberation and redemption of women. She was no anti-man like Vivie. She liked men, if truth were told, a tiny wee bit more than women. But she wished in the moods that followed her brother's death in 1894 to be a mother by adoption, a refuge for the fallen, the bewildered, the unstrung. She helped young men back into the path of respectability and wage earning, as well as young women. She was even, when opportunity offered, a matchmaker. Being heiress eventually to £4,000 a year, a large income in pre-war days, and of attractive appearance, she had no lack of suitors, even though she thought modern dancing inane and had little skill at ball games. I have indicated her appearance by some few phrases already, but to enable you to visualize her more definitely I might be more precise. She was a tall woman rather than large built, like the young Juno when first wooed by Jove. Where she departed from the Junoian type, she turned towards Venus rather than Minerva, in spite of being a mathematician. You meet with her sisters in physical beauty among the Americans of Pennsylvania, where to a stock mainly Anglo-Saxon is added a delicious strain of Gallic race. Or you see her again among the Cape Dutch women who have had French Huguenot great-grandparents. It is perhaps rather impertinent continuing this analysis of her charm, seeing that she lives and flourishes more than ever, 20 years after the opening of my story, not very different in outward appearance at 48, as Lady Armstrong, for of course, as you guess already, she married Major, afterwards Sir Petworth, Armstrong, than she was at 28, the partner, friend, and helper of Vivien Warren. Being in comfortable circumstances, highly educated, handsome, attractive, with a mezzo-soprano voice of rare beauty, and great skill as a pianoforte accompanist, she had not only suitors who took her rejection without bitterness, but hosts of friends. She knew all the nice London people of her day, Lady Phoenix, who in some ways resembled her, Diana Dombey, who did not quite approve of her, being a little uncertain yet about welcoming the new woman, all the Richies, married and unmarried, Lady Brownlow, the Duchess of Bedford, Adeline, the Michael Foresters, most of the Strachys (she liked the ones I liked), the Hubert Parrys, the Rippons how she admired Lady Ripon, as who did not? Mrs. Alfred Lyttelton, Miss Lena Ashwell, the Bernard Shaws, the Wilfred Meynells, the H.G. Wellses, the Sidney Webbs, and, leaving uninstanced a number of other delightful, warm-blooded, pleasant-voiced, natural-mannered people, the Rossiters. Or at least Michael Rossiter, for although you could tolerate for his sake Mrs. Rossiter and even find her a source of quiet amusement, you could hardly say you liked her, not in the way you could say it of most of the men and women I have specified. Michael Rossiter, who comes into this story, ought really, if there were a discriminating, wide-awake, up-to-date Providence (which there is not), to have met Honoria when she was 20. At 19 such a woman is still immature, and moreover until she was 20 Honoria had not mastered the binomial theorem. Had he married her at that period he would himself have been about 27, which is quite soon enough for a great man of science to marry and procreate geniuses. But, as a matter of fact, when he came down to Cambridge in 1892 to deliver a course of vacation lectures on embryology, he was already 2 years married to Linda Bennet, an heiress, the daughter and niece (her parents died when she was young and she lived with an uncle and aunt) of very rich manufacturers at Leeds. So, though his eye, quick to discern beauty, and his brain tentacles ready to detect intelligence combined with a lovely nature, soon singled out Honoria Fraser amongst a host of less attractive girl graduates, he had no more thought of falling in love with her than with a princess of the blood royal. He might, long since, within a month of his marriage, have found out his Linda to be a pretty little simpleton with a brain incapable of taking in any more than it had learnt at a Scarborough finishing school, but he was too instinctive a gentleman to indulge in any flirtation, any deviation whatever from mental or physical monogamy. For he remembered always that it was his wife's money which had enabled him to pursue his great researches, without the heartbreaking delays, limitations and insufficiencies involved in Government or Royal Society grants, and that Linda had not only endowed him with all her worldly goods, all but those he had insisted on putting into settlement, but that she had given him all her heart and confidence as well. Still, he liked Honoria. She was eager to learn much else beyond the hard-grained muses of the square and cube. She was the daughter of a prosperous and boldly experimental physician, whose wife was a champion of women's rights. So he pressed Honoria to come with her mother and make the acquaintance of himself and Linda in Portland Place. Why was Michael Rossiter wedded to Linda Bennet when he was no more than 25 and she just past her coming of age? Because fresh from Edinburgh and Cambridge, and with a reputation for unusual intuition in biology and chemistry, he had come to be science master at a great college in the north, and thus meeting Linda at the Philosophical Institute of Leeds had caused her to fall in love with him whilst he lectured on the Cainozoic fauna of Yorkshire. He was himself a Northumbrian of borderland stock, something of the Dane and Angle, the Pict and Briton, with a dash of the gipsy folk, a blend which makes the Northumbrian people so much more productive of manly beauty, intellectual vivacity, bold originality, than the slow-witted, bulky, crafty Saxons of Yorkshire, or the undersized, rugged-featured Britons of Lancashire. Linda fell in love all in one evening with his fiery eyes, black beard, the Northumbrian burr of his pronunciation, and the daring of his utterances, though she could scarcely grasp one of his hypotheses. Her uncle and aunt being narrowly pietistic, she was bored to death with the Old Testament, and Rossiter's scarcely concealed contempt for the Mosaic story of creation captured her intellect, while the physical attraction she felt was that which the tall, handsome, resolute brunette has for the blue-eyed, fluffy little blonde. She openly made love to him over the tea and coffee served at the soirée which followed the lecture. Her slow-witted guardian had no objection to offer, and there were not wanting go-betweens to urge on Rossiter with stories of her wealth and the expanding value of her financial interests. He wanted to marry, he was touched by her ill-concealed passion, found her pretty and appealingly childlike. So after a short wooing he married her and her £5,000 a year, and settled down in Park Crescent, Portland Place, so as to be near the Zoo and Tuttle's dissecting rooms, to have the Royal Botanic Gardens within 3 minutes' walk, and the opportunity of turning a large studio in the rear of his house into a well-equipped chemical and dissecting laboratory. One of his close pursuits at that time was the analysis of the thyroid gland and its functions, its over or under development in British statesmen, dramatic authors, and East End immigrants. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 3. David Vavasour Williams. It is in the spring of 1901, a fine warm evening, but at 8 o'clock the dusk is already on the verge of darkness as Honoria emerges from the lift at her Chancery Lane office near the corner of Carey Street, puts her latchkey into the door of the partners' room, and finds herself confronting the silhouette of a young man against the western glow of the big window. Norie, inwardly rather frightened: "Hullo! Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Vivie, mimicking a considerate, cringing burglar: "Sorry to startle you, lady, but I don't mean no 'arm. I'll go quiet. Me name's Williams." Norie: "You absurd creature! But you shouldn't play such pranks on these respectable premises. You gave me a horrid start, and I realized for the first time that I've got a heart. I really must sit down and pant." Vivie: "I am sorry, dearest. I had not the slightest notion you'd be letting yourself into the office at this hour. 8 o'clock! And I was just returning from my crammers." Norie: "I came for those Cranston papers. Mother is ill. I may have to sit up with her after Violet Hunt goes, so I thought I would come here, fetch the bundle of papers and plans, and go through them in the silent watches of the night if mother sleeps." But do you mean to say you have already started this masquerade? Vivie: "I do. You see, Christabel Pankhurst has been turned down as a barrister. They won't let her qualify for the Bar because she's a woman, so they certainly won't let me with my pedigree, just as, merely because we are women, they won't let us become chartered actuaries or incorporated accountants. After we had that long talk last June I got a set of men's clothes together, a regular man's outfit. The suit doesn't fit over well, but I am rectifying that by degrees. I went to a general outfitter in Cornhill and told a cock and bull story. As it was an affair of ready cash they didn't stop to question me about it. I said something about a seafaring brother, just my height, a trifle stouter in build, lost all his kit at sea, been in hospital, now in convalescent home, how I wanted to save him all the fatigue possible, wouldn't want more than reach-me-downs at present, etc., etc. They rather flummoxed me at first by offering a merchant service uniform, but somehow I got over that, though this serge suit has rather a seafaring cut. I got so unnecessarily explanatory with the shopman that he began to pay me compliments, said my brother must be a good-looking young chap if he was at all like me. However, I got away with the things in a cab and told the cab to drive to St. Paul's Station, and on the way redirected him here. Last autumn I began practising at night time after all our familiars had left these premises. Purposely I did not tell you, because I feared your greater caution and instinctive respectability might discourage me. Otherwise nobody spotted me so far. I'd intended breaking it to you any day now, because I've gone too far to draw back, for weal or woe. But either we have been rushed with business, or you've been anxious about Lady Fraser. How is she?" Norrie interpolates: "Very poorly." "So truly sorry. I was generally just about to tell you when Rose or Lilian, tiresome things, would begin most assiduously passing in and out with papers. Even now I mustn't keep you with your mother so ill." Norrie (looking at her wrist watch): "Violet has very kindly promised to stay with mother till 10. I can give you an hour, though I must take a few minutes off that for the firm's business, as I haven't been here much for 3 days." They talk business for 20 minutes, during which Norrie says: "It's really rather odd how these clothes change you. I feel vaguely compromised with the handsome young man bending over me, his cheek almost touching mine." And Vivie retorts: "Oh, don't be an ass." Norrie: "So you really are going to take the plunge?" Vivie: "I really am. As soon as it suits your convenience, Vivie Warren will retire from your firm and go abroad. You must either replace her by Beryl Clarges or allow Mr. Vavasour Williams" Honoria interpolates: "Ridiculous name. How did you think of it?" "to come and assist in the daytime or after office hours. You can say to the Winds that he is Vivie's first cousin, remarkably like her in some respects. Rose Mullet is engaged to be married and is only, she told me yesterday with many blushes, staying on to oblige us. Lilian Steyne said the other day that if we were making any changes in the office, much as she liked her work here, her mother having died, she thought it was her duty to go and live with her maternal aunt in the country. The aunt thinks she can get her a post as a brewery clerk at Aylesbury, and she's longing to breed Aylesbury ducks in her spare time. There is Bertie Adams, it's true. There's something so staunch about him, and he is so useful, that he and Praed and Stead are the 3 exceptions I make in my general hatred of mankind." Norrie: "He will be very much cut up at your going, or seeming to go." Vivie: "Just so. I think I shall write him a farewell note, saying it's only for a time. I mean that I may return later on. Dormant partnership, nothing really changed, don't you know. But that as Rose and Lilian are going, Mrs. what does she call herself? Claridge?" Norrie interpolates: "Yes, that was her idea. She doesn't want to blazon the name of Clarges as the symbol of free love 'cause of the dear old Dean. Yet Claridge will not be too much of a surrender, and is sure to invoke respectability because of the hotel. Mrs. Claridge, then, is coming in my stead. He's to help her all he can, and my cousin, who is reading for the Bar, will also look in when you are very busy. I shall, of course, see about rooms in one of the Inns of Court, the Temple perhaps. I have been stealthily watching Fig Tree Court. I think I can get chambers there. A man is turning out next month. Got a colonial appointment. I've put my new name down at the lodge, and I shall have to rack my brains for references. You will do for one, or perhaps not. However, that I can work out later. Of course I won't take the final plunge till I have secured the rooms. Meantime I will use my bedroom here, but promise you I will be awfully prudent. Norie: I couldn't possibly have Beryl living in with a child hanging about the place. So I think if you do go I shall turn your bedroom into an apartment which Beryl and I can use for toilet purposes, but where we can range out on bookshelves a whole lot of our books. Just now they are most inconveniently stored away in boxes. It's rather tiresome about Beryl. I believe she's going to have another child. At any rate she says it may be 4 months before she can come to work here regularly. I asked her about it the other day, because if mother gets worse I may be hindered about coming to the office, and I didn't want you to be overworked. So I said to Beryl. That reminds me, she referred to the coming child and added that its father was a policeman. Quite a nice creature in his private life. Of course she's only kidding. I expect it's the architect all the time. You know how she delighted in shocking us at Newnham. I wish she hadn't this kink about her. P'raps I'm getting old fashioned already. You used to call me the Girondiste. But if the new woman is to go on the loose and be unmoral like the rabbits, won't the cause suffer from middle class opposition? Vivie: perhaps. But it may gain instead the sympathies of the lower and upper classes. Why do you bother about Beryl? I agree with you in disliking all this sexuality. Norie: does one ever quite know why one likes people? There is something about Beryl that gets over me. And she is a worker. You know how she grappled with that Norfolk estate business. Vivie: well, it's fortunate she and I have not met since Newnham days. You must tip her the story that I'm going away for a time, abroad, and that a young because I look a mere boy dressed up in men's clothes a young cousin of mine, learned in the law, is going to drop in occasionally and do some of the work. Norie: I'm afraid I'm rather weak-willed. I ought to stop this prank before it has gone too far, just as I ought to discourage Beryl's babies. Your schemes sound so stagey. Off the stage you never take people in with such flimsy stories and weak disguises. You'll tie yourself up into knots and finally get sent to prison. However, I can't help being rather tickled by your idea. It's vilely unjust, men closing 2/3 of the respectable careers to women, to bachelor women above all. A pause, and the two women look out on a blue London dotted with lemon coloured, straw coloured, mauve tinted lights, with one cold white radiance hanging over the invisible Piccadilly Circus. Well, go ahead, follow your star. I can be confident of one thing, you won't do anything mean or disgraceful. Deceiving man while his vile laws and restrictions remain in force is no crime. Be prudent so far as compromising our poor little firm here is concerned, because if you bring down my grey hairs with sorrow to the grave we shall lose a valuable source of income. Besides, any public scandal just now in which I was mixed up might kill my mother. Want any money? Vivie: you generous darling. Never, never shall I forget your kindness and your trust in me. You have at any rate saved one soul alive. Honoria deprecates gratitude. No, I don't want any money yet. You made me take and bank £700 last January over that Rio de Palmas coup. Heaps more than my share. Altogether I've got about £1,000 on deposit at the C&C Bank, the Temple Bar branch. I've many gruesome faults, but I am thrifty. I think I can win through to the bar on that. Of course if afterwards briefs don't come in. Norie: well, there'll always be the partnership, which will go on unaltered. I shall pretend you are only away for a time, and your share shall be regularly paid into your bank. Of course I shall meet Mr. Vavasour Williams now and again, and I can tell him things and consult with him. If we think Beryl, after she is installed here as head clerk, of course I shan't make her a partner for years and years. not at all if she remains flighty. If we think she is unsuspicious, and Bertie Adams likewise, and the new clerks and the housekeeper and her husband, there is no reason why you should not come here fairly often, and put in as much work as you can on our business." Vivie: "Yes. Of course I must be careful of one predicament. I have studied the regulations about being admitted to the English bar. They're very quaint and medieval, or early Georgian. You mayn't be a chartered accountant or actuary. The Lord alone knows why. I suppose some Lord Chancellor was done in the eye in Elizabeth's reign by an actuary and laid down that law. Equally you mayn't be a clergyman. As to that we needn't distress ourselves. It's rather piteous about the prohibiting accountants, because as women we are not allowed to qualify in any capacity as accountants or actuaries, and work here is only permissible by our not pretending to belong to any recognized body like the Institute of Actuaries, so that in coming to work for you I must not seem to be in any way doing the business of accountants or actuaries. Indeed it might be awkward for my scheme if I was too openly associated with Fraser and Warren. I already think of myself as Williams. I shall pose of course as a Welshman. My appearance is rather Welsh, don't you think? It's the Irish blood that makes me look Celtic. I'm sure my father was an Irish student for the priesthood at Louvain, and certain scraps of information I got out of my mother make me believe that her mother was a pretty Welsh girl from Cardiff, brought over to London town by some ship's captain and stranded there on Tower Hill. However, I have still the whole scheme to work out, and when I'm ready to start on it, which will be very soon, I'll let you know. Now, though I'd love to discuss all the other details, I mustn't forget your mother will be wanting you. I wish I had a mother to tend. I wonder," wistfully, "whether I was too hard on mine. Do you mind posting these letters as you go out? I shall change back to Vivie Warren in a dressing gown, give myself a light supper, and then put in 2 hours studying Latin and Norman French. Good night, dearest." 2 months after this conversation, Vivie decided to pay a call on an old friend of her mother's, Louis Maitland Praed if you want his full name, a well known architect, and one of the few male friends of Catherine Warren who had not also been her lover. Why, he never quite knew himself. When he first met her she was the boon companion, the mistress, more or less and unattached, of a young barrister, a college friend of Praed's. Kate Warren at that time called herself Kitty Vavasour, and on the strength of having done a turn or two on the music halls, considered herself an actress with a right to a professional name. It was in this guise that the Reverend Samuel Gardner met her and had that 6 months' infatuation for her which afterwards caused him so much disquietude, though it preceded the taking of his ordination vows by quite a year, and his marriage to his wife, much too good for him, in 1874. The Reverend Sam, you may remember, was the father of the scapegrace Frank, who nearly captured Vivie's young affections and had written from South Africa proposing marriage at the opening of this story. Kate Vavasour in 1872 was an exceedingly pretty girl of 19 or 20, showily dressed and quick with her tongue. She was good natured and jolly, and though Praed himself was the essence of refinement, there was something about her reckless mirth and joy in life, the immense relief of having passed from the sordid life of a barmaid to this quasi-ladyhood, that enlisted his sympathies. Though she was always somebody else's mistress until she developed her special talent as manageress of high-class houses of accommodation, private hotels, on the Continent, chiefly frequented by English and American roués, Praed kept an eye on her career and occasionally rendered her, with some cynicism, unobtrusive friendly services in disentangling her affairs when complications threatened. He was an art student in those days of the 70's, possessed of about 400 a year, beginning to go through the aesthetic phase, and not decided whether he would emerge a painter of pictures or an architect of grandiose or fantastic buildings. To his studio Miss Kitty Vavasour or Miss Kate Warren would often come and pose for the Head and Shoulders or for some draped caryatid wanted for an ambitious porch in an imaginary millionaire's house in Kensington Palace Gardens. When in 1897 Vivie had learnt about her mother's profession, she had flung off violently from all her mother's friends except Proddy. She even continued to call him by this nickname, long ago bestowed on him by her mother. At distant intervals she would pay a visit at his house and studio near Hans Place, when Honoria's advice and assistance did not meet the case of some grave perplexity. So one afternoon in June 1901 she came to his little dwelling with its large studio, and asked to have a long talk with him, whilst his parlour maid he was still a bachelor denied him to other callers. They had tea together, and Vivie plunged as quickly as possible into her problem. "You know, Proddy dear, I want to be a barrister, but as a female they will never call me to the bar, so I'm going to send Vivien Warren off for a long absence abroad. The few who think about me will probably conclude that money has carried the day and that I've gone to help my mother in her business, and in her absence Mr. Vavasour Williams will take up the running. David V. Williams. Don't interrupt me. Will study for the bar. Eat through his terms 6 dinners a year, isn't it? Pass his examinations and be called to the English bar in about 3 years from now. Didn't you once have a pupil called Vavasour Williams?" Prod: "What, David, the Welsh boy? Yes. His name reminded me of your mother in one of her stages. David Vavasour Williams. I took him on in let me see, I think it was in 1895 or early 1896. But how did you hear about him?" Vivie: "Never mind, or never mind for the moment. Tell me some more about him." Prod: "Well, to sum him up briefly, he was what schoolboys and subalterns would call a rotter. Not without an almost morbid cleverness, but the Welsh strain in him, which in the father turned to emotional religion the father was vicar or rector of Pontystrad came out in the boy in unhealthy fancies. He had almost the talent of Aubrey Beardsley, but I didn't think he had a good influence over my other pupils, so before I planned that Italian journey, on which you refused to accompany me, I advised him to leave my tuition. I wasn't modern enough, I said. I also advised him to make up his mind whether he wanted to be a sane architect he despised questions of housemaids' closets and sanitation and lifts and hot water supply or a scene painter. I think he might have had a great career at Drury Lane over fairy palaces or millionaire dwellings. But I turned him out of my studio, though I put the fact less brutally before his father, said I should be absent a long while in Italy, and that I feared the boy was too undisciplined. Afterwards I think he went into some South African police force." Vivie: "He did, and died last year in a South African hospital. Had he many relations? I mean, did he come of well known people?" Prod: "I fancy not. His father was just a dreamy old Welsh clergyman always seeing visions and believing himself a descendant of the Druids, Sam Gardner told me. And his mother had either died long ago or had run away from her husband, I forget which. In a way I'm sorry David's dead. He had a sort of weird talent and wild good looks. By the way, he wasn't altogether unlike you." Vivie: "Thank you for the double edged compliment. However, what you say is very interesting. Well now, my idea is that David Vavasour Williams did not die in a military hospital. He recovered and returned, firmly resolved to lead a new life. Is his father living, by the by? Did he believe his son was dead?" Prod: "Couldn't tell you, I'm sure. I never took any further interest in him, and until you mentioned it I don't know on whose authority I didn't know he was dead. On the whole a good riddance for his people, I should say, especially if he died on the field of honour. But what lunatic idea has entered your mind with regard to this poor waster?" Vivie: "Why, my idea, as I say, is that D.V.W. got cured of his necrosis of the jaw I suppose it is not invariably deadly came home with a much improved morale, studied hard and became a barrister, thinking it morally a superior calling to architecture and scene painting. In short, I shall be from this day forth Vavasour Williams, law student. Would it be safe, do you think, in that capacity to go down and see his old father? Prod: Vivie, I did think you were a sober-minded young woman who would steer clear of crime, for this impersonation would be a punishable offence. Vivie: Crime? What nonsense! I should consider I was justified in a court of equity if I burnt down or blew up the Law Courts or one of the inns, or broke the windows of the Chartered Institute of Actuaries or the Incorporated Law Society. All these institutions and many others bar the way to honourable and lucrative careers for educated women, and a male Parliament gives us no redress, and a male press laughs at us for our feeble attempts to claim common rights with men. Instead of proceeding to such violence, I am merely resorting to a very harmless guile in getting round the absurd restrictions imposed by the benchers of the Inns of Court, namely that all who claim a call to the bar should not be accountants, actuaries, clergymen, or women. I'm going to give up the accountancy business, or rather the law has never allowed either Honoria or me to become chartered accountants, so there is nothing to give up. To avoid any misapprehension, she's going to change the title on our note paper and brass plate to General Inquiry Agents. That will be sufficiently non-committal. Well then, as to sex disqualification, a few weeks hence I shall become David Vavasour Williams, and I presume he was a male? You don't have to pass a medical examination for the bar, do you? Prod: Really, Vivie, you are unnecessarily coarse. Vivie: I don't care if I am, poor outlaw that I am. Every avenue to an honest and ambitious career seems closed to me, either because I am a woman, or, in women's careers, the few that there are, because I am Kate Warren's daughter. I am not to blame for my mother's misdeeds, yet I am being punished for them. That beast of a friend of yours, that filthy swine George Crofts, set it about after I refused to marry him that I was Mrs. Warren's daughter, and the few nice people I knew from Cambridge days dropped me, all except Honoria and her mother. Prod: Well, I haven't dropped you. I'll always stick by you. Observes that Vivie is trying to keep back her tears. Vivie, darling, what do you want me to do? Why not marry me and spend half my income, take the shelter of my name I'm an A.R.A. now. You needn't do more than keep house for me. I'm rather a valetudinarian, daresay I shan't trouble you long. We could have a jolly good time before I went off with a heart attack. Travel, study, write books together. Vivie (recovering herself): Thanks, dear Proddy. You are a brick, and I really, in a way, have got quite to love you. Except an office boy in Chancery Lane and W.T. Stead, I don't know any other decent man. But I'm not going to marry any one. I'm going to become Vavasour Williams. The name is rotten, but you must take what you can get. Williams is a quiet young boy who only desires to be left alone to earn his living respectably at the bar, and see there if he cannot redress the balance in the favour of women. But there is something you could do for me, and it is for that I came to see you to-day. By the by, we have both let our tea grow cold. But for goodness' sake don't order any more on my account, or else your parlour maid will be coming in and out and will see that I've been crying and you look flushed. What I wanted to ask you was this. It's really very simple. If Mr. Vavasour Williams, aged 24, late in South Africa, once your pupil in architecture or scene painting, or whatever it was, gives you as a reference to character, you are to say the best you can of him. And, by the by, he will be calling to see you very shortly, and you could lend further verisimilitude to your story by renewing acquaintance with him. You will find him very much improved. In every way he will do you credit, and what is more, if you don't repel him, he will come to see you much oftener than his cousin (I'm not ashamed to adopt her as a cousin) Vivie Warren could have done, because Vivie, with her deplorable parentage, had your good name to think of and visited you very seldom, whereas there could be raised no objection from your parlour maid if Mr. D.V. Williams came rather often to chat with you and ask your advice. Think it over, dear friend. Good-bye. Early in July, Norrie and Vivie were standing at the open west window in their partner's room at the office, trying to get a little fresh air. The staff had just gone its several ways to the suburbs, glad to have 3 hours of daylight before it for cricket and tennis. Confident therefore of not being overheard, Vivie began: "I've got those rooms in Fig Tree Court. I shall soon be ready to move my things in. I'll leave some of poor Vivie Warren's effects behind, if you don't mind, in case she comes back some day. Do you think you can rub along if I take my departure next week? I want to give myself a fortnight's bicycle holiday in Wales, as D.V. Williams, a kind of honeymoon with fate before I settle down as a law student. After I come back I can devote much of the summer recess to our affairs, either openly or after office hours. You could then take a holiday in August. You badly need one. What about Beryl?" Norrie: "Beryl is well over her accouchement and is confident of being able to start work here on August 1st. It's a boy this time. I haven't seen it, so I can't say whether it resembles a policeman more than an architect. Besides, babies up till the age of 6 months only resemble macrocephalic idiots. I shall be wary with Beryl. I haven't committed myself ourselves to any engagement beyond 6 months. She's amazingly clever, but I should say quite heartless. 2 babies in 3 years, and both illegitimate. The real Mrs. Architect very much upset, no doubt. Mr. Architect getting wilder and wilder in his work through trying to maintain 2 establishments. They say he left out all the sanitation in Sir Peter Robinson's new house and let the builders rush up the walls without damp courses. And it's killing her father, the Dean. It's not as though she hid herself away, but she goes out so much. They are talking of turning her out of her club because of the things she says before the waitresses." Vivie: "What things?" Norrie: "Why, about its being very healthy to have babies when you're between the ages of 20 and 30, and how with this twilight sleep business she doesn't mind how often. That it's 50 times more interesting than breeding dogs and cats or guinea pigs, and she's surprised more single women don't take it up. I think she must be détraquée. I have a faint hope that by taking her in hand and interesting her in our work, which, entre nous deux, is turning out to be very profitable, I may sober her and regularize her. No doubt in 1950 most women will talk as she does to day, but the advance is too abrupt. It not only robs her parents of all happiness, but it upsets my mother. She now wrings her hands over her own past and fears that by working so strenuously for the emancipation of women she has assisted to breach the dam. Can't you imagine the way the old cats of both sexes go on at her? The dam which held up female virtue, and that society now will be drowned in a flood of free love." Vivie: "Well, we'll give her a 6 months' trial here and see if our mix-up of advice in law, banking, estate management, stock and share dealing, divorce, private inquiries, probate, etc., does not prove much more interesting than an illicit connection with a harebrained architect. If she proves impossible you'll pack her off, and Vivie shall return and D.V. Williams go abroad. Don't you think there is something that ought to win over Providence in that happily chosen name, D.V. Williams? And my mother once actually called herself Vavasour." "Well then, barring accidents and the unforeseen, it's agreed I go on my holiday next Saturday, to return never no more, perhaps?" Norrie: (with a sigh) "Yes." Vivie: "How's your mother?" Norrie: "Oh, as to her I'm glad to say much better. When I can get away, after the new clerks and Beryl are installed and everything is going smoothly, I shall take her to Switzerland, to a deliciously quiet spot I know, and nobody else knows, up the Goschenenthal. The continent won't be so hot for travelling if we don't start till the end of August." Vivie: "Then, dearest, in case you don't come to the office any more this week, I'll say good bye for some time." They grip hands, they hesitate, then kiss each other on the cheek, a very rare gesture on either's part, and separate with tears in their eyes. The following Monday morning, Bertie Adams, combining in his adolescent person the functions of office boy, junior clerk, and general factotum, entered the outer office of Fraser and Warren, and found this letter on his desk. Fraser and Warren, General Inquiry Agents, Midland Insurance Chambers, 8890 Chancery Lane, W.C., July 12th, 1901. Dear Bertie, I want to prepare you for something. If you had been an ordinary office boy I should not have bothered about you or confided to you anything concerning the firm. But you are by now almost a clerk, and from the day I joined Miss Fraser in this business you have helped me more than you know, helped me not only in my work, but to understand that there can be good, true, decent-minded, trustworthy you won't like it if I say boys young men. I'm going away for a considerable time, I cannot say how long, probably abroad. But Miss Fraser thinks I can still help in the work of her firm, so I remain a partner. A cousin of mine, Mr. D.V. Williams, may come in occasionally to help Miss Fraser. I shall ask him to keep an eye on you. Miss Rose Mullet and Miss Stines are likewise leaving the service of the firm. I dare say you know Miss Mullet is getting married, and how Miss Stines is going to live at Aylesbury. 2 other ladies are coming in their place, and much of my own work will be undertaken by a Mrs. Claridge, whom you will shortly see. It is rather sad, this change in what has been such a happy association of busy people, nobody treading on any one else's toes, but there it is. The old order changeth, giving place to the new, lest one good custom should corrupt the world, you will read in the Tennyson I gave you last Christmas. Let's hope it won't be when I return, change and decay in all around I see, as the rather dismal hymn has it. Sometimes change is a good thing. You serve a noble mistress in Miss Fraser, and I am sure you realize the importance of her work. It may mean so much for women's careers in the next generation. I shan't quite lose touch with you. I dare say Miss Fraser, even if I am far away, will write to me from time to time and give me the news of the office and tell me how you get on. Don't be ashamed of being ambitious. Keep up your studies. Why don't you, but perhaps you do, join evening classes at the Polytechnic, or at this new London School of Economics which is close at hand? Make up your mind to be Lord Chancellor some day, even if it only carries you as far as the silk gown of a Q.C. I suppose I ought now to write K.C. A few years ago we all thought the State would go to pieces when Victoria died. Yet you see we are jogging along pretty well under King Edward. In the same way you will soon get so used to the new head clerk, Mrs. Claridge, that you will wonder what on earth you saw to admire in Vivian Warren. This letter came like a cricket ball between the eyes to Bertie Adams. His adored Miss Warren going away and no clear prospect of her return, her farewell almost like the last words on a deathbed. He bowed his head over his folded arms on his office desk and gave way to gruff sobs and the brimming over of tear and nose glands which is the grotesque accompaniment of human sorrow. He forgot for a while that he was a young man of 19 with an unmistakable moustache and the status of a cricket 11 captain. He was quite the boy again, and his feeling for Vivian Warren, which earlier he had hardly dared to characterize out of his intense respect for her, became once more just filial affection. His good mother was a washerwoman widow in whom Honoria Fraser had interested herself in her Harley Street girlhood. Bertie was the eldest of 6, and his father had been a coal porter who broke his back tumbling down a cellar when a little on. Bertie, he now figured as Mr. Albert Adams in the cricket lists, was a well-grown youth, rather blunt-featured, but with honest hazel eyes, fresh-coloured, shock-haired. Vivie had once derided him for trying to woo his frontal hair into a flattened curl with much pomade. He now only sleeked his curly hair with water. You might even have called him common. He was of the type that went out to the war from 1914 to 1918 and won it, despite the many mistakes of our flurried strategicians; the type that so long as it lasts unspoilt will make England the predominant partner and Great Britain the predominant nation; the type out of which are made the bluejacket and petty officer, the police sergeant, the engine driver, the railway guard, solicitor's clerk, merchant service maid, engineer, air pilot, chauffeur, army non-commissioned officer, head gardener, head gamekeeper, farm bailiff, head printer, the trustworthy manservant, the commissionaire of a city office, and which in other avatars ran the British world on an average annual income of £150 before the war. When women of a similar educated lower middle class come into full equality with men in opportunity, they should marry the Bertie Adamses of their acquaintance and not the stockbrokers, butchers, drapers, bookies, professional cricketers or pugilists. They would then become the mothers of the salvation generation of the British people which will found and rule Utopia. However, Bertie Adams was quite unconscious of all these possibilities and thought of himself modestly, rather cheaply. Swallowing the fourth or fifth sob, he rose from his crouching over the desk, wiped his face with a wet towel, smoothed his hair, put straight his turnover collar and smart tie, and went to his work with glowing eyes and cheeks, resolved to show Miss Warren that she had not thought too highly of him. Nevertheless, when Miss Mullet arrived and giggled over the details of her trousseau, and Lily Steynes discussed the advertisements of Aylesbury ducks in the current Exchange and Mart, he was reserved and rather sarcastic with them both. He intimated later that he had long been aware of the coming displacements, but he said not a word of Vivie's letter. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 4 Pontystrad. On a morning in mid-July 1901, Mr. D.V. Williams bicycled to Paddington Station from New Square, Lincoln's Inn. The brown canvas case fitted to the frame of his mail bicycle contained a change of clothes, a suit of pyjamas, a safety razor, toothbrush, hairbrush and comb. He himself was wearing a well-cut dark grey suit, Norfolk jacket, knickerbockers and thick stockings. Having had his bicycle labelled Swansea, he entered a first-class compartment of the South Wales Express. Though not lavish on his expenditure, he was travelling first because he still felt a little uneasy in the presence of men, mostly men of the rougher type. Perhaps there was a second class in those days, there may be still, but I have a distinct impression that Mr. Vavasour Williams, law student, travelled first on this occasion, for this was how he met a person of whom his friend Honoria Fraser had often spoken, Michael Rossiter. He did not, of course, till after they had passed Swindon, know the name of his travelling companion. 5 minutes before the train left Paddington there entered his compartment of the corridor carriage a tall man with a short curly black beard and nice eyes like agates in colour. There was a touch of grey about the temples, otherwise the head hair, when he changed from a hard felt hat to a soft travelling cap, showed as dark as the beard and moustache. His frame was strong, muscular and loosely built, and he had clever nervous hands with fingers somewhat spatulate. His clothes did not much suggest the tourist, they seemed more like a too well worn town morning suit of dark blue serge, as though he had left home in an absent-minded mood, intent on some hurriedly conceived plan. He cast one or two quick glances at David, once indeed, as they got out into full daylight, away from tunnels and high walls, letting his glance lengthen into a searching look. Then he busied himself with a number of scientific periodicals he had brought to read in the train. Impelled, he knew not why, to provoke conversation, David asked, quite needlessly: "This is the South Wales express, I mean the Swansea train, is it not?" Blackbeard was struck with the unusualness of the voice, a very pleasant one to come from the lips of a man, and replied: "It is. At least I got in under that impression, as I am intending to go to Swansea. But in any case the ticket inspector is sure to come along the corridor presently, and we'll make sure then. We stop at Swindon, I think, so if we've made a mistake we can rectify it there." Then after a pause he resumed: "I think you said you were going to Swansea? Might I ask if you are bound on the same errand as I am? I mean, are you one of Boyd Dawkins's party to examine the new cave on the Gower coast?" D.V.W.: "Oh no, I am going inland from Swansea to have a bicycling tour. I'm going to a place on the river. I don't know how to pronounce it, at least I've forgotten. The river's name is spelt Llwchwr." Blackbeard: "You should change your mind and turn south. Come and see these extraordinary caves. Are you interested in paleontology?" David hesitates. "What careless people call prehistoric animals or prehistoric man? They've been ridiculously misled by comic artists in Punch, who imagine a few thousand years of prehistory would take us back to the Cretaceous period. Really 4 or 5 million years before man came into existence, when this country and most other lands swarmed with preposterous reptiles that had become extinct long before the age of mammals. However, I don't suppose this interests you. I only spoke because I thought you might be one of Boyd Dawkins's pupils, or one of mine." David: "On the contrary, I am very, very much interested in the subject, but I am afraid it has lain rather outside my line of studies so far. Perhaps I will turn south when I have seen something of the part of Glamorgan I am going to. I'm really Welsh in origin, but I know Wales imperfectly because I left it when I was quite young. This'll be good practice," Vivie's brain voice was saying to herself. "I've returned recently from South Africa." Blackbeard: "What were you doing there?" David: I was in the army, at least in a police force. I got wounded, had to go into hospital, necrosis of the jaw. I came home when I got well." Blackbeard: "Necrosis of the jaw? That was a bad thing. But you seem to have got over it very well. I can't see any scar from where I am." David: "Oh no, it was only a slight touch, and I dare say I exaggerate. I've left the army, however, and now I'm reading law." Blackbeard thinks at this point that he has gone far enough in cross examination, and returns to his periodicals and pamphlets. But there's something he likes, a wistfulness, in the young man's face, and he can't quite detach his mind to the presence of Paleolithic man in South Wales. At Swindon they both get out there was still the lingering practice of taking lunch there have a hasty lunch together and more talk, and share a bottle of claret. On returning to their compartment, Rossiter offers David a cigar, but the young man prefers smoking a cigarette. By this time they have exchanged names. D.V.W. however is reticent about the South African War, says it was all too horrible for words and should never have taken place, and he can't bear to think about it, and was knocked out quite early in the day. Now all he asks is peace and quiet and the opportunity of studying law in London, so that he may become some day a barrister. Rossiter says, after more talk: "Pity you're going in for the Bar. We've too many lawyers already. You should take up science." And as far as the Severn Tunnel, discourses illuminatingly on biology, mineralogy, astronomy, chemistry, as David Vivien had never heard them treated previously. In the Severn Tunnel the noise of the train silences both professor and listener, who willingly takes up the position of pupil. Between Newport and Neath, David thinks he has never met any one so interesting. It has been his first real induction into the greatest of all books, the book of the earth itself. Rossiter on his part feels indefinably attracted by this young expatriated Welshman. David does not say much, but what he does contribute to the conversation shows him a quick thinker and a person of trained intelligence. Yet somehow the Professor of Biology in the University of London, and many other things beside, F.R.S., F.Z.S., F.L.S., Gold Medalist of this and that Academy and University abroad, does not see him as a soldier or a non commissioned officer in the British Army. Law student is a more likely qualification. However, as they near Swansea, Michael Rossiter gives Mr. D.V. Williams his card. D.V.W. regrets he cannot reciprocate, but says he has hardly settled down yet to any address, and though as a rule he is taciturn in trains and cautious about making acquaintances, expresses the hope he will call at 1 Park Crescent some afternoon (my wife and I are generally at home on Thursdays) when all are back in town for the autumn. They separate at Swansea station. David spends the night at Swansea, employing some of his time there by enquiring at the Terminus Hotel as to the roads that lead up the valley of the Loughr, what sort of place is Pontystrad, the bridge by the meadow, whether any one knows the clergyman of that parish, Mr. Howel Vaughan Williams. The Boots, or one of the Bootses, it appears, comes from the neighbourhood of Pontystrad and knows the reverend gentleman by sight. A nice old gentleman, has heard that he's aged much of late years since his son ran away and disappeared out in Africa. His sight was getting bad, Boots understood, and he could not see to do all the reading and writing he was once so great at. After a rather wakeful night, during which D.V. Williams is more disturbed by his thoughts and schemes than by the continual noises of the trains passing into and out of Swansea, he rises early and drafts a telegram. Rev. Howel Williams, Vicarage, Pontystrad, Glamorgan. Hope return home this evening. All is well. David. Then pays his bill and tries to mount his bicycle the wrong way to the great amusement of the Boots, then remembers the right way and rides off, with the confidence of one long accustomed to bicycling, through the crowded traffic of Swansea in the direction of Loughr. It was a very hot ride through a very lovely country, now largely spoilt by mining and metallurgy, along a road that was constantly climbing up steeply to descend abruptly. David of course could have travelled by rail to the Pontyffynon station and thence have ridden back 3 miles to Pontystrad, but he wished purposely to bicycle the whole way from Swansea and take in with the eye the land of his fathers. He was postponing as long as possible the test of meeting his father, the father of the young ne'er-do-well who had been lying for months in a South African field hospital the year before. He halted for a cup of tea at Llanlilol Telybont Wales has many place names like this and being there not many miles from Pontystrad was able to glean more recent and more circumstantial information about the man he proposed to greet as father. At 6:30 that evening, having perspired and dried, strained a tendon and acquired a headache, he halted before the gate of the vicarage garden at Pontystrad, having been followed thither, to his secret annoyance, by quite a troop of village boys, of whom he had imprudently asked the way. As they talked Welsh he could not tell what they were saying, but conjectured that his telegram had arrived and that he was expected. Standing under the porch of the house was an old man with a long white beard like a druid in spectacles, shading his eyes and expectant. A bicycle might prove an encumbrance in the ensuing interview, so David hastily propped his against a fuchsia hedge and hurried forward to meet the old man, who extended hands to envelop him, not trusting to his eyes. An old rosy-cheeked woman in a sunbonnet came up behind the old man, shrieked out "Master David!" and only waited with twitching fingers for her own onslaught till the father had first embraced his prodigal son. This was done at least 3 times, accompanied with tears, blessings, prayers, the uplifting of poor filmy eyes to a cloudless heaven, Diolch I Dduw, ejaculations as to the wonder of it, Ffrymemol hu an aihoch myrd. God's providence, his ways are past finding out. Ni halir al Rhein heraglunoeth. My own dear boy. Me machgan an Willie." Then the old woman took her turn. "Master David! Eh, but you're changed, mun." Then a lot of Welsh exclamations, which until the Welsh can agree to spell their tongue phonetically I shall not insert. "5 years since you left us. Eh, and I never thought to see you no more. Some said you was dead, others that you was taken prisoner by the wild boars. But here you are, and welcome indeed." Then Master David between the embraces was scanned, a little more critically than by the purblind father, but with distinct approval. At last David stood apart in the stone-flagged hall of the vicarage. His abundant hair was rumpled, his face was stained by other people's tears, his collar, tie, dress disordered, and his heart touched. It was a rare experience in his 24 years of life he guessed that should be his age to find himself really taken on trust, really desired and loved. Honoria's friendship was a pure and precious thing, but in its very purity carefully restrained. Praddy's kindness and the office boy's worship had both been gratifying to Vivie's self-esteem, but both had to be kept at bay. Somehow the love of a father and of an old nurse were of a different category to these other contacts. All these thoughts passed through David's brain in 30 seconds. He shook himself, straightened himself, smiled adequately and tried to live up to the situation. "Dear father, and dear Nanny," a bold but successful deduction. "How sweet of you both, greeting me like this. I've come home a very different David to the one that left you, what was it, 5, 6 years ago, to go to Mr. Praed's studio? I've learnt a lot in the interval. But I'm so sick of the past I don't want to talk about it more than I can help, and I've been in very queer health since I got ill and wounded in South Africa. My memory has gone for many things. I'm afraid I've forgotten all my Welsh, Nanny, but it'll soon come back, that is, if I may stay here a bit." Exclamations from father and nurse. "This is your home, Davy Bach." "I'm not going to stay too long this time, because I've got my living to earn in London." "Did you never hear anything from me from South Africa, or the War Office, or your old college chum, Mr. Gardner?" "I heard, my own dear boy," said the Revd. Howel, again taking him in his arms in a renewed spasm of affection. "I heard you were wounded and very ill in the camp hospital at Colesberg. It was a nursing sister, I think, who sent me the information. I wrote several times to the War Office. My letters were acknowledged, that was all. Then Sam Gardner wrote to me from Margate and said his son had been in the same hospital with you. Later on I saw in a Bristol paper that this hospital, Colesberg, had fallen into the hands of the Boers and the Cape insurgents. Then I said to myself, my poor boy's been taken prisoner, and as time went on, my poor boy's dead, or he would have written to me." Here the Revd. Howel stopped to wipe his eyes and blow his nose. David, touched through his armour of cynicism, said, Nanny retiring to prepare the evening meal, "Father dear, though I don't want to refer too often to the past, I behaved disgracefully some time ago, and the colonies seemed my only chance of setting myself right. I did manage to get away from the Boers, but I had not the courage to present myself before you till I had done something to regain your good opinion. I have got now good employment in London, and I'm even reading up law. We will talk of that by and by, but I tell you now, from my heart, I am a different David to the one you knew, and you shall never regret taking me back." Both father and son were crying now, for emotion especially in Wales is catching. But the father laughed through his tears, and incoherently thanked God for the return of the prodigal, a fine upstanding lad, whole and sound. "No taint about you, Davy, I'll be bound. Why, your voice alone shows you've been a clean liver. It's music in my ears, and if I could see as well as I can hear, I'd wager you're a handsome lad and have lost much of your foolishness. Davy, lad," lowering his voice, "you've no cause to be anxious about Jenny. She had a boy, but we got her married to a miner. I made it right with him. She has another child now, but they're being brought up together. We won't refer to it again. She lives 20 miles from here at Gower, and there's an end of it. Now you won't run away back to London till you're obliged. Where's your luggage? At Pontyffynon?" "No," said David, a little nonplussed at evidences of his dissolute past and this unexpected fatherhood assumed on his account. "I haven't more luggage than what is contained in my bicycle bag. But don't let that concern you. I'll go over to Swansea one day or some nearer town and buy what may be necessary, and I'll stay with you all my holidays, tell you all my plans, and even after I go back to London I'll always come down here when I can get away. For the present I'm going simply to enjoy myself for the first time in my life. The last 4 years we'll look on as a horrid dream. What a paradise you live in!" His eye ranged over the 2-storied, soundly built stone house facing south, with mountains behind and the western sun throwing shafts of warm yellow green over the lawn and the flower beds; over clumps of elms in the middle southern distance that might have been planted by the Romans, who loved this part of Wales. Bees, butterflies and swallows were in the air. The distant lowing of kine, the scent of the roses, the clatter in the kitchen where Nanny aided by another female servant was preparing supper, even the barking of a watchdog, aware that something unusual was going on, completed the impression of the blissful countryside. "What a paradise you live in! How could I have left it?" "Ay, dear lad, I doubt not it looks strange and new to you since you've been in South Africa and London, but it'll soon seem homelike enough. And now you'll like to see your room and have a wash before supper. Tom, the gardener, shall take in your bicycle and give it a rub over. I've still got the old one here in the coach house which you left behind. Tom's new since you left. He's not so clever with the bees as your old friend Evan was, but he's a steadier lad. I fear me Evan led you into some of your scrapes. The fault was partly mine. I shouldn't have let you run wild so much, but I was so wrapped up in my studies. Well, well." David was careful to play his part sufficiently to say, when shown into his old bedroom, "Just the same, father, scarcely a bit altered. But isn't the bed moved to another place?" "You're right, my boy. Ah, your memory can't be as bad as you pretend. Yes, we moved it there, Bridget and I, because the Archdeacon came once to stay and complained of the draught from the window." "The deuce he did," said David. "Well, I shan't complain of anything." His father left him, and he then proceeded to lay out the small store of things he had brought in his bicycle bag, giving special prominence to the shaving tackle. He had just finished a summary toilet when there was a tap on the door, and suppressing an exclamation of impatience, for he dearly wanted time and solitude for collected thought, he admitted Bridget. "Well, Nanny," he said, "come for a gossip?" "Yes. I can hardly bear to take my eyes off you, for you've changed, you have changed. And yet, I don't know, you don't look much older than you was when you went off to London to be an architect. Your cheek," lifting her hand and stroking it while David tried hard not to wince, "your cheek's as soft and smooth as it was then, as any young girl's. Wherever you've been, the world has not treated you very bad. No one would have dreamt you'd been all the way to South Africa to them wild boars. But some men wear wonderful well. I suppose your father give you a bit of a shock? He's much older looking, and he wasn't suffering to speak of from his sight when you went away. And now he can hardly see to read even with his new spectol. Old Dr. Murgatroyd can't do nothing for him. Advises him to go see some Bristol or London eye doctor. But after you seemed to disappear in Africa, he had no heart for trying to get his sight back. He'd sit for hours doing nothing but think and talk, all about old Welsh times or Bible times. Of course he knows his services by heart. His only job was with the lessons. But you see he'd often only have me and the girl and Tom in church. There's a new preacher up at Little Bethel that's drawn all the village folk to hear him. But your father'll be a different man now. You see, he'll be like a boy again, and if you could stay long enough, you might take him to Bristol or Clifton, I think it was, to see if they could do anything about his eyes. The past's the past, and we aren't going to say no more about it, and now you've turned over a new leaf, somehow I can't feel you're the same person. Don't go worrying yourself about that slut Jenny. She's all right. After your baby was born at her mother's, she went into service at Llanelly, and there she met a coal miner who's at work on the new coal mine in Gower. He wasn't a bad sort of chap, and when he'd heard her story, he said for a matter of £20 he'd marry her and take over her baby. So your father paid the £20, and if she'll only keep straight she'll be none the worse for what's happened. I always said it was my fault. It was the year I had to go away to my sister, and your father had to go to St. David's, and after all, if it hadn't 'a been you, it'd 'a been young Evan. Why, there's been some girls in the village have had 2 and even 3 babies before they settled down and got married. Now we must dish up supper. I've given you lots and lots of pancakes and the cream and honey you was always so fond of. You bad boy." She ventured a kiss on the smooth cheek of her nursling and heavily descended the stairs. David had a very bad night because to please his old nurse he had eaten too many of her pancakes with cream and honey. In fact, he had at last to tiptoe down through a sleeping house cautiously to let himself out and relieve his feelings by pacing the veranda till the nausea passed off. After that he lay long awake trying to size up the situation. He got his thoughts at last into some such shape as this: "It's clear I was a regular young rake before I was sent up to London to be Praddy's pupil. Apparently I seduced the housemaid or kitchen maid my father's establishment seems to consist of Nanny who is housekeeper and cook, and a maid who does housework and helps in the kitchen, and this unfortunate girl who fell a prey to my solicitations, or more likely misled me, afterwards gave birth to a child attributed either to my fatherhood or the gardener's. But the matter has been hushed up by a payment of £20, and the girl is now married and respectable, and ought to give no further trouble. I suppose that was a climax of naughtiness on my part, and the main reason why I was sent away. The 2 people who matter most have received me without doubt or question, but the one to be wary about is the old nurse, whose very affection makes her inconveniently inquisitive. Mem, get up and lock my door, or else she may come in with hot water or something in the morning and take me by surprise. The original David is evidently dead and well out of the way. There can be no harm in my taking his place, at any rate for a few years. It may give the old man new life and genuine happiness, for I shall play my part as a good son, and certainly shall cost him nothing. I'll begin by taking him to an oculist and finding out what is wrong with his eyes, probably only cataract. It may be possible to effect a cure, and he can then finish his book on the history of Glamorganshire from earliest times. Must remember, by the by, that the Welsh change most of the old M's into F's, and that this country is called Vorganwg, with the W pronounced like oo and the F like V. Must learn some Welsh. What a nuisance. But nothing is worth doing if it isn't done well. If I can keep this deception up, this would be a jolly place to come to for occasional holidays, and I simply couldn't have a better reference to respectability, sex and station with the benchers of Lincoln's Inn than my father, the Revd. Howell Williams, Vicar of Pontystrad. They'll probably want a second or a third reference. Can I rely on Praddy? Is it possible I might work up my acquaintance with that professor whom I met in the train? I'll see. Perhaps I could attend classes of his if he lectures in London. Then the plotting David fell asleep at last, and woke to hear the loud tapping on his door at 8 o'clock of Bridget, rather surprised to find the door locked, but entering, when he had garbed himself in his Norfolk jacket and opened the door, with hot water for shaving and a cup of tea. It was a hot July morning, and while he dressed, the southern breeze came in through the open window, scented by roses and the lemon verbena growing against the wall. His father was pacing up and down the hall and the veranda, restlessly awaiting him, fearing lest the whole episode of the day before might not have been one of his waking dreams. His failing sight made reading almost a torture, and writing more a matter of feeling than visual perception. Time therefore hung wearisomely on his hands. Bridget was not a good reader, besides being too busy a housekeeper to have time for it. Had David really returned to him? Would he sometimes read aloud and sometimes write his letters, or even the finish of his history? Too good to be true. But there was David coming down the stairs, greeting him with tender affection. "Read and write for you, father? Of course. But before I go back to London, and unfortunately I must go back early in August, I'm going to take you to see an oculist, Bristol or Clifton perhaps, and get your sight restored." After breakfast, however, the father decided he must take David round the village to see and be seen. David was not very anxious to go, but as the Revd. Howel looked disappointed, he gave in. It had to be got over some time or other. So they first visited the church, a building in the form of a cross, with an imposing battlemented tower. Here David asked to inspect the registers, and found therein, while the old gentleman silently prayed or sat in mute thankfulness in a sunny corner, the record of his father's marriage to Mary Vavasour 26 years before. Mary was 23 and the Revd. Howel 40 at the time, and of his own baptism 2 years afterwards. Then, issuing from the church, father and son walked through the village, the father pointing out the changes, for better or worse, that had taken place in 4 years, and not noticing the vagueness of his son's memories of either persons or features in the landscape. The village, like most Welsh villages, was of whitewashed cottages, slate-roofed, but it was embowered with that luxuriance of foliage and flowers which makes Glamorganshire, out of sight of the coal mining, seem an earthly paradise. Every now and then the Revd. Howel would nudge his son and say, "That man who spoke was old Goronwy, as big a scoundrel now as he was 5 years ago." Or he would introduce David to a villager of whom he thought more favourably. If she were a young woman she generally smirked and looked sideways. If a man, he grunted out a Welsh greeting or only gave a nod of surly recognition. Several professed fluent recognition, but some said in Welsh, he wasn't a bit like the Mr. David they had known. Whereupon the Revd. Howel laughed and said, "Wait till you have been out to South Africa fighting for your king and country and see if that doesn't change you." The visit to the Clifton oculist resulted in a great success. The oculist, after 2 or 3 days' preparation in a nursing home, performed the operation, and advised David then to leave his father for a few days, promising if any unfavourable symptoms supervened he would telegraph, so that he might pass the time in sleep as much as possible, and with no mental stimulation. During this interval David transferred himself and his bicycle to Swansea, and thence visited the Gower Caves, where he ran up against Rossiter once more, and spent delightful hours being inducted into paleontology by Rossiter and his companions. Then back to, by contrast, boresome Clifton, except for its zoological gardens. After another week his father was well enough to be escorted home. In another fortnight he might be able to use his eyes, and soon after that would be able to read and write in moderation. But David could not wait to see his intervention crowned with complete success. He must keep faith with Honoria, who would be wanting a long holiday in Switzerland, and their joint business must not suffer by his absence from London. There were indeed times when the peace and comfort and beauty of Pontystrad got hold of him, and he asked himself, why not settle down here for the rest of his life, put aside other ambitions, attempt no more than this initial fraud, leave the hateful world wherein women had only 3 chances to men's 7. Then there would arise once more fierce ambition, the resolve to avenge Vivien Warren for her handicaps, the desire to keep tryst with Honoria and to enjoy more of Rossiter's society. Besides, he ran a constant risk of discovery under the affectionate but puzzled inspection of the old nurse. In her mind, residence amongst the wild boars, service in an army, travel and adventure generally during an absence of 5 years, as well as emergence from adolescence into manhood, accounted for much change in physical appearance, but not sufficiently for the extraordinary change in morale. The contrast between the vicious, untidy, selfish, insolent boy that had gone off to London with ill-concealed glee in 1896, and this grave-mannered, polite, considerate, pleasant-voiced young man who had already managed to find good employment in London before he revealed himself anew to his delighted father. These doubts David read in Nannie's mind, but he would not give them time and chance to become more precise and formulated. Gradually she would become used to the seeming miracle. In the meantime he would return to London, and, if his father's recovery was complete, he would not revisit home till Christmas. As soon as he was able to write, his father would forward him the copy of his birth certificate, and he would likewise answer in the sense agreed upon any letters of reference or inquiry, would state the apprenticeship to architecture with Prod. A.R.A., and then the impulse to go out to South Africa, the slight wound David insisted it was slight, a fuss about nothing, because he had inquired about necrosis of the jaw and realized that even if he had recovered it would have left indisputable marks on face and throat. In fact, there were so many complications involved in an escape from the Boers, only to be justified under the code of honour prevailing in war time, that he would rather his father said little or nothing about South Africa, but left him to explain all that. A point of view readily grasped by the Revd. Howel, who to get such a son back would even have not thought too badly of desertion, and the negative letters of the War Office said nothing of that. So early in September, after the most varied, anxious, successful 6 weeks in his life, so far, David Vavasour Williams returned to Fig Tree Court, Inner Temple. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 5. Reading for the Bar. It had been a hot, windless day in London in early September. Though summer was in full swing in the country without a hint of autumn, the foliage in the squares and gardens of the Inns of Court was already seared and a little shrivelled. The privet hedges were almost black green, and the mould in the dismal borders that they screened looked as though it had never known rain or hose water, and as if it could no more grow bright tinted flowers than the asbestos of a gas stove, which it resembled in consistency and colour. It was now an evening, ending one of those days which are peculiarly disheartening to a Londoner returned from a long stay in the depths of the country, a country which has hills and streams, ferny hollows, groups of birches, knolls surmounted with pines, meadows of lush emerald green grass, full-foliaged elms, twisted oaks, orchards hung with reddening apples, red winding lanes between unchecked hedges, blue mountains in the far distance, and the glimpse of a river or of ponds large enough to be called a mere, or even a lake. The exhausted London to which David Williams had returned a few days previously had lost a few thousands of its West End and City population, just in fact most of its interesting if unlikable folk, its people who mattered, its insolent, spoilt darlings whom you liked to recognize in the Carlton atrium, in Hyde Park, in a box at the theatre. Yet the frowsy, worthy millions were there all the same. The air of its then smelly streets was used up and had the ammoniac stench of the stable. It was a weary London. The London actors had not returned from Cornwall and Switzerland. Provincial companies enjoyed, a little anxiously, owing to uncertain receipts at the box office, a brief licence on the boards of famous playhouses. The newspapers had exhausted the stunt of the silly season, and were at their flattest and most yawn-provoking. The South African War had reached its dreariest stage. Bertie Adams on this close September evening had outstayed the other employees of Fraser and Warren in their fifth-floor office at No. 8890 Chancery Lane. He had remained after office hours to do a little work, a little self-improvement, and he was just about to close the outer office and leave the key with the housekeeper when the lift came surging up and out of it stepped a young man in a summer suit and a bowler hat, who, to Bertie's astonishment, not only dashed straight at the door of the partners' room, but opened its Yale lock with a latchkey as though long accustomed to do so. "But, sir," exclaimed the junior clerk his promotion to that rank had tacitly dated from Vivie Warren's departure. "It's all right," said the stranger. "I'm Mr. David Williams, and I've come to draw up some notes for Mrs. Claridge. I dare say Miss Fraser has told you I should work at the office every now and then whilst my cousin, Miss Warren, you know, is away. You needn't wait, though you can close the outer office before you go. And by the by you might fetch me Who's Who for the present year." All this was said a little breathlessly. Bertie brought the volume, then only half the size of its present bulk, because it lacked our new nobility and gave no heed to your favourite recreation. D.V. Williams stood in the yellow light of the west window reading a letter. Cousin? No, twin brother perhaps, but had she one? Mused Bertie. And then that never to be forgotten voice. "Here's Who's Who, I mean, Miss..." He only added the last word as by some subconscious instinct. "Mr. Williams," said Vivian David Warren Williams, facing him with resolute eyes. "Be quite clear about that, Adams. David Vavasour Williams, Miss Warren's cousin." "Indeed I will be, Mr. Sir," said the transfigured Bertie, his brain voice saying over and over again in ecstasy, "I tumble to it, I tumble to it," and then again, "Indeed I will, Mr. Williams. I'm a bit stupid like this evenin', readin' too much. May I stay and help you, sir? I'm pretty quick on the typewriter, Miss Warren may have told you. Sir, and I am not half bad with me shorthand. You know, she would know I'd joined them evenin' classes." "Thank you, Adams, but if you have joined the evening classes you oughtn't to interrupt your attendance there. I can quite manage here alone, and you need not be afraid. I shall leave everything properly closed. You could give up the key of the outer office as you go out. You may often find me at work here after office hours, but that need not disturb you. And I need hardly say, after all Miss Fraser and Miss Warren have told me about you, I rely on you to be at all times thoroughly discreet and not likely to discuss the work of this firm or my share in it with any one." "Indeed you may, Mr. Williams, indeed you may. Oh, I'm so happy. Good night, sir." And Adams's heart was too full for attendance at a lecture on Roman law. He went off instead to the play. He himself belonged now to the world of romance. He knew of things, and wild horses and red-hot tweezers should not tear the knowledge from him or make him formulate his deductions. He knew of things as amazing, as prodigal of developments as anything in the problem play enacted beyond the pit and the stalls. He was the younger brother of Herbert Waring and the comrade of Jessie Joseph, at that moment deceiving the sleuth-hounds of stage law by parading in her fiancé's evening dress and going to prison for his sake. Beryl Claridge had taken up much of Vivie Warren's work on the 1st of August in that year, while Honoria Fraser was touring in Switzerland. Miss Mullet and Miss Stines were replaced, Stines staying on a little later to initiate the newcomers, by two young women so commonplace yet such efficient machines that their names are not worth hunting up or inventing. If I have to refer to them, I will call them Miss A and Miss B. Beryl Claridge was closely scanned by Bertie Adams and frequently compared in his mind with the absent and idealized Vivie. He decided that although she was shrewd and clever and very good looking, he did not like her. She smoked too many cigarettes for 1901. She had her curly hair bobbed, though the term was not invented then. She put up her feet too high and too often, so much so that the scandalized Bertie saw she wore black knickerbockers and no petticoats under her smart tailor made. She snapped your head off, was short, sharp and insolent, joked too much with the spectacled women clerks, who became her willing slaves. Then would ask Bertie about his best girl and tell him he'd got jolly good teeth, a good biceps and quite a nice beginning of a moustache. But she was a worker, no doubt of that. Of course in the dead season there were not so many clients to shock or to win over by her nonchalant manners, only a few women who required advice as to houses, stocks and shares, law, or private inquiries as to the good faith of husbands or fiancés. Such as found their way up in the lift were a little disappointed at seeing Beryl in Vivie's chair, or at not being received by their old friend Honoria Fraser. But Beryl was too good a business woman to put them off with any licence of speech or manners. For the rest, she spent August and early September in mugging up the firm's business, although deep down in her curious little heart, under all her affectation of hardness and insolent disdain of public or family opinion, she firmly loved her architect and the children she had borne him. She desired quite as passionately to be self-supporting, to earn a sufficient income of her own, to be dependent on no one. She might have her passing caprices and her loose and flippant mode of talking, but she wasn't going to be a failure, a cadger, a parasite, a fallen woman. She fully realized that in England no woman has fallen who is self-supporting, whose income meets her expenses and who pays her way. Given those guarantees, all else that she does which is not actually criminal is eventually put down to mere eccentricity. So Honoria's offer and Honoria's business provided her with a most welcome opening. She realized the opportunities that lay before this Woman's Office for General Inquiries, established in the closing years of the 19th century, this business that before woman's enfranchisement nibbled discreetly at the careers and the openings for profit making hitherto rigidly reserved for man. She wasn't going to let Honoria down. Honoria, she realized, was in herself equivalent to many thousands of pounds in capital. Her reputation was flawless. She was known to and esteemed by a host of women of the upper middle class. Her Cambridge reputation for learning, her eventual inheritance of £80,000 were unexpressed reasons for many a woman of good standing preferring to confide her affairs to the judgment of Fraser and Warren in preference to dealing with male legal advisers, male land agents, men on the Stock Exchange, men in house property business. So Beryl became in most respects a source of strength to Honoria Fraser, deprived for a time of the overt cooperation of her junior partner. Beryl, in the first few weeks of her stay, evinced small interest in the departure of Vivien Warren and her reasons for going abroad. She had a scheme of her own in which her architect would take a prominent part, for providing women, authoresses, actresses or the wives of the newly enriched, with week-end cottages, the desire for which was born with the 20th century and fostered by the invention of motors and bicycles. Cases before the firm for opinions on intricate legal problems, Beryl was advised to place before the consideration of one of Honoria's friends, a law student, Mr. D.V. Williams, who would shortly be back from his holiday and who had agreed to look in at the office from time to time and go through such papers as were set aside for him to read. Beryl had remarked, without any intention behind it, on seeing some of his notes initialled V.W., that it was rum he should have the same initials as that Vivie girl whom she remembered at Newnham, who was so silent and stand offish and easily shocked. But she noticed later that when Mr. Williams got to work his initials were really 3 and not 2, D.V.W. One thing with the other, her departure from the office at the regular closing hour, 5, so that she might see her babies before they were put to bed, Williams's habit of coming to work after 6, kept them from meeting till the October of 1901. When they did meet after Honoria's return from Switzerland, Beryl scanned the law student critically, decided he was rather nice looking but very preoccupied, perhaps engaged to some girl whose parents objected, rather mysterious quand même, and she had heard some one say this Mr. David Williams was a cousin or something of Vivie Warren. What if he were in love with Vivie and she had gone away because she had some fad or other about not wanting to marry? Well, all this could be looked into some other time, if it were worth bothering about at all. Or could Williams be spoony on Honoria? After her money? He was much younger, evidently, but young men adored ripe women, and young girls idolized elderly soldiers. C'était à voir. Beryl, ever since she had been to Paris on a stolen honeymoon with the architect, liked saying things to herself in French. Towards the end of October David received at Fig Tree Court a letter from his father in Glamorganshire. Pontystrad Vicarage, October 20, 1901. My dear son, the improvement in my sight continues. I can now read a little every day by daylight without pain or fatigue, and write letters. I feel I owe you a long one, but I shall write a portion each day and not try my eyes unduly. I am glad to know you are now settled down in chambers at Fig Tree Court in the Temple and have begun your studies for the Bar. You could not have taken up a finer profession. What seems to me so wonderful is that you should be able to earn your living at the same time and be no charge on me. I accept your assurances that you need no support, but never forget, my dear son, that if you do, I am ready and willing to help. You sowed your wild oats. Perhaps we both exaggerated the sins of the wild years. At any rate you have made a noble reparation. What a splendid school the colonies must be! What a difference between the David who left me 5 years ago for Mr. Praed's studio and the David who returned to me last summer. I can never be sufficiently thankful to Almighty God for the change He has wrought in you. No lip religion, but a change of heart. I presume you explained everything to the Colonial Office after you got back to London, and that you are now free to take up a civil career? The people out there never sent me any further information. But the other day one of my letters to you, written after I had received the sad news, returned to me, with the information that the hospital you were in had been captured by the Boers and that you could not be traced. I enclose it. You can now finish up the story yourself and let the authorities know how you got away and returned home. The other day that impudent baggage Jenny Gourlay came and asked to see me. She said her husband was out of work and refused to give her enough money to provide for all her children, that he advised her to apply to you for the maintenance of your son. Relying on what you had told me, I sent for Bridget, and we both told her we had made every inquiry and now refused absolutely to believe in her stories of 5 years ago, that you were not the father of her eldest child. Bridget, for example, believed the postman was its father. Jenny burst into tears, and as she did not persist in her claim, my heart was moved, and I gave her 10 shillings, but told her pretty plainly that if she ever made such a claim again I should go to the police. You should have heard Bridget defending you. Such a champion! If you want a witness to character for your references, you should call her. She is loud in your praise. October 22nd. There is one thing I want to tell you, and it is easier to write it than say it. Your mother did not die when you were 3 years old. Much worse. She left me, ran away with an engineer who was tracing out the branch railway. He seemed a nice young fellow, and I had him up often at the vicarage, and that was the way he repaid my hospitality. He wrote to me a year afterwards asking me to divorce her, as though a clergyman of the Church of England could do such a thing. I had offered to take her back, not then, it would have been a mockery, but by putting advertisements into the South Wales papers. But after her paramour's letter, which I did not answer, I never heard any more about her. "Damn it all," said David to himself at this juncture of the letter. He was training himself to swear in a moderate, gentlemanly way. "Damn it all, whatever I do, it seems I cannot come from altogether respectable stock." You grew up, therefore, without a mother's care, though good Bridget did her best. When you were a child, I fear I rather neglected you. I was so disappointed and embittered that I sought consolation in the legends of our beloved country and in scriptural exegesis. You were rather a naughty boy at Swansea Grammar School and somewhat of a scamp at Malvern College. Well, we won't go over all that again. I quite understand your reticence about the past. Once again I think the blame was mine as much as yours. I ought to have interested myself more in your pursuits and games. What a pity, by the by, that you seem to have lost your gift of drawing and painting. I do remember how at one time we were drawn together over the old Welsh legends and the very clever drawings you made of national heroes and heroines. They seemed to come on you as quite a surprise when I took them out of the old portfolio. But about your mother, for it is necessary you should know all I can tell you in case you have to answer questions as to your parentage. Your mother's name was, as you know, Mary Vavasour. It is a common name in South Wales, though it seems to be Norman French. She came to our Pontystrad school as a teacher in 1873. Her father was something to do with mining at Merthyr. I fell in love with her, she had a sweet face, and married her in 1874. You were born 2 years afterwards. Bridget had been my housekeeper before I was married, and I asked her to stay on lest your mother should be inexperienced at first in the domestic arts. They never got on well together, and when Mary had recovered from her confinement and seemed disposed to take up housekeeping, I sent away poor Bridget reluctantly, and only took her back after your mother's flight. Bridget was a second mother to you, as you know, though I fear you never showed her much affection till these later days. October 23rd. My eyes seem to be improving instead of getting tired with the new delights of reading and writing. I owe all this to you and to the clever oculist at Clifton. Dr. Murgatroyd from Pontyffynon looked in here the other day to ask about your return. He seemed almost to grudge me my restored sight because I had got it from other people's advice. Said he could have advised an operation, only he never believed my heart would stand it. When I told him they had mixed the anaesthetic with oxygen, he became quite angry, and exclaimed against these new-fangled notions. But I must not use up my new-found energy writing about him. I want to finish my letter in a business-like fashion, so that you may know all that is necessary to be known about yourself and your position. You may have at any moment to answer questions before you get called to the bar, and with your defective memory I am glad to hear things in the past are becoming clearer to you. I am sure with God's grace you will wholly recover soon from the effects of your wound and your illness. What was I writing? I meant to say that you ought to know the main facts about your family and your position. I was an only son. Your grandfather was a prosperous farmer and auctioneer. You have distant cousins, Vaughans and Williamses and some others living at Shrewsbury named Price. I have written to none of them about your return, because they never evinced any interest in me or my concerns. Your mother's people, her Vavasour relations at Cardiff, did not seem to me to be very respectable, though her father was a well-educated man for his position. He died, I heard, in a mine accident. I am not poorly off for a Welsh clergyman. My mother, a Price of Earthstry, wanted me to go into the Church, and prevailed on your grandfather to send me first to Malvern and next to Cambridge. It was at Cambridge that I met your comrade's father, Sam Gardner, I mean. He was rather wild in his college days, and to tell you the truth I never cared to keep up with him much, he had such very rowdy friends. My mother died while I was at Cambridge, and in his later years your grandfather married again, his housekeeper, and rather muddled his affairs, because at one time he was quite well off. After I was ordained, he purchased for me the avowedson of this living. All that came to me from his estate, however, was a sum of about £11,000. This used to bring me in about £500 a year, and in addition to that was the fluctuating £250 income from my benefice. I took about £3,000 out of my capital to pay the debts you ran up, to article you to Mr. Praed, and I must admit to get my Tales from Taliesin and Legends of the Welsh Saints privately printed at Cardiff. I am afraid I wasted much good money on the desire to see my Cymraeg studies in print. Well, there I am, with about £8,000 or £9,000 to leave. I have not altered my will, leaving it all to you, subject to an annuity of £50 a year to your faithful Nanny. I was projecting an alteration in case of your death, when you most happily returned. I may live another 10 years yet. You have put new life into me. One charge, however, I was going to have laid on you. While you were with me, I could not bear to speak of these matters. If at any time after I'm gone you should come across your unhappy mother and find her in distressed circumstances, I bid you provide for her, but how much I leave entirely to your judgment. Meantime, here I am with an income of nearly £700 a year. I live very simply, as you see, but I give away a good deal in local charity. The people are getting better wages now. In any case, they are usually most ungrateful. I feel I should be happier if I diverted some of this alms-giving to you. You must find this preparatory life very expensive. You must let me send you £25 every half year for pocket money. Here is a cheque on the South Wales Bank for the first instalment. And remember, if you are in any difficulty about your career that a little money can get over, do not hesitate to apply to me. Your loving father, Howell Vaughan Williams. P.S. I have taken 5 days to write this, but see how steady the handwriting is. It is a pleasure to me to look on my own handwriting again, and I feel I owe it all to you. I also forgot in the body of letter to tell you one curious thing. You know we are here on the borders of an interesting vein of limestone which runs all round the coal beds. I dare say you remember as a boy of 15 or so spraining your ankle in Griffith's Hole? Well, Griffith's Hole turns out to be the entrance to a wonderful cave in the limestone. Hither came the other day a party of scientific men who think that majestic first chapter of Genesis to be a Babylonian legend. It appears they discovered, or thought they discovered, the remains of ancient man in Griffith's Hole. I invited them to tea at the vicarage, and amongst them was a very learned gentleman, quite as wise as, but less aggressive than, the others. He was known as Professor Rossiter, and commenting on the similarity of my name with that of a very agreeable young gentleman whom he had recently seen in Gower, it turned out that you were an acquaintance of his. He thinks it a great pity that you are reading for the bar, and wishes you had taken up science instead. At any rate, he hopes you will go and see him in London one day. No. 1 Park Crescent, Portland Place. H.V.W. Several times in reading this letter the tears stood in David's eyes. So much trust and kindness made him momentarily sorry at the double life he was leading. If it were possible to establish the death of the wastrel he was personating, he would perhaps allow his father to live on in this new-found happiness. But if the real D.V.W. were alive, some effort must be made to help him out of the slough, perhaps to bring him back. He would try to find out through Frank Gardner. Some time before Vivie Warren had taken her departure, she had left behind in Honoria Fraser's temporary care a power of attorney duly executed in favour of David Vavasour Williams, and reciprocally D.V.W. had executed another in favour of Vivie Warren. Both these documents lay securely in the little safe that David had had fitted into the wall of his sitting room in Fig Tree Court. Also David had opened an account in his own name after he got back from Wales, at the Temple Bar branch of the C&C Bank. Into this he now paid the cheque for £25 which his father had sent as pocket money. A few days afterwards Vivie Warren reappeared, in spirit, and indited a letter to Frank Gardner's agents in Cape Town. She was careful to give no address at the head of the letter and to post it at Victoria Station. In it she said she was starting on a tour abroad, but asked him to do what he could to trace the boy who had lain so grievously ill in the hospital at Colesberg. Had he recovered after the Boers had taken Colesberg? As a rumour had reached her that he had, and had even returned to England. She wanted to know, and if they ever met again would tell him why. Meanwhile, if he got any news, would he address it to her, care of Honoria Fraser, Queen Anne's Mansions, St. James' Park, as her own address would be quite uncertain for the present. Or it would do quite as well if he wrote to Praddy, but not to his father, which might only needlessly agitate the old clergyman down in Wales, whom Vivie by an unexpected chance had come to know. The first result of this letter, a year later, was a statement of Frank's belief, almost certainty, that his acquaintance of the hospital had died and been buried while the Boers held possession of Colesberg. And that indeed was the utmost that was ever learnt about the end of the ill-fated son of Howel Vaughan Williams and Mary his wife, who were wedded in sunshine and with fair prospects of happiness in the early summer of 1874. The new-born David Vavasour Williams, having by November settled all these details, having arranged to pay the very modest rent of £55 for his 3 rooms at Fig Tree Court, and £25 a year to the housekeeper who was to "do" for him and another gentleman on the same floor, a gentleman who was most anxious to be chummy with the new tenant of the opposite chambers, but whose advances were firmly, though civilly, kept at bay. Having likewise passed his preliminary examination, since he could not avow that inside his clothes he was a third wrangler, having satisfied his 2 godfathers of the bar that he was a fit person to recommend to the benchers, having arranged to read with a barrister in chambers, and settled all other preliminaries of importance, decided that he would pay an afternoon call on the Rossiters in Portland Place and see how the land lay there. Already a strange exhilaration was spreading over David's mind. Life was not twice, but 10 times more interesting than it had appeared to the prejudiced eyes of Vivien Warren. It was as though he had passed through some magic door, gone through the looking glass, and was contemplating the same world as the one Vivie had known for, shall we say, 15 years? But a world which, viewed from a different standpoint, was quite changed in proportions, in colour, in the conjunction of events. It was a world in which everything was made smooth and easy before the semblance of manhood. What a joy to be rid of skirts and petticoats, to be able to run after and leap on to an omnibus, to wear the same hat day after day, just stuck on top of her curly head. Not perhaps to change her clothes between her uprising and her retirement to bed, unless she were going out to dine. No simpering, no need to ask favours, no compliments. It is true she felt awkward in the presence of women, not quite the same even with Honoria. But with men, what a difference! She felt she had never really known men before. At first the frank speech, the expletives, the smoking room stories made her a little uncomfortable and occasionally called forth an irrepressible blush. But this was not to her disadvantage. It made her seem younger and created a good impression on her tutors and acquaintances. A nice modest boy, fresh from the country, pity to lead him astray, won't preserve his innocence long, was the vaguely defined impression contact with her, him I mean, made on most decent male minds. Many a lad comes up from the country to commence his career in London who knew far less than the unfortunate Vivie had been compelled to know of the shady side of life, who is compelled to lead a somewhat retired life by straightness of means, whose determination towards probity and regularity of life is respected by the men of law among whom he finds himself. But David having decided, he did not quite know why, to pursue his acquaintance with Professor Rossiter, having written to ask if he might do so (as a matter of fact he frequently saw Rossiter walking across the gardens of New Square to go to the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons), he recollected him immediately, but Rossiter did not reciprocate, being absent-minded, and having received a card from Linda Rossiter to say they would be at home throughout the winter on Thursdays between 4 and 6, went on one of those Thursdays and made definite progress with the great friendship of his life. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 6. The Rossiters. The Rossiters' house in Park Crescent was at the northern end of Portland Place, and its high-walled garden, the stables that were afterwards to become a garage, and Michael Rossiter's long glass-roofed studio laboratory abutted on one of those quiet, deadly respectable streets at the back that are called after Devon or Dorset place names. The house is now a good deal altered and differently numbered, a portion of it having been destroyed in one of the 1917 air raids when the Marylebone Road was strewn with broken glass for 20 yards. But in the winter of 1901, 1902 and onwards till 1914 it was a noted centre of social intercourse between society and science. The Rossiters were well enough off. He made quite £2,000 a year out of his professorial work and his books, and her income, which was £5,000 when she first married, had risen to £9,000 after they had been married 10 years through the increase in value of Leeds town property. Mrs. Rossiter had had 2 children, but were both dead. Her facile tears had dried. She satisfied her maternal instinct by the keeping of 3 pug dogs, which her husband secretly detested. She also had a scarlet and blue macaw and 2 cockatoos and a Persian cat, but these last her husband liked or tolerated for their colour or their biological interest. Only, as in the case of the dogs, he objected, though seldom angrily, out of consideration for his wife's feelings, to their being so messily and inopportunely fed. Linda Rossiter was liable to lose her pets as she had lost her 2 children, by alternating days of forgetfulness with weeks of lavish over-attention; but as she readily gave way to tears on the least remonstrance, Michael in the course of 11 years of married life remonstrated as little as possible. A clever, tactful parlour maid and 2 good housemaids, a manservant who was devoted to the Professor, and a taxidermist who assisted him in his experiments, did the rest in keeping the big house tolerably tidy and presentable. Rossiter himself was too intent on the stars, the gases of decomposition, the hidden processes of life, miscegenation in starfish, microbic diseases in man, beasts, birds and bees, the glands of the throat, the suprarenal capsules and the chemical origin of life, to care much for aesthetics, for furniture and house decoration. He was the 3rd son of an impoverished Northumbrian squire, who on his part cared only for the more barbarous field sports, and when he could take his mind off them, believed that at some time and place unspecified Almighty God had dictated the English Bible word for word, had established the English Church, and had scrupulously prescribed the functions and limitations of woman. His wife, Michael Rossiter's tenderly loved mother, had died from a neglected prolapsus of the womb, and the old rambling house in Northumberland, situated in superb scenery, had in its furniture grown more and more hideous to the eye as early and mid-Victorian fashions and ideals receded and modern taste shook itself free from what was tawdry, fluffy, stuffy, floppy, messy, cheaply imitative, fringed and tasselled and secretive. Michael himself, from sheer detestation of the surroundings under which he had grown to manhood, favoured the uncovered, the naked wood or stone or slate, the bare floor, the wooden settee or cane-bottomed chair, the massive sideboard, the bare mantelpiece and distempered wall. On the whole, their house in Portland Place satisfied tolerably well the advanced taste in domestic scenery of 1901. But your eye was caught at once by the additions made by Mrs. Rossiter. Linda conceived it was her womanly mission to lighten the severity of Michael's choice in furniture and decorations. She introduced rickety and expensive screens that were easily knocked over, photographs in frames which toppled at a breath, covers on every flat surface that could be covered, occasional tables, tops of grand pianos. If she did not put frills round piano legs, she placed tasselled poufs about the drawing room that every short-sighted visitor fell over, and used large bows of slightly discoloured ribbon to mask unneeded brackets. In the reception rooms food-bestrewn parrot stands were left where they ought never to be seen, and there were gilt-wired parrot cages, baskets for the pugs lined with soiled shawls, absurd ornaments, china cats with exaggerated necks, alabaster figures of stereotyped female beauty, and flower-pot stands of ornate bamboo. She loved portières, and she would fain have mitigated the bareness of the panelled or distempered walls, only that here her husband was firm. She unconsciously mocked the few well-chosen, well-placed pictures on the walls, which she itched to cover with a flock paper, by placing in the same room, on bamboo easels that matched the beribboned flower stands, pastel, crayon or gouache studies of the worst possible taste. Michael's library alone was free from her improvements, though it was sometimes littered with her work-bags or her work. She had long ago developed the dreadful mistake that it helped Michael at his work if she brought hers, perfectly futile as a rule, there too. "I just sit silently in his room, my dear, and stitch or knit something for poor people in Marylebone. I'm told you mayn't say Marylebone. I feel it helps Michael to know I'm there, but of course I don't interrupt him at his work." As a matter of fact she did, confoundedly, but fortunately she soon grew sleepy or restless. She would yawn, as she believed, prettily, but certainly noisily, or she would wonder how time was going, and of course her 20-guinea watch never went, or if it was going was seldom within 1 hour of the actual time. Or she would sneeze 6 times in succession, little cat-like sneezes that were infinitely disturbing to a brain on the point of grasping the solution of a problem. Throughout the winter months she had a little cough. Oh no, you needn't think I'm preparing the way for decease through phthisis. It was one of those kiffy coughs due in the main to acidity, too many sweet things in her diet, too little exercise. She thought she coughed with the greatest discretion, but to the jarred nerves of her husband a few hearty bellows or an asthmatic wheeze would have been preferable to the fidgety, marmoset-like sounds that came from under a lace handkerchief. Sometimes he would raise his eyes to speak sharply, but at the sight of the mild gaze that met his, the perfect belief that she was a soothing presence in this room of hard thinking and close writing, this superb room with its unrivalled library that he owed to the use of her wealth, his angry look would soften and he would return smile for smile. Linda, though a trifle fretful on occasion, especially with servants, a little petulant and huffy, with a sense of her own dignity and importance as a rich woman, was completely happy in her marriage. She had never regretted it for 1 hour, never swerved from the conviction that she and Michael were a perfect match, he tall, stalwart, black-haired and strong, She, petite, she loved the French adjective ever since it had been applied to her at Scarborough by a sycophantic governess, petite, she would repeat. Blonde, plump, or better still, potelée, the governess had later suggested when she came to tea and hoped to be asked to stay, potelée, blue-eyed and pink-cheeked. Dresden china and all the stale similes applied to the type of little woman of whom the modern world has grown intolerant. It was therefore into this milieu that David found himself introduced one Thursday at the end of November 1901. He had walked the short distance from Great Portland Street Station. It was a fine day with a red sunset and a lemon-coloured thin moon crescent above the sunset. The trees and bushes of Park Crescent were a background of dull blue haze. The surface of the broad roads was dry and polished, so his neat patent leather boots would still be fit for drawing-room carpets. A footman in a very plain livery here Michael was firm opened the massive door. David passed between some statuary of too frank a style for Linda's modest taste, and was taken over by a butler of severe aspect, who announced him into the great drawing-room as Mr. David Williams. He recognized Rossiter at once, standing up with a teacup and saucer, and presumed that a fluffy, much befurbelowed little lady at the main tea table was Mrs. Rossiter, since she wore no hat. There was besides a rather alarming concourse of men and women of the world, as he kept his eyes firmly fixed on Mrs. Rossiter for his immediate goal. Rossiter met him half-way, shook hands cordially and introduced him to his wife, who bowed with one of her sweet looks. For the moment David did not interest her. She was much more interested in trying to give an impression of profundity to Lady Feenix, who was commenting on the Professor's discoveries of the strange properties of the thyroid gland. A few introductions were effected: Lady Towcester, Lady Flower, Miss Nipper Totes, Lady Dombey, Mr. Le Creevy, Professor Ray Lancaster, Mr. and Mrs. Gose, and naturally, for the most part, David only half caught their names, while they, without masking their indifference, closed their ears to his some student or other from his classes, I suppose, rather nicely dressed, rather too good-looking for a young man. And Rossiter, who had been interrupted first by Mrs. Rossiter asking him to observe that Lady Dombey had nothing on her plate, and secondly by David's entrance, resumed his discourse. Goodness knew he didn't want to discourse on these occasions, but society expected it of him. There were quite 22 people present, and most of them, all the women, wanted to go away and say 4 hours afterwards: I was, at the Rossiters this afternoon, and the Professor was fascinating. Great. Profoundly interesting. Shocking, my dear. Scandalous. Disturbing, illuminating, more than usually enthralling, only she would keep interrupting. Why is she such a fool? According to the idiosyncrasy of the diner out. He talked to us about the thyroid gland. I don't believe poor Bob's got one between ourselves, and how if you enlarged it or reduce it you'd adjust people's characters to suit the needs of society. And all about chimpanzee's blood I believe he vivisects half through the night in that studio behind the house being the same as ours. And then Ray Lancaster and Chalmers Mitchell argued about the sacums, you know, something to do with appendicitis, of the mammalia, and altogether we had a high old time. I always learn something on their Thursdays. Well, Rossiter resumed his description of an experiment he was making, quite an everyday one of course, for there were at least 3 men present to whom he wasn't going to give away clues prematurely. An experiment on the motor bialaxis of dormice. Mrs. Rossiter had 6 months previously bought a dormouse in a cage at a bazaar, and after idolizing it for a week had forgotten all about it. Her husband had rescued it half starved. His assistant had fed it up in the laboratory, and they had tried a few experiments on it with painless drugs, with astonishing results. The recital really was interesting, and entirely outside the priggishness of science, but it was marred in consecutiveness and simplicity by Mrs. Rossiter's interruptions. "Michael dear, Lady Dombey's cup," or "Mike, could you cut that cake and hand it round?" Or if she didn't interrupt her husband she started stories and side issues of her own in a voice that was quite distinctly heard, about a new stitch in crochet she had seen in the Queen, or her inspection of the East Marylebone soup kitchen. However, when all had taken as much tea and cakes and marrons glacés as they cared for (David was so shy that he had only 1 cup of tea and 1 piece of tea cake), the large group broke up into 5 smaller ones. The few gradually converged, and dropping all nonsense, discussed biology like good 'uns, David listening eager eyed and enthralled at the marvels just beginning to peep out of the dissecting and vivisecting rooms and chemical laboratories in the opening years of the 20th century. Then one by one they all departed, but as David was going too, Rossiter detained him by a kindly pressure on the arm, a contact which sent a half pleasant, half disagreeable thrill through his nerves. "Don't hurry away unless you really are pressed for time. I want to show you some of my specimens and the place where I work." David followed him, after taking his leave of Mrs. Rossiter, who accepted his polite sentences, a little stammered, with a slightly pompous acquiescence, followed him to the library and then through a curtained door down some steps into a great studio laboratory, provided, behind screens, with washing places, and full of mysteries, with cupboards and shelves and further rooms beyond, and a smell of chloride of lime combined with alcoholic preservatives and undefined chemicals. After a tour round this domain in which David was only slightly interested, for lack of the right education and imagination so far he or she had only the mind of a mathematician Rossiter led him back into the library, drew out chairs, indicated cigarettes, even whiskey and soda if he wanted it (David declined), and then began to say what was at the back of his mind. "We met first in the train, the South Wales Express, you remember? I fancy you told me then that you had been in South Africa, in this bungled war, and had been either wounded or ill in some way. In fact you went so far as to say you had had necrosis of the jaw, a thing I politely doubted because whatever it was has left no perceptible scar. Of course it's damned impertinent of me to cross examine you at all, or to ask why you went to and why you left South Africa, but I don't mind confessing you inspire me with a good deal of interest. Now the other day, as you know, I made the acquaintance of your father in Wales at Pontystrad. I told him I had shown a young fellow some of those Gower caves, and how his name was, like your father's, Williams. Of course we soon came to an understanding. Then your father spoke of you in high praise. What a delightful nature was yours, how considerate and kind you were. Don't blush, though I admit it becomes you. Well, you can pretty well guess how he went on. But what interested me particularly was his next admission. How different you were as a lad, rather more than the ordinary wild oats, eh? And how completely an absence in South Africa had changed you. You must forgive my cheek in dissecting your character like this. My excuse is that you yourself had rather vaguely referred to some wound or blood poisoning or operation on the jaw or the throat. Not to beat about the bush any more, the idea came into my mind that if in some way the knife or the enemy's bullet had interfered with your thyroid gland twig what I mean? I mean that if your old man has not been exaggerating, and the difference between the naughty boy whom he sent up to London in, what was it, 1896? And the perfectly behaved, good sort of chap that you are now, is no more than what usually happens when young men lose their cubbishness, why, do you take me? I ask myself whether the change had come about through some interference with the thyroid gland. Do you understand? and I thought, seeing how intensely interesting this research has become, you might have told me more about it. Just what did happen to you? Where you were wounded, who attended to you, what operation was performed on the throat. Only the rum thing is there seems to be no scar. Well, now you help me out. That is, unless you feel more inclined to say, what the hell does it matter to you? David by this time has grown scarlet with embarrassment and confusion, but he endeavoured to meet the situation. My character has changed during the last 5 years, and especially so since I came back from South Africa. But I am quite sure it was not due to any operation on the throat or anywhere else. I really don't know why I told you that silly falsehood in the train about necrosis of the jaw. The fact is that when I was in hospital at Colesberg, a friend of mine in the same ward used to chaff me and say I was going to have necrosis. I had got knocked over one day by the wind of a shell, and I thought I was done for, but it really was next to nothing. Perhaps I had a dose of fever on top. At any rate they kept me in hospital, and one morning the doctors disappeared and the Boers marched in, and when I got well enough I managed to escape and get away to Cape Town, and so returned with some money my friend Frank Gardner lent me. At this stage the sick at heart Vivie was saying to herself, "What an account I'm laying up for Frank to honour when he comes back, if he does come back." I don't know why I tell you all this, except that I never ought to have misled you at the start. But if you are a kind and good man David's voice broke here you will forget all about it and not upset my father. I can assure you I haven't done anything really wrong. I haven't deserted. Some day perhaps I can tell you all about it. But at present all that South African episode is just a horrid dream. I was more sinned against than sinning. Tears were rather in the voice at this stage. I want to forget all about it, and settle down and vex my father no more. I want to read for the bar. A soldier's life is the very opposite to what I should choose if I were a free agent. But you will trust me, won't you? You will believe me when I say I've done nothing wrong, nothing that you, if you knew all the facts, would call wrong?" Speech here trailed off into emotion. Despite the severest self-restraint, the bosom rose and fell. A few tears trickled down the smooth cheeks. It was an ingratiating boy on the verge of manhood that Rossiter saw before him. He hastened to say, "My dear chap, don't say another word unless you like to blackguard me for my impertinence in putting these questions. I quite understand. We'll consider the whole thing erased from our memories. Go on studying for the bar with all your might if you must take up so barren a profession and won't become my pupil in biology. Great openings, I can tell you, coming now in that direction." A pause. "But if it's of any interest to you, just come here as often as you like in your spare time, either to tea with Mrs. Rossiter or to see me at work on my experiments. I've taken a great liking to you, if you'll allow me to say so. I think there's good stuff in you. A young man reading for the bar in London is none the worse for a few friends. He must often feel pretty lonely on a Sunday, for example, and he may also now I'm going to be impertinent and paternal again he may also pick up undesirable acquaintances, male and female. Don't you get feeling lonely with your home far away in Wales. Consider yourself free of this place at any rate, and my wife and I can introduce you to some other people you might like to know. I might introduce you to Mark Stansfield, the Q.C. Do you know any one in London, by the by?" "Oh yes," said David, smiling with all but one tear dried on a still coloured cheek. "I know Honoria Fraser. I know Mr. Praed, the architect." "The A.R.A.? Of course, you or your father said you had been his pupil. Praed. Yes, I visualize him. Rather a dilettante, whimsical. I didn't like what I heard of him at one time. However, it's no affair of mine. And Honoria Fraser, she's simply one of the best women I know. It's curious she wasn't here. At least I didn't see her this afternoon. She's a friend of my wife's. I knew her when she was at Newnham. She had a great friend what was it? Violet? No, Vera? Vivian. Yes, that was it, Vivian Warren. Of course. Why, that business she started for women in the city somewhere is called Fraser and Warren. She was always wanting to bring this Vivien Warren here, said she had such a pretty colouring. I own I rather like to see a pretty woman, but she didn't come. Pulls at his pipe and thrusts another cigarette on David. Went abroad. Seemed rather morose. Someone who came with Honoria said she had a bad mother, and Honoria very rightly shut him up. By the by, where and how did you come to meet Honoria first?" David was on the point of saying, he was so unstrung, why, we were at Newnham together. Then resolved to tell another whopper. Indeed, I am told there is a fascination in certain circumstances about lying, and replied, "Vivien Warren was my cousin. She was a Vavasour on her mother's side, from South Wales, and my mother was a Vavasour too." And as the disguised Vivie said this, some inkling came into her mind that there was a real relationship between Catherine Warren, née Vavasour, and the Mary Vavasour who was David's mother. A spasm of joy flashed through her at the possibility of her story being in some slight degree true. "I see," said Rossiter, satisfied, and feeling now that the interview had lasted long enough, and that there would be just time to glance at his assistant's afternoon work before he dressed for dinner. "Well, old chap, good bye for the present. Come often and see us, and look upon me, I must be 15 years older than you are. What, 24? Impossible, you don't look a day older than 20. In fact, if you hadn't told me you'd been in South Africa. However, as I was saying, look on me as in loco parentis, while you are in London. I'll show you the way out into the hall. Shall they call you a cab? No, you're quite right, it's a splendid night for January. Where do you live? Here, write it down in my address book. 7 Fig Tree Court, Temple. What a jolly address. Are there fig trees in the Temple still? P'raps descended from cuttings or layers the poor Templars brought from the Holy Land." David returned to Fig Tree Court and his studies of criminology, but his body and mind thrilled with the experiences of the afternoon, and the musty records in works of repellent binding and close, unsympathetic print of 19th century forgery, poisoning, assaults on the person and cruelty to children cases, for once failed to hold his close attention. He sat all through the evening after a supper of bread and cheese and ginger beer in his snug small room, furnished principally with well-filled bookshelves. The room had a glowing fire and a green-shaded reading lamp. He sat staring beyond his law books at visions, waking dreams that came and went. The dangers of exposure that opened before him were in these dreams, but there were other mind pictures that filled his life with a glow of colour. How different from the drab horizons that encircled poor Vivie Warren less than a year ago. Poor Vivie, who even Fitzjohn's Avenue at Hampstead had rejected, who had long since been dropped, no doubt on account of rumours concerning her mother, by the few acquaintances she had made at Cambridge, who had parents living in South Kensington, Bayswater and Bloomsbury. Here was Portland Place receiving her in her guise as David Williams with open arms. Men and women looked at her kindly, interestedly, and she could look back at them without that protective frown. At night she could walk about the town, go to the theatre, stroll along the Embankment and attract no man's offensive attentions. She could enter where she liked for a meal, a cup of tea, frequent the museum of the Royal College of Surgeons when she would without waiting for a ladies' day, stop to look at a street fight, cause no sour looks if she entered a smoking compartment on the train, mingle with the man world unquestioned, unhindered, unnoticed, exciting at most a pleasant off-hand camaraderie due to her youth and good looks. Should she go on with the bold adventure? 1,000 times yes. David should break no law in Vivie's code of honour, do real wrong to no one. But Vivie should see the life best worth living in London from a man's standpoint. David, however, must be armed at every point and have his course clearly marked out before his contemplation. He must steep himself in the geography of South Africa. Why not get Rossiter to propose him as a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society? That would be a lark, because they wouldn't admit women as members. They had refused Honoria Fraser. David must read up, somewhere, the history of the South African War as far as it went. He had better find out something about the Bechuanaland police force, how as a member of such a force he could have drifted as far south as the vicinity of Colesberg, how thereabouts he could have got sick enough he certainly would say nothing more about a wound to have been put into hospital. He must find out how he could have escaped from the Boers and come back to England without getting into difficulties with the military or the Colonial Office, or whoever had any kind of control over the members of the Bechuanaland Border Police. But the whole South African episode had better be dropped. Rossiter, after his appeal, would set himself to forget and ignore it. It must be damped down in the poor old father's mind as of relative unimportance. After all, his father was a recluse who did not have many visitors. By the by, he must remember to write on the morrow and explain why he could not come down for Christmas or the New Year. Would promise a good long visit in the Easter holidays instead. Must remember that resolution to learn up some Welsh. What a nuisance it was that you couldn't buy anywhere in London or in South Wales any book about modern conversation in Welsh. The sort of Welsh you learnt in the old-fashioned books, which were all that could be got, was biblical language. Someone had told David that if you went into Smithfield Market in the early morning you might meet the Welsh farmers and stock drivers who had come up from Wales during the night and who held forth in the Cymric tongue over their beasts. But probably their language was such as would shock Nanny. Supposing Frank Gardner did come to England? In that case it might be safer to confide in Frank. He was harum-scarum, but he was chivalrous and he pitied Vivie. Besides, he was a prime appreciator of a lark. Should she even tell Rossiter? No, of course not. That was just one of the advantages of being David. As David she could form a sincere and inspiring friendship with Rossiter, which would be utterly beyond her reach as Vivie. How pale beside the comradeship of Honoria now appeared the hand grips, the hearty male freemasonry of a man like Rossiter. How ungrateful, however, even to make such an admission to herself. At present the only people who knew of her prank and guessed or knew her purpose were Honoria and Bertie Adams. Honoria! What a noble woman, what a true friend. Somehow, now she was David, she saw Honoria in a different light. Poor Norrie! She too had her wistful leanings, her sorrows and disappointments. What a good thing it would be if her mother decided to die. Of course she could never say any such thing to Norrie. To die and set free Honoria to marry Major Petworth Armstrong. She felt Norrie still hankered after him, but perhaps kept him at bay partly because of her mother's molluscous clingings. No, she wouldn't even sneer at Lady Fraser. Lady Fraser had been one of the early champions of women's rights. Very likely it was a dread of Vivie's sneers and disappointment that had mainly kept back Norrie from accepting Major Armstrong's advances. Well, when next they met, she, Vivie, or better still, David, would set that right. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 7. Honoria again. 7 Fig Tree Court, Temple, March 20, 1902. Dear Honoria, I am going down to spend Easter with my people in South Wales. Before I leave I should so very much like a long talk with you, where we can talk freely and undisturbed. That is impossible at the office for 100 reasons, especially now that Beryl Claridge has taken to working early in her new found zeal, while Bertie Adams deems it his duty to stay late. I am, really truly, grieved to hear that your mother is so ill again. I would not ask to meet her, even if she was well enough to receive people, because she does not know me, and when one is as ill as she is, the introduction to a stranger is a horrid jar. But if you could fit in, say, an hour's detachment from her side, is it bedside, or is she able to get up, and could receive me in your own sitting room, why then we could have that full and free talk I should like on your affairs and on mine and on the joint affairs of Fraser and Warren. Yours sincerely, D.V.W. Dear David, come by all means. The wish for a talk is fully reciprocated on my side. Mother generally tries to sleep in the afternoon between 3 and 6, and a nurse is then with her. Yours sincerely, H.F. "Mr. David Williams wishes to see you, miss," said a waiter, meeting Honoria on a Thursday afternoon as she was emerging into their tiny hall from her mother's room. "Show him up, please. Ah, there you are, David. We must both talk rather low, as mother is easily waked. Come into my study. Fortunately it is at the other end of the flat." They reach the study, and Honoria closes the door softly but firmly behind them. We never do kiss as a rule, having long ago given up such a messy form of greeting, but certainly we wouldn't under these circumstances, lest we could be seen from the opposite windows and thought to be engaged. But though I may seem a little frigid in greeting you, it is only because of the clothes you are wearing. You understand, don't you? "Quite, dearest. We cannot be too careful. Besides, we long ago agreed to be modern and sanitary in our manners." "Won't you smoke?" "Well, perhaps it would be more restful," said David, "more manly, but as a matter of fact of late I have been rather off smoking. It is very wasteful, and as far as I am concerned it never produced much effect either way on the nerves. Still it gives one a nice manly flavour. I always liked the smell of a smoking room. And your mother, how is she?" "Very bad, I fear. The doctor tells me she can't last much longer, and hypocritical as the phrase sounds, I couldn't wish her to, unless these pains could be mitigated and this dreadful distress in breathing. I wonder if some day I shall be like that, and if behind my back a daughter will be saying she couldn't wish me to live much longer unless, etc. I shall miss her frightfully if she does die. Armstrong has been more than kind. He has got a woman's heart for tenderness. He thinks every day of some fresh palliative until the doctors quite dislike him. Fortunately his kindness gives mother a fleeting gleam of pleasure. She wants me to marry him. I don't know, I'm sure. Whilst she's so bad I don't feel I could take any interest in love making, and I suppose we should make love in a perfunctory way. We're all of us so bound by conventions. We try to feel dismal at funerals when often the weather is radiant and the ride down to Brookwood most exhilarating. And love making is supposed to go with marriage. Hey ho! What should you say if I did marry Major Armstrong? Did you ever hear of such a ridiculous name as Petworth? I should have to call him Pet, and every one would think I had gone sentimental in middle age. How can parents be so unthinking about Christian names? He can't see the thing as I do. It is almost the only subject on which he is huffy. You are the other, about which more anon. He says the Petworth property meant everything to the Armstrongs, to his branch of the Armstrongs. But for that they might have been any other kind of Armstrong. It always kept him straight at school and in the army, he says, to remember he was an Armstrong of Petworth. They have held that poor little property, I call it, alongside the Egmonts and the Leconfields for 300 years, though they've been miserably poor. His second name is James. Petworth James Armstrong, but he loathes being called Jimmy. Of course, dear, I've no illusions. I'm not bad to look at, indeed I sometimes quite admire my figure when I see myself after my bath in the cheval glass. But I'm pretty well sure that one of the factors in Pet's admiration for me was my income. Mother, it seems, has a little of her own from one of her aunts, and if the poor darling is taken, though it is simply horrid considering that if only that she has talked so freely to Army. I think I like Army far better than Pet. Well, I mean she's been trying to tell him ever since he first came to call, that when she is gone I shall have all told in my own right 5,000 a year. So I took the first opportunity of letting him know that 2,000 a year of that would be held in reserve for the work of the firm and for the women's cause generally. Look here, I won't babble on much longer. I know you're dying to make me confidences. We'll ring for tea to be sent in here, and whilst the waiter is coming and going, don't they take such a time about it when they're de trop? We'll talk of ordinary things that can be shouted from the housetops. I haven't been to the office for 3 days. Does everything seem to be going on all right? David: quite all right. Bertie Adams tries dumbly to express in his eyes his determination to see the firm and me through all our troubles and adventures. I wish I could convey a discreet hint to him not to be so blatantly discreet. If there were a Sherlock Holmes about the place, he would spot at once that Adams and I shared a secret. But about Beryl. Enter waiter. Honoria to waiter: "Oh, tea for 2, please. Remember it must be China, and the still room maids must see that the water has been fresh boiled. And buttered toast, or if you've got muffins? You have? Well then muffins, and of course jam and cake. And would you mind you always try, I know bringing the things in very quietly here? Because Lady Fraser is so easily waked." The Swiss waiter goes out, firmly convinced that Honoria's anxiety for her lady mother is really due to the desire that the mother should not interrupt a flirtation and a clandestine tea. Honoria: "Well, about Beryl?" David: "Beryl, I should say, is going to become a great woman of business. But for that, and I think a curious streak of fidelity to her vacillating architect. How happy could I be with either, don't you know, he seems to feel. Just now they say he is living steadily at Storrington with his wife No. 1, who is ill, poor thing. But for that and this I think Beryl would enjoy a flirtation with me. She can't quite make me out, and my unwavering severity of manner. Her cross questioning sometimes is maddening, or it might become so, but that with both of us, you and me, retiring so much into the background, she has to lead such a strenuous life, and see one after the other the more important clients. Of course here's the tea." Brief interval during which the waiter does much unnecessary laying out of the tea, until Honoria says: "Don't let me keep you. I know you are busy at this time. I will ring if we want anything." David continues: "Of course I come in for my share of the work after 6. On one point Beryl is firm. She doesn't mind coming in at 9 or at 8 or at 7:30 in the morning, but she must be back in Chelsea by 5:30 to see her babies, wash them and put them to bed. She has a tiny little house, she tells me, near Trafalgar Square, and fortunately she's got an excellent and devoted nurse, one of those rare treasures that questions nothing and is only interested in the business in hand. She and a cook general make up the establishment. Before Mrs. Architect No. 1 became ill, Mr. Architect used to visit her there pretty regularly, and is assumed to be Mr. Claridge. Well, to finish up about Beryl, I think we can trust her. She may be odd in her notions of morality, but in finance or business she's as honest as a man." "My dear David, what a strange thing for you to say. I suppose it is part of your make up, goes with the clothes and that turnover collar and the little safety pin through the tie?" David: "No, I said it deliberately. Men are mostly hateful things, but I think in business they're more dependable than women. Think more about telling a lie or letting any one down. The point for you to seize on is this, if you haven't noticed it already, that Beryl has become an uncommonly good business woman, and what's more, my dear, you've improved her just as you improved me." Honoria deprecates this with a gesture as she sits looking into the fire. "Beryl's talk is getting ever so much less reckless, and she takes jolly good care not to scandalize a client." She finds Adam, she tells me, so severe at the least jest or personality that she only talks to him now on business matters, and finds him a great stand-by. And the other day she told Miss A, as you call the senior clerk, she ought to be ashamed of herself bringing in a copy of the Vie Parisienne. The way she settled Mrs. Gordon's affair, you remember, number 3875, you catalogued the case, was masterly, and Mrs. G. has insisted on paying 5% commission on the recovered property. And it was Beryl who found out that leakage in the variegated tea room statement of accounts. I hadn't spotted it. No, I think we needn't be anxious about Beryl, especially whilst I am in Wales and you are giving yourself up, as you ought to do, to your mother. But it's coming to this, Honoria. Enter waiter. David says, "Oh, damn," half audibly. Waiter is confirmed in his suspicions, but as he likes Honoria immensely, resolves to say nothing about them in the steward's room. She is such a kind young lady. He explains he has come to take the tea things away, and Honoria replies, "Capital idea. Now, David, you'll be able to have the whole table for your accounts." "It's coming to this, Honoria," says David, clearing his throat, "that you will soon be wanting not to be bothered any more with the affairs of Fraser and Warren, and after I really get into the law business I too shall require to detach myself. Let us therefore be thankful that Beryl is shaping so well. I rather think this summer you will have to get more office accommodation and give her some more responsible women to help her. Now, finish what you were saying about Major Armstrong." Honoria: "Of course I shall marry him some day. I suppose I felt that the day after I first met him. But it amuses me to be under no illusion. I am sure this is what happened 2 years ago, or whenever it was he came back wounded from your favourite haunt, South Africa. Michael Rossiter, who likes Army enormously, I think they were at school or college together, said to Linda, his wife, 'Here's Armstrong, one of the best, wants to marry, wife must have a little money, otherwise he'll have to go on letting Petworth Manor. And here's Honoria Fraser, one of the finest women I've ever met. Getting a little long in the tooth, or will be soon. Let's bring 'em together and make a match of it.' So we were each convoked for a luncheon, with a projected adjournment to Kew, which you spoilt, and there it is. But joking apart, Army is a dear, and I am sure by now he wants me even more than my money, and I certainly want him. I'm rising 30 and I long for children and don't want 'em to come to me too late in life." David: "You said he didn't like me?" Honoria: "Oh, that was half nonsense. When we all met last Sunday at the Rossiters he became very jealous and suspicious. Asked who was that whipper-snapper. I said you neither whipped nor snapped, especially if kindly treated. He said, then who was that Madonna young man, a phrase it appears he'd picked up from Lord Cromer, who used to apply it to every new arrival from the Foreign Office. Armstrong was once his military secretary. I was surprised to hear he thought you womanish. I spoke of your fencing, riding, was just going to add hockey and croquet, then remembered they might be thought feminine pastimes, so referred to your swimming. Military men always respect a good swimmer, I fancy because many of them funk the water. I was just going on to explain that you were a cousin and a great friend of mine and helped me in my business, when a commissionaire came from Quansions in a hansom to say that mother was feeling very bad again. Army and I went back in the hansom, but I was crying a little and being a gentleman he did not press his suit." Enter Lady Fraser's nurse on tiptoe, says in a very hushed voice, "Major Armstrong has called, Miss Fraser. He came to ask about Lady Fraser. I said if anything she was a bit better and had had a good sleep. He then asked if he might see you." Honoria: "Certainly. Would you mind showing him in here? It will save my ringing for the waiter." Enter Major Armstrong. At the sight of David he flushes and looks fierce. Honoria: "So glad you've come, dear Major. I hear mother has had a good nap. I must go to her presently. You know David Vavasour Williams? Davy, you really must leave out your second name. It gets so fatiguing having to say it every time I introduce you." Armstrong bows stiffly, and David, standing with one well-shaped foot in a neat boot on the curb of the fireplace, looks up and returns the bow. "Honoria, this won't do. You are two of my dearest friends, and yet you hardly greet one another. I always determined from the age of 15 onwards I would never pass my life as men and women in a novel do, letting misunderstandings creep on, where 50 words might settle them. Army, you've often asked me to marry you, or at least so I've understood your broken sentences. I never refused you in so many words. Now I say distinctly yes, if you'll have me. Only you know quite well I can't actually marry you whilst mother lies so ill." Major Armstrong, very red in the face, in a mixture of exultation, sympathy, and annoyance that the affairs of his heart are being discussed before a whippersnapper stranger, says, "Honoria, do you mean it? Oh!" "Honoria, of course I mean it, and if I drew back you could now have a breach of promise of marriage action, with David as an important witness. D.V.W., who by the by is a cousin of my greatest friend, my friend for life, whether you like her, as you ought to do, or not, Vivie Warren. David is reading for the bar, and besides being your witness as to what I have just said, might, if you deferred your action long enough, be your counsel. Now look here," with a catch in the voice, "you two dear things. My nerves are all to bits. I haven't slept properly for nights and nights. David, dear, if you must talk any more business before you go down to Wales, you must come and see me to-morrow. Darling mother, I can't bear the thought you may not live to see my happiness." David discreetly withdraws without a formal good-bye, and as he goes out and the firelight flickers up, sees Armstrong take Honoria in his arms. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 8. The British Church. David had read hard all through the Hilary term with Mr. Stansfield of the Inner Temple. He had passed examinations brilliantly, he had solved knotty problems in the legal line for Fraser and Warren, and as already related he had begun to go out into society. Indeed, starting from the Rossiters' Thursdays and Praed's studio suppers, he was being taken up by persons of influence who were pleased to find him witty, possessed of a charming voice, of quiet but unassailable manners. Opinions differed as to his good looks. Some women proclaimed him as adorable, rather sphinx-like, you know, but quite fascinating with his well-marked eyebrows, his dark and curly lashes, the rich warm tints of his complexion, the unfathomable grey eyes and short upper lip, with the down of adolescence upon it. Other women, without assigning any reason, admitted he did not produce any effect on their sensibility. They disliked law students, they said, even if they were of a literary turn. They also disliked curates and shop-walkers and sidesmen and Sunday school teachers. Give them manly men, avowed soldiers and sailors, riders to hounds, sportsmen, big game hunters, gamekeepers, chauffeurs the chauffeur was becoming a new factor in society, Bernard Shaw's Superman prize fighters, meat salesmen, then you knew where you were. Similarly, men were divided in their judgment of him. Some liked him very much, they couldn't quite say why. Others spoke of him contemptuously, like Major Armstrong had done. This was due partly to certain women being inclined to run after him, and therefore to jealousy on behalf of the professional lady killer of the military species, and partly to a vague feeling that he was enigmatic, sphinx-like, as some women said. He was too silent sometimes, especially if the conversation amongst men tended towards racy stories. He was sarcastic and nimble-witted when he did speak, and he was not easily bullied. If he encountered an insolent person, he gave full effect to his 5 feet 8 inches. The look from his grey eyes was unwavering, as though he tacitly accepted the challenge. There was an invisible rapier hanging from his left hip, a poise of the body which expressed dauntless courage. Honoria's stories of his skill in fencing, riding, swimming, ball games, helped him here. They were perfectly true, or sufficiently true, mutatis mutandis, and when put to the test, stood the test. David indeed found it well during this first season in town to hire a hack and ride a little in the park. It only added one way and another about £50 to his outlay, and impressed certain of the benchers who were beginning to turn an eye on him. One elderly judge, also a park rider, developed an almost inconvenient interest in him, asked him to dinner, introduced him to his daughters, and wanted to know a deal too much as to his position and prospects. On the whole, it was a distinct relief from a public position, from this increasing number of town acquaintances, this broader and broader track strewn with cunning pitfalls, to lock up his rooms and go off to Wales for the Easter holidays. Easter was late that year, or it has to be for the purpose of my story, and David was fortunate in the weather and the temperature. If West Glamorganshire had looked richly, grandiosely beautiful in full summer, it had an exquisite if quite different charm in early spring, in April. The great trees were spangled with emerald leaf buds. The cherries, tame and wild, the blackthorn, the plums and pears in orchards and on old, old grey walls, were in full blossom of virgin white. The apple trees in course of time showed pink buds. The gardens were full of wallflowers. The inhabited country smelt of wallflowers, purple flags, narcissi, hyacinths. The woodland was exquisitely strewn with primroses. In the glades rose innumerable spears of purple half-opened bluebells. The eye ranged over an anemone-dotted sward in this direction, over clusters of smalt blue dog violets in another. Ladies' smocks and cowslips made every meadow delicious, and the banks of the lowland streams were gorgeously gilded with kingcups. The mountains on fine days were blue and purple in the far distance, pale green and grey in the foreground. Under the April showers and sunshafts they became tragic, enchanted, horrific, paradisiac. Even the mining towns were bearable in the spring sunshine. If man had left no effort untried to pile hideosity on hideosity, flat ugliness on nauseous squalor, he had not been able to effect the arch of the heavens in its lucid blue, all smokes and vapours driven away by the spring winds. He had not been able to neutralize the vast views visible from the miners' sordid one-story dwellings, the panorama of hill and plain, of glistening water, towering peaks and larch forests of emerald green among the blue Scotch pines and the black-green yews. David, in previous letters, looking into his father's budget, had shown him he could afford to keep a pony and a pony cart. This therefore was waiting for him at the little station with a gardener to drive, but in a week David, already a good horseman, had learnt to drive under the gardener's teaching, and then was able to take his delighted father out for whole-day trips to revel in the beauties of the scenery. They would have with them a wicker basket containing an ample lunch prepared by the generous hands of Bridget. They would stop at some spot on a mountain pass, tether the pony, sit on a plaid shawl thrown over a boulder, and feast their eyes on green mountain shoulders reared against the pale blue sky, or gaze across ravines not unworthy of Switzerland. Or they would put up pony and cart at some village inn, explore old battlemented churches and churchyards with 17th and 18th century headstones, so far more tasteful and seemly than the hideous death memorials of the 19th century. And ever and again the old father, looking more and more like a Druid, would recite that charming spring song, the 104th Psalm, or fragments of Welsh poetry sounding very good in Welsh, as no doubt Greek poetry does in properly pronounced Greek, but being singularly bald and vague in its references to earth, sea, sky, and flora when translated into plain English. David expressed some such opinions which rather scandalized his father, who had grown up in the conventional school of unbounded, unreasoning reverence for the Hebrew, Greek, and Celtic classics. From that they passed to the great problems, the undeterminable problems of the universe, the awful littleness of men, mere lice perhaps on the scurfy body of a shrinking, dying planet of a fifth-rate sun, one of a billion other suns. The Reverend Howell, like most of the Christian clergy of all times, of course never looked at the midnight sky, or gave any thought to the terrors and mysteries of astronomy, a science so modern, in fact, that it only came into real existence 200 or 300 years ago, and is even now only taken seriously by about 10,000 people in Europe and America. Where in this measureless universe, which indeed might only be one of several universes, was God to be found? A God that had been upset by the dietary of a small desert tribe, who fussed over burnt sacrifices and the fat of rams at one time, at another objected to censuses, at another and a later date wanted a human sacrifice to placate his wrath, or who had washed out the world's fauna and flora in a flood which had left no geological evidence to attest its having taken place. "Did you ever think about the dinosaurs, father?" said David at the end of some such tirade, an outburst of free thinking which in earlier years might have upset that father to wrath and angry protest, but which now, for some reason, only left him dazed and absent-minded. It was the colonies that had done it, he thought, and the studio talk of that dilettante architect. By and by David would distinguish himself at the bar, marry and settle down, and resume the orthodox outlook of the English, or as he liked to call it, the British Church. The dinosaurs, my boy? No. What were they? David: the real dragons, the dragons of the prime, that swarmed over England and Wales and Scotland and Europe, Asia and North America, and I dare say Africa too. One of the most stupendous facts of what you call creation, though perhaps only one amongst many skin diseases that have afflicted the planet. Well, the dinosaurs went on developing and evolving and perfecting, so Rossiter says, then they were scrap-heaped. What a waste of creative energy. Father: Ah, it's Rossiter who puts all these ideas into your head, is it? David, flushing: Oh dear no. I used to think about them at is about to say Newnham, but substitutes Malvern at Malvern. Father, dryly: I'm glad to hear you thought about some things serious, at any rate, then, in the midst of your scrapes and truancies. But go on, dear boy. It's a delight to me to hear you speak. It reminds me, I mean your voice does, of your poor mother. You know I loved her very tenderly, David, and though it is all past and done with, I believe I should forgive her now, if she only came back to me. I'm sometimes so lonely, boy. I wish you'd marry and settle down here. There's lots of room for you, some nice girl, and give me grandchildren before I die. But I suppose I must be patient and wait first for your call to the bar. What a dreary long time it all takes. Why can't they, with one so clever, shorten the term of probation? Or why wait for that to marry? I could give you an allowance. As soon as you were called, you could then follow the South Wales circuit. Well, go on about your dinosaurs. I seem to remember Professor Owen invented them, but he never wavered in his faith, and was the great opponent of that rash man Darwin. Oh, I remember now, the old controversies. What a stalwart was the Bishop of Winchester. They couldn't bear him at their scientific meetings. There was one at Bath, if I recollect right, and he put them all to the right about. What about your dinosaurs? I'm not denying their existence. It's only the estimates of time that are so ridiculous. God made them and destroyed them in the Great Flood, of which their fossil remains are the evidence. David, however, would desist from pursuing such futile arguments, feel surprised indeed at his own outbreaks, except that he hated insincerity. However new and disturbing to his father were these flashes of the new learning, in his outward conduct he was orthodox and extremely well behaved. The spiritual exercises of the Revd. Howell had become jejune, and limited very much by his failing sight. The recovery after the operation had come too late in life to bring about any expansion of public or private devotions. Family prayers were reduced to the recital from memory of an exhortation, a confession and an absolution, followed by the Lord's Prayer and a benediction. Services in the church were limited to morning and evening prayers, with communion on the first Sunday in the month, and a sermon following morning prayer. There was no one to play the organ if the schoolmistress failed to turn up, as she often did. David, however, scrupulously turned the normal congregation of 5, Bridget, the maid of the time being, the gardener groom, the sexton, and a baker churchwarden, into 6 by his unvarying attendance. In the course of half his stay, the rumour of his being present and of his good looks and great spiritual improvement attracted quite a considerable congregation, chiefly of young women and a few sheepish youths, so that his father was at one and the same time exhilarated and embarrassed. Was this to be a church revival? If so, he readily pardoned David his theories on the dinosaurs and his doubts as to the unvarying evidence of divine wisdom in the story of creation. If any other consideration than a deep affection for this dear old man and repentance for his unwise ebullitions of free thought had guided David in the matter, it was an utter detestation of the services and the influence of the Calvinist chapel in the village, the Little Bethel, presided over by Pastor Pritoric, a fanatical blacksmith who alternated spells of secret drunkenness and episodes of animalism by orgies of self-abasement, during which he, in half confessing his own lapses, attributed freely and unrebukedly the same vices to the male half of his overflowing congregation. These outpourings, "Peccator thranis wifi, arguid madeni me," extempore prayers, psalms chanted with a swaying of the body, hymns sung uproariously, Scripture read with an accompaniment of groans, hysteric laughter and interjections of assent, and a rambling discourse, lasting fully an hour, were in the Welsh language, and David on his 3 or 4 visits, and it can be imagined what a sensation they caused, the vicar's son, himself perhaps about to confess his sins, understood very little of the subject matter, save from the extravagant gestures of the participants. But he soon made up his mind that religion for religion, that expressed by the English well, Father, you are right, the British Church in Wales, was many hundred times superior in reasonableness and stability to the negroid ebullitions of the Calvinists. As a matter of fact, they were scarcely more followers of the reformer Calvin than they were of Ignatius Loyola. It was just a symptomatic outbreak of some prehistoric Iberian, Silurian form of worship, something deeply planted in the soil of Wales, something far older than Druidism, something contemporary with the beliefs of Neolithic days. 18 years ago much of Wales was as enslaved by whiskey as are still Celtic Scotland, Celtiberian Ireland, Lancashire, London, and wicked little Kent. It was only saved from going under completely by decennial religious revivals, which for 3 months or so were followed by total abstinence and a fierce-eyed continence. Just about this time, during David's extended spring holiday in Wales (he had brought many law books down with him to read), there had begun one of the newspaper-made famous revivals. It was led by a young prophet, a football half-back or whatever they are called, though I, who prefer thoroughness, would, if I played football, offer up the whole of my back to bear the brunt, who saw visions of teutonically conceived angels with wings, who heard voices, was in constant communication with the Redeemer of mankind, and on familiar terms with God, had a lovely tenor voice, and moved emotional men and hysterical, love-sick women to tears, even to bellowings, by his prayers and songs. He had for some weeks been confined in publicity to half-contemptuous paragraphs in the South Wales press. Then the Daily Chronicle took him up. Their well-known emotional article writer, Mr. Sigsbee, saw copy in him, and, to do him justice, for there I agreed with him, a chance to pierce the armour of the hand-in-glove with Government distillers, so went down to Wales to write him up. For 3 weeks he became more interesting than a Cabinet Minister. Indeed, Cabinet Ministers, or those who aspired to become such at the next turn of the wheel, truckled to him. Some were afraid he might become a small Messiah and lead Wales into open revolt; others that he might smash the whiskey trade and impair the revenue. Mr. Lloyd George, going to address a pro-Boer meeting at Aberystwyth, was it? Encountered him at a railway junction, attended by a court of ex-footballers and reformed roisterers, and said in the hearing of a reporter, "I must fight with the sword of the flesh, but you fight with the sword of the spirit," whatever that may have meant, and I do not pretend to complete accuracy of remembrance. I only know I felt very angry with the whole movement at the time, because it delayed indefinitely the Daily Chronicle's review of my new book. Well, this Evan, in all such movements an Evan is inevitable, Evan Gwyllim Jones, with the black eyes, abundant black hair, beautiful features he was a handsome lad and glorious voice, addressed meetings in the open air and in every available building of 4 walls. Thousands withdrew their names from footballery, nigh on 2 millions must have taken the pledge, and not merely an anti-whiskey pledge, but a fierce renunciation of the most diluted alcohol as well, and approximately 250,000 confessed their sins of unchastity and swore to be reborn Galahads for the rest of their lives. It was a spiritual spring cleaning, as drastic and as overdone as are the domestic upheavals known by that name, but it did a vast deal of good, all the same, to South Wales, and though it was a 7th wave, the tide of temperance, thrift, cleanliness, bodily and spiritual, had risen to a higher level of average in the beautiful romantic principality ever since. Evan Gwyllim Jones, however, overdid it. He had to retire from the world to a home, some said even to a mental hospital. 6 months afterwards he emerged, cured of his voices, much plumper, and perhaps, poor soul, shorn of some of his illusions and ideals. But he married a grocer's widow of Cardiff, and the Daily Chronicle mentioned him no more. The infection of his meetings, however, penetrated to the agricultural district in which Pontystrad was situated. 5 villages went completely off their heads. The blacksmith pastor had to be put under temporary restraint. Quite decent-looking, unsuspected folk confessed to far worse sins than they had ever committed. There arose an aristocracy of outcasts. 3 inns where little worse than bad beer was sold were gutted. Respectable farmers' wives drank eau de Cologne instead of spirits. Several overdue marriages took place. There were a number of premature births, and the membership of the football clubs was disastrously reduced. Such excitement was generated that little work was done, and the illegitimate birth rate of West Glamorganshire, always high, for the opening months of 1903 became even higher. David was enlisted by the employers of labour, the farmers, chemical works, mining and smelting works managers, squires and postmasters, to restore order. He preached against the revivalists, not with any lack of sympathy, any apology for the real ills which they denounced. He spoke with emphasis against the loosening of morality, recommended early marriage and, above all, education, denounced the consumption of alcohol so strenuously and convincedly that then and there as he spoke he resolved himself henceforth to abstain from anything stronger than lager beer or the lighter French and German wines. But he threw cold water resolutely on the fantastical nonsense that accompanied these emotional outbursts of so-called religion, invited his hearers to study, at any rate elementarily, astronomy and biology, did not run down football, but advised a moderate interest only being taken in such futile sports, recommended volunteering and an acquaintance with rifles as far as preferable, seeing that we always stood in danger of a European war or of a drastic revival of insolent conservatism. Then he made his appeal to the women. He spoke of the dangers of this hysteria, the need there was for level-headed housekeeping women in our councils, how they should first qualify for and then demand the suffrage, having already attained the civic vote. Here some of the employers of labour disapproved, plucked at his arm or hem of his reefer jacket, and one squire lumbered off the platform. But he held on, warming with a theme that hitherto had hardly interested him. His speeches were above the heads of his peasant audiences, but they were a more sensitive harp to play on than the average Anglo-Saxon audience. Many women wept, only decorously, as he outlined their influence in a reformed village, a purified principality. The men applauded frantically because, despite some prudent reserves, there seemed to be a promise of revolt in his suggestions. David felt the electric thrill of the orator in harmony with his audience, who for that reason will strive for further triumphs, more resounding perorations. He introduced scraps of Welsh, all his auto-intoxicated brain could remember. How physically true was that taunt of Dizzy's, inebriated with the exuberance of his own verbosity. And the delighted audience shouted back, "You're the man we want! Into Parliament you shall go, Davy Bach!" and much else. So David restored the 5 villages to sobriety in life and faith, yet left them with a new enthusiasm kindled. Before he departed on his return to London and the grind of his profession, he had effected another change. Because he had spoken as he had spoken and touched the hearts of emotional people, they came trickling back to his father's church, to the British Church, as David now called it. Little Bethel was empty, and the pastor blacksmith not yet out of the asylum at Swansea. The Reverend Howell Williams trod on air. His sermons became terribly long and involved, but that was no drawback in the minds of his Welsh auditory, though it made his son swear inwardly and reconciled him to the approaching return to Fig Tree Court. The old Druid felt inspired to convince the 100 people present that the church they had returned to was the church of their fathers, not only back to Roman times, when Glamorganshire was basking in an Italian civilization, but further still. He showed how the Druids were rather to be described as anti-Christian than anti with an I, and played ponderously on this quip. In Druidism, he observed, I am sure I cannot think why, but it was his hobby, you had a remarkable foreshadowing of Christianity, the idea of the human sacrifice, the atonement, the communion of saints, the mystic vine, which he clumsily identified with the mistletoe, and what not else. He read portions of his privately published Tales of Taliesin. In short, such happiness radiated from his pink-cheeked face and recovered eyes that David regretted in no wise his own lapses into conventional, stereotyped religion. The Church of Britain might be stiff and stomachered as the offspring of Elizabeth, but it was stately, it was respectable, as outwardly was the great Virgin Queen, and it was easy to live with. Only he counselled his father to do 2 things: never to preach for more than half an hour, even if it meant keeping a small American clock going inside the pulpit ledge, and to obtain a curate, so that the new enthusiasm might not cool, and his father, verging on 70, might not overstrain himself. He pointed out that by letting off most of the glebe land and pretermitting David's pocket money, he might secure a young and energetic Welsh-speaking curate, the remainder of whose living wage would, he felt sure, be found out of the diocesan funds of St. David's Bishopric. The Reverend Howell let him have his way this was after David had returned to Fig Tree Court and by the following June a stalwart young curate was lodged in the village and took over the bulk of the progressive church work from the fumbling hands of the dear old vicar. He was a thoroughly good sort, this curate, troubled by no possible doubts whatever, a fervent teetotaler, a half-back or whole-back, I forget which, at football, a good boxer and an unwearied organizer. Little Bethel was sold and eventually turned into a seed merchant's repository and drying room. The curate in course of time married the squire's daughter, and I dare say long afterwards succeeded the Reverend Howell Vaughan Williams when the latter died, but that date is still far ahead of my story. At any rate, isn't it droll how these things come about, David's action in this matter, undertaken he hardly knew why, did much to fetter Mr. Lloyd George's subsequent attempts to disestablish the British Church in Wales. What did Bridget think of all this, of the spiritual evolution of her nursling, of his identity with the vicious, shifty, idle youth whose uncanny gift of design seemed to have been completely lost after his stay in South Africa? David Vavasour Williams had left home to the relief of his father and the whole village, if even to the half-pitying regret of his old nurse, in 1896. He had spent a year or more in Mr. Prod's studio studying to be an architect or a scene painter, then somehow or other he did not get on with Mr. Prod, and he enlisted impulsively in a South African police force, in the army it seemed to Bridget. He had somehow become involved in a war with a South African people called by Bridget the Wild Boars. He is wounded or ill in hospital, is little heard of, almost presumed dead. Throughout all these 5 years he scarcely ever writes to his forgiving father, maintains latterly a sulky silence, then suddenly in the summer of 1901 returns, preceded only by a telegram but apparently vouched for by this Mr. Prod, and announces himself as having forgotten his Welsh and most of the events of his youth, but having acquired a changed heart and an anxiety to make up for past ill behaviour by a present good conduct which seems almost miraculous. Well, miracles were easily believed in by Bridget. Perhaps his father's prayers had been answered. Providence sometimes meted out an overwhelming boon to really good people. David was certainly a Vavasour, if there was nothing Williamsy about his looks. His mother, in Mrs. Bridget Evanwy's private opinion, had been a hussy. Was David his father's son? Hadn't she once caught Mrs. Howell Williams kissing a young stranger behind a holly bush, and wasn't that why Bridget had really been sent away? She had returned to take charge of the pretty motherless little boy when she herself was a widow disappointed of children, and the child was only 3. Would she ever turn against her nursling now, above all, when he was showing himself such a son to his old father? Not she. He might be who and what he would. He was giving another 10 years of renewed life to the dear old Druid and the continuance of a comfortable home to his old Nanny. They talked a great deal up at Little Bethel of a change of heart. Perhaps such things really took place, though Bridget Evanwy from a shrewd appraisement of the Welsh nature doubted it. She would like to, but couldn't quite believe that an angel from heaven had taken possession of David's body and come here to play a divine part, because David sometimes talked so strangely, seemed not only to doubt the existence of a heavenly host, but even of something beyond, so awful in Bridget's mind that she hardly liked to define it in words, though in her own Welsh tongue it was so earthily styled the big man. However, at all costs she would stand by David, and without quite knowing why, she decided that on all future visits she herself would do out his room, would attend to him exclusively. The "girl" was a chatterer, albeit she looked upon Mr. David with eyes of awe and a most respectful admiration, while David on his part scarcely bestowed on her a glance. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 9. David is called to the bar. 1902 was the year of King Edward's breakdown in health, but of his ultimate coronation. It was the year in which Mr. Arthur Balfour became Premier. It was the year in which motors became really well-known familiar objects in the London streets, and hansoms, I think, had to adopt taximeter clocks on the eve of their displacement by taxicabs. It was likewise the year in which the South African War was finally wound up, and the star of Joseph Chamberlain paled to its setting, and Mrs. Pankhurst and her daughter Christabel founded the Women's Social and Political Union at Manchester. In 1903 the fiscal controversy absorbed much of public attention, the War Office was once more reformed, women's skirts still swept the pavement and encumbered the ballroom, a peeress wrote to the Times to complain of modern manners, Surrey beat something or other at the Oval, and modern cricket was voted dull. In 1904 the Russo-Japanese War was concluded, and Fraser and Warren received a year's notice from the Midland Insurance Company that they must vacate their premises on the 5th floor of Nos. 88-90 Chancery Lane. The business of F&W had grown so considerable that, as the affairs of the Midland Insurance Company had slackened, it became intolerable to hear the lift going up and down to the 5th floor all through the day. The housekeeper also thought it odd that a well-dressed young gentleman should steal in and up, day after day, after office hours, to work apparently alone in Fraser and Warren's partners' room. Fraser and Warren, over the hand of its junior partner Mrs. Claridge, accepted the notice. Their business had quite overgrown these inconveniently situated offices, and a move to the West End was projected. Mrs. Claridge's scheme for week-end cottages had been enormously successful, and had put much money not only into the coffers of Fraser and Warren, but into the banking account of that clever architect, Francis Brimley Storrington. I find I made an absurd mistake earlier in this book in charging the too amorous architect with a home at Storrington. His home really was in a Midland garden city which he had designed, but his name, a not uncommon one, was Storrington. In the autumn of 1902 poor Lady Fraser died. In January 1903 Honoria married the impatient Colonel Armstrong. In January 1904 she had her first baby, a boy. At the close of 1904 Beryl Claridge made proposals to Honoria Fraser relative to a change in the constitution of Fraser and Warren. Honoria was to have an interest still as a sleeping partner in the concern and some voice in its management and policy. But she was to take no active share of the office work, and Warren was to pass out of it altogether. Beryl pointed out it was rather a farce when the middle partner she herself had been made the junior partner a year before was perpetually and mysteriously absent year after year, engaged seemingly on work of her own abroad. Her architect semi-husband, moreover, who, if not in the firm, was doing an increasing share of its business, wanted to know more about Vivien Warren. Was she or was she not the daughter of the notorious Mrs. Warren? Because if so, he took of course a highly virtuous line. Like so many other people he compounded for the sins he was inclined to by being severe towards the misdoings of others. His case, he would say to Beryl when they were together at Chelsea, was sui generis, quite exceptional. They were really in a way perfectly good people. Tout savoir c'est tout pardonner, etc. Whereas the things that were said about Mrs. Warren! And though Vivien was nothing nearer sin than being her daughter, still if it were known, or known more widely, that she was the Warren in Fraser and Warren, why the wives of the wealthier clergy, for example, and a number of Quakeresses, would withdraw their affairs from the firm's management. Whereas if only his little Berry could become the boss, he knew where to get big money to put behind the firm's dealings. The idea was all right, an association for the special management on thoroughly honest lines of women's affairs. They'd better get rid of that hulking young clerk, Bertie Adams, and staff the entire concern with capable women. He himself would always remain in the background, giving them ideas from time to time, and if any were taken up, merely being paid his fees and commissions. David Vavasour Williams, privately consulted by Norrie, put forward no objection. He disliked Beryl and was increasingly shy of his rather clandestine work on the 5th floor of the Midland Insurance Chambers. Besides, if and when he were called to the Bar, he would have to cease all connection with Fraser and Warren. The consent of Vivie was obtained through the power of attorney she had left behind. A new deed of partnership was drawn up. Honoria insisted that Vivien Warren must be bought out for £3,000, which amount was put temporarily into the banking account of David Vavasour Williams. She herself received another £3,000 and a small percentage in the future profits and a share in the direction of affairs of the Women's Co-operative Association, Fraser and Claridge, so long as she left a capital of £5,000 at their disposal. So in 1905 David, with £3,000, purchased an annuity of £210 a year for Vivien Warren. That investment would save Vivie from becoming at any time penniless and dependent, and consequently would subserve the same purpose for her cousin and agent, David V. Williams. Going to the C&C Bank, Temple Bar branch, to take stock of Vivie's affairs, he found £1,000 had been paid into her current account. Ascertaining the name of the payee to be L.M. Praed, he hurried off at the first opportunity to Praed's studio. Praed was entertaining a large party of young men and women to tea and the exhibition of some wild futurist drawings and a few other striking designs for stage scenery and book covers. David had perforce to keep his questions bottled up and take part in the rather vapid conversation that was going on between young men with glabre faces and high-pitched voices and women with rather wild eyes. It struck David about this time that women were getting a little out of hand, strained, over-inclined to laugh mirthless laughter, greedy for sensuality, sensation, sincerity, sweetmeats, something. Even if they satisfied some fleeting passion or jealousy by marrying, they soon wanted to be demarried, separated, divorced, to don male costume, to go on the amateur stage and act Salome parts on Sunday afternoons that most ladies of the real stage had refused; while the men that went about with them in these troupes from restaurant to restaurant, studio to studio, music hall to café chantant, Brighton to Monte Carlo, Sandown to Goodwood, were shifty, too well dressed, too near neutrality in sex, without defined professions, known by nicknames only, spendthrifts, spongers, bankrupts, and collectors of needless bric-a-brac. However, this mob at last quitted Praddy's premises, and he and David were left alone. Praed yawned, and almost intentionally knocked over an easel with a semi-obscene drawing on it of a sphinx with swelling breasts embracing a lean young man against his will. David: "Praddy, why do you tolerate such people, and why prostitute your studio to such unwholesome art?" Praed: "My dear David, this is indeed Satan rebuking sin. Why, there are 3 designs here one I've just knocked over beastly, wasn't it? That you left with me when you went off at a tangent to South Africa. Really, we ought to have some continuity, you know. But I agree with you. I'm sick of the whole business of this Nouvelle Art and l'Art Nouveau, about Aubrey Beardsley and the disgusting 90's generally. But what will you? If Miss Vivie Warren had condescended to accept me as a husband, she might have brought a wholesome atmosphere into my life and swept away all this. Inspired me perhaps with some final ambition for the little that remains of my stock of energy. Hey ho! Well, what is the quarrel now? The life I lead, the people who come here?" David: "No, I hardly came about that, though, dear old Proddy, I wish I had time to look after you. Perhaps later. No, what I came to ask was, what did you mean the other day by paying in £1,000 to Vivie Warren's account at her bank? She's not in want of money, so far as I know, and you can't be so very rich, even though you design 3 millionaires' houses a year. Who gave you the money to pay into to Vivie's account?" Prod: "Well, when Vivie herself comes to ask me, perhaps I'll tell, but I can't see how it concerns you. Why not stop and dine? À l'imprévu, but I dare say my housekeeper can rake something together, or it may not be too late to send out for a pâté. We can then talk of other things. When are you going to get your call?" David: "Sorry, dear old chap, but I can't stay to dinner. I'm not going elsewhere, but I've got some papers I must study before I go to bed. But I'll stop another half hour at any rate. Don't ring for lights or turn up the electric lamps. I would sooner sit in the dark studio and put my question. Who has given me that £1,000?" Prod: "That's my business. I haven't. I shan't give or lend Vivie a penny till she consents to marry me. As to the rest, take it and be thankful. You're not certain to get any more, and I happen to know it had what you would call a clean origin." David: "You mean it didn't come from those hotels?" Prod: "Well, at any rate not directly. Don't be a romantic ass, a tiresome fool, and give me any trouble about it. A certain person I imagine must have heard that Fraser and Warren had been wound up, and couldn't bear the thought of your being hard up in consequence. Doesn't know you got a share of the purchase money." David decided at any rate for the present to accept the addition to his capital. You can perhaps push principle too far, or, once you plunge into affairs, you cease to be quite so high souled. At any rate, nothing in David's middle class mind was so horrible as penury and the impotence that comes with it. How many months or years would lie ahead of him before fees could be gained and a professional income be earned? Besides, he wanted to take Bertie Adams into his service as a clerk. A barrister must have a clerk, and David, in his peculiar circumstances, could only engage one acquainted more or less with his secret. So Bertie Adams fulfilled the ambition he had cherished for 3 years. He felt all along it was coming true. And when David was called to the bar, which he was, with all the stately ceremonial of a call night at the Inner Temple in the Easter term of 1905, more elbow room was acquired at Fig Tree Court, and Bertie Adams was installed there as clerk to Mr. David Vavasour Williams, who had residential chambers on the 3rd floor and a fair sized office and small private room on the 2nd floor. Bertie's mother had washed for both Honoria and Vivie in their respective dwellings for years, and for David after he came to live at Fig Tree Court. A substantial douceur to the housekeeper had facilitated this, for in the part of the Temple where lies Fig Tree Court the residents do not call their ministrants laundresses but housekeepers. Curiously enough the accounts were always tendered to the absent Vivie Warren, but Mrs. Adams noted no discrepancy in their being paid by her son, or in an unmarried lady living in the Temple under the name of David Williams. Installed as clerk and advised by his employer to court one of the fair daughters of the housekeeper, Mrs. Laidley, with a view to marriage and settling down in premises hard by, Bertie Adams, who like David had spent his time well between 1901 and 1905 and was now an accomplished and serviceable barrister's clerk, soon set to work to chum up with other clerks in this clerical hive and get for his master small briefs, small chances for defending undefended cases in which hapless women were concerned. But before we deal with the career of David at the bar, which of course did not properly commence, even as a brilliant junior, till the early months of 1906, let us glance at the way in which he had passed the intervening space of time between his return from Wales in May 1902 and the spending of his long vacation of 1905 as an esquire by the common law of England called to the bar, and entitled to wear a becoming grey wig and gown. He had begun in 1900 by studying Latin, Norman French (so greatly drawn on in law terms), and English history. In the summer of 1901, by one of those subterfuges winked at then, he had obtained 2 rooms sublet to him by a member of the inn in Fig Tree Court, Inner Temple. In the autumn of that year, having made sure of his parentage and his finance, he had approached the necessary authorities with a view to his being admitted a member of the Inner Temple, which meant filling up a form of declaration that he, David Vavasour Williams, of Pontystrad, Glamorgan, a British subject, aged 24, son of the Reverend Howel Vaughan Williams, Clerk in Holy Orders, of Pontystrad in the county of Glamorgan, was desirous of being admitted a student of the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple for the purpose of being called to the bar or of practising under the bar, and that he would not either directly or indirectly apply for or take out any certificate to practise directly or indirectly as a pleader, conveyancer or draftsman in equity without the special permission of the Masters of the Bench of the said Honourable Society of the Inner Temple. Further, David declared with less assurance, but perhaps within the 4 corners of the bare truth, that he had not acted directly or indirectly in the capacity of a solicitor, attorney at law, writer to the Signet, or in about 13 other specified legal positions; that he was not a chartered, incorporated or professional accountant (a good job we changed the device of the firm, he thought), a land agent, a surveyor, patent agent, consulting engineer, or even as a clerk to any such officer; which made him rather shivery about what he had been doing for Fraser and Warren, but there was little risk that any one would find out; and finally he declared that he was not in trade or an undischarged bankrupt. The next and most difficult step was to obtain 2 separate certificates from 2 separate barristers, each of 5 years' standing, to the effect that he was what he stated himself to be. This required much thinking out, and was one of the reasons why he did not go down as promised and spend his Christmas and New Year with his father. Instead he wrote to Pontystrad explaining how important it was he should get admitted as a student in time to commence work in Hilary term. Did his father know any such luminary of the law or any 2 such luminaries? His father regretted that he only knew of one such barrister of over 5 years' standing, the distinguished son of an old Cambridge chum. To him he wrote, venturing to recall himself, the more eagerly since this son of an old friend was himself a Welshman and already distinguished by his having entered Parliament, served with the Welsh party, written a book on Welsh history, and married a lady of considerable wealth. Next David applied to Rossiter with the result, as we have seen, that he got an introduction to Mr. Stansfield. So he obtained from Mr. Price and Mr. Stansfield the 2 certificates to the effect that David Vavasour Williams has been introduced to me by letter of introduction from the Reverend Howel Williams or Professor Michael Rossiter, F.R.S., and has been seen by me, and that I, Mark Stansfield, Barrister at Law, King's Counsel, or John Price, Barrister at Law, Member of Parliament, believe the said David Vavasour Williams to be a gentleman of respectability and a proper person to be admitted a student of the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple with a view to being called to the bar. Copies of the letters of introduction accompanied the 2 certificates. These, of course, were not obtained without several visits to the unsuspicious guarantors, or at least one to Mr. Price in Paper Buildings, for whom it was enough that David claimed to be Welsh and showed a very keen interest in the Welsh tongue and its Indo-German affinities, and 3 or 4 to Mr. Mark Stansfield, K.C., one of the nicest, kindliest and most learned persons David had ever met, whom he grieved deeply at deceiving. Stansfield had a high opinion of Rossiter. The fact that he recommended David was quite sufficient to secure his guarantee. but apart from that, he felt himself greatly drawn towards this rather shy, grave, nice-looking young fellow with the steady eyes and the keen intelligence. He had him to dine and to lunch, drew him out as far as David thought it prudent to go, and was surprised David had never been to a university. Only to Malvern, and then I studied with an architect in London. Who? Mr. Prod, A.R.A. But then I travelled for a bit, and after that I felt more than ever I wanted to go in for the Bar," said David with a charming smile which lit up his young face ordinarily so staid. Stansfield consented that David should come and read with him, and in many ways facilitated his progress so materially and so kindly that more than once the compunctious young Welshman thought of discarding the impersonation, and might have done so had not this most estimable Stansfield died of pneumonia in the last year of David's studenthood. Of course the preliminary examination was easily and quickly passed. David translated his bit of Caesar's Commentaries, answered brilliantly the questions about Alfred the Great, the Anglo-Norman kings, the constitutions of Clarendon, Magna Charta and Mortmain, Henry VIII and the Reformation, the Civil War and Protectorate of Cromwell, the Bill of Rights and the Holy Alliance. He paid his fees and his caution money. He ate the requisite 6 dinners, or more as he found them excellent and convenient, in each term, attended all the lectures that interested him, and passed the subsidiary examinations on them with fair or even high credit, and finally got through his call to the Bar examination with tolerable success. At any rate he passed. A friend of the deceased Stansfield, whose death was always one of the scars in Vivie's memory, introduced him to one of the masters of the bench who signed his call papers. He once more made a declaration to the effect that he was not a person in holy orders, that he was not a solicitor, attorney at law, writer to the Signet, etc., etc., a chartered, incorporated or professional accountant, and again that if called to the Bar he would never become a member of the abhorred professions over and over again enumerated, and was duly warned that without special permission of the Masters of the Bench of the Inner Temple he might not practise under the Bar, whatever that may mean. I dare say it is some low-down procedure only allowed in times of scarcity. Then, after having his name screened for 12 days in all the halls of the 4 inns, and going in fear and trembling that some one might turn up and object, he finally received his call to the Bar on April 22nd, if April 22nd in that year was on a Sunday, then on the following Monday, and was called at the term dinner, where he took wine with the masters. He remembered seeing present at the great table on the dais, besides the usual red-faced generals and whiskered admirals, simpering statesmen, and his dearly loved friend Michael Rossiter, representing science, a more sinister face. This was the well-known philanthropist and racehorse breeder, Sir George Crofts, Bart., M.P. for a Norfolk borough. Their eyes met, curiously interlocked for a moment. Sir George wondered to himself where the deuce he had seen that type of face before, those grey eyes with the dark lashes. Gad, he reminds me of Kitty Warren. Well, I'll be damned. He was eventually. I wonder whether the old gal had a son as well as that spitfire Vivie. Michael whispered a word or two to one of the masters, and David was presently summoned to attend the benchers and their distinguished guests in the inner chamber to which they withdrew for wine and dessert. Rossiter made room for him, and he had to drink a glass of port with the benchers. Every one was very gracious. Rossiter said, "I was a sort of godfather to him, don't you know. David, you must do me credit and make haste to take silk and become a judge." Crofts moved from where he sat next to a bishop. "Damn it all, I like bein' respectable, but why will they always put me next a bishop or an archdeacon? It spoils all my best stories." He came over, dragging his chair, to Rossiter and said, "I say, will you introduce me to our young friend here?" He was duly introduced. Williams, that doesn't tell me much, but somehow your face reminds me awfully of some one I used to know." "D'you ever have a sister?" "No," said David. Crofts, he noticed, had aged very much in the intervening 8 years. He must now be no more than 58, but he had become very stout and obviously suffered from blood pressure without knowing it. He moved away a little, and David heard him talking to a master about Lady Crofts, who had come up to London for the season, and how they were both very anxious about his boy. Yes, he had 2 children, a boy and a girl, bless 'em. The boy had been ill with measles and wasn't making quite the quick recovery they expected. What an anxiety children were, weren't they? Though we wouldn't be without 'em, would we? The bencher assented out of civility, though as a matter of fact he was an old bachelor and detested children or anything younger than 21. David, after his call, was presented with a bill to pay of £99 10s. His father, hearing of this, insisted on sending him a cheque for £150 out of his savings, adding he should be deeply hurt if it was not accepted and no more said about it. How soon was David coming down to see South Wales once more gloriously clothed with spring? Much of this review of the years between 1901 and 1905, many of these sweet remembrances, are being taken from Vivie's brain as she lies on a hard bed in 1913, musing over the past days when, despite occasional frights and anxieties, she was transcendently happy. "O sorrow's crown of sorrow, the remembering happier days." She recalled the articles she used to write from the common room or library of the inn; how well they were received and paid for by the editors of daily and weekly journals; what a lark they were, when for instance she would raise a debate in the Saturday Review, should women be admitted to the bar; or an appeal in the Daily News to do away with the disabilities of women. How poor Stansfield, before he died, said he had never met any young fellow with a tenderer heart for women, and advised him to marry whilst he still had youth and fire. She remembered David's social success at the great houses in the West End, how he might have gone out into society and shown more, much more, only he had to consider prudence and expense. The curious women who fell in love with him, and whom he had gently, tactfully to keep at arm's length. She remembered the eager discussions in the Temple Debating Society, or at the moots of Gray's Inn; her successes there as an orator and a close reasoner; how boy students formed ardent friendships for her and prophesied her future success in Parliament, would have her promise to take them into the Cabinet which David was to form when an electorate swept him into power and sent the antiquated old rotters of that day into the limbo of deserved occlusion. She saw and heard once more the amused delight of Honoria Armstrong over her success, and the latent jealousy of the uxorious Colonel Armstrong if she came too often to see Honoria in Sloane Street; and she remembered oh God, how she remembered the close association in those 3 priceless years with her godfather, Michael Rossiter. Rossiter, who shaped her mind it would never take a different turn, who was patient with her stupidity and petulance; an elder brother, a robust yet tactful chaffer, a banisher of too much sensibility, a constant encouragement to effort and success. Rossiter, she knew, with her woman's instinct, was innocently in love with her, but believed all the time he was satisfying his craving for a son to train, a disciple who might succeed him; for he still believed that David, when he had been called to the bar and had flirted a while with Themis, would yet turn his great and growing abilities to the service of science. And Mrs. Rossiter in those times Vivie smiled at the thought of her undefined jealousy. She was anxious to be civil to a young man of whom Michael thought so highly. She sympathized with his regret that they had no children. But why could he not take up with one of her cousin Bennet's boys from Manchester, or Sophie's son from Northallerton, or one of his own brothers' or sisters' children? How on earth did he become acquainted with this young man from South Wales? But she was determined not to be separated in any way from her husband, and so she sat with him as often and as long as she could in the library. The studio laboratory she could not stand with its horrid smell of chemicals. She also dreaded vaguely that vivisection went on there. Michael of course had a licence, though he was far too tender-hearted to torture sentient creatures. Still he did odd things with frogs and rats and goats and monkeys, and her dread was that she might one day burst in on one of these sacrifices to science and see a transformed Michael, blood-stained, wielding a knife and dangerous if interrupted in his pursuit of a discovery. But as the long talks and conferences of the two friends, really not so far separated in age as one of them thought, generally took place in the library, she assisted at a large proportion of them. Rossiter would not have had it otherwise, though to David she was at times excessively irksome. Her husband had long viewed her as a lay figure on these occasions. He rarely replied to her flat remarks, her inconsequent platitudes, her yawns and quite transparent signals that it was time for the visitor to go. Sometimes David took her hints and left. He had no business to make himself a bore to any one. Sometimes, however, Michael, at last roused to consciousness of the fretful little presence, would say, "What, sweetie, you still up? Trot off to bed, my poppet, or you'll lose the roses in your cheeks." The roses in Mrs. Rossiter's cheeks at that time were beginning to be a trifle eczematous and of a fixed quality. Nevertheless, though she tossed her head a little as she took up her work and swished out of the great heavy door, which David opened, she was pleased to think that Michael cared for her complexion and was solicitous about her rest. And Vivie's eyes swam a little as she thought about the death of Mark Stansfield and the genuine tears that flowed down the cheeks of his pupils when they learnt one raw February morning from the housekeeper of his chambers that he had died at daybreak. A better man never lived, they agreed, and they were right. And she smiled again as she thought of some amongst those pupils, the young dogs of those days, the lovers of actresses of the minor order, ballet girls it might have been, of the larks that went on sometimes within and without the staid precincts of the temple. Harmless larks they were, but such as she had to withdraw from discreetly. She played lawn tennis with them, she fenced surprisingly well, but she had refused to join the Devil's Own, the Inn's Court of Volunteers, for prudent reasons, and though it had leaked out that she was a good swimmer, that tiresome impulsive Honoria had spread it abroad, she resolutely declined to give proofs of her prowess in swimming baths. Her associates were not so young as the undergraduates she had met in Newnham days. They were an average 10 years older. Their language at times made David blush, but they had more discretion and reserve than the university student, and they respected his desire to withdraw himself into himself occasionally, and to abstain from their noisier amusements without questioning his camaraderie. At this point in her smiling reminiscences, the wardress clanged open the door and slammed down a mug of cocoa and a slab of brown bread, and rapped out some orders in such a martinet utterance that they were difficult to understand. Don't be alarmed, she isn't about to be executed for having deceived the benchers of the Inner Temple in 1905. She is only in prison for a suffragist offence. I can't wind up this chapter somehow without more or less finishing the story of Beryl Claridge. She has been a source of anxiety to my wife, who has read these chapters one by one as they left my typewriter. Was it wise to bring her in? Well, but my dear, she was rather a common type of the new woman in the early 1900s. Yes, but... Of course the latent anxiety was that she might end up respectably. And so she did. In 1906 the first Mrs. Storrington died at Weir. Weir was where the architect husband had his legitimate home. She had long been ill, increasingly ill of some terrible form of anemia which had followed the birth of her fourth child. She slowly faded away, poor thing, and about the time David was returning from a triumphant Christmas and New Year at Pontystrad, The curate and his young wife had made a most delightful partie carrée, and David had kissed the very slightly protesting Bridget under the native mistletoe. Mrs. Storrington breathed her last, while her faithless yet long forgiven Francis knelt by her bedside in agonies of unavailing grief. Well, she died and was buried, and her 4 children, ranging from 9 to 16, sobbed very much and mourned for darling Mummy without the slightest suspicion 'twas better so, she had always thought, that Dad had poisoned her wells of happiness ever since he took up with that minx at Cambridge in the very year in which long-legged Claribel was born. A few months after the poor lady was consigned, under a really lovely cenotaph designed by her husband, to Weir churchyard no, it was to Weir cemetery, Dad introduced them all to a very sprightly and good-looking widow, Mrs. Claridge, who had also been bereaved years ago and left with 2 perfect ducks of children, 4 and 5 years old, to whom Claribel took instinctively. The elder one sniffed a little, disliking kids. Then, about Christmas time, 1906, Dad told them that Mrs. Claridge was going to make him happy by coming to tend his motherless children, was going to be his wife. Francis, the eldest, stomped about the garden at Weir and swore he would go back to Rugby during the holidays. Elspeth, the gaunt girl of 14, and Agnes, a dreamy and endearing child, cried themselves to sleep in each other's arms. Claribel, however, quite approved; and whether they liked it or not, in January 1907 the marriage took place, at the registrar's, and Beryl came to live for a short time at Weir, bringing ducksome Margery and adorable Podge. In less than a month Beryl had won over all her stepchildren except Francis, who held out till Easter, but was reduced to allegiance by the hampers she sent to him at Rugby. In 3 months they had all moved to a much sweller house on the Chelsea Embankment. Father Beryl voted Dad a little lower middle class Father had somehow become connected with some great business establishment, of which Mother was the head. Together they were making pots of money. Francis would go to Sandhurst, Elspeth to a finishing school in Paris, her ambition, and the others would spend the fine months of the year rollicking with Margery and Podge on the Sussex coast. In 1907 also they became aware that their new mother was not alone in the world. A stately lady whose eyes seemed once to have done a deal of weeping they were destined, alas, to do much more, for 3 of her gallant, handsome sons were killed in the war, and that finally killed the poor old Dean of Thetford, who wore a graceful Spanish mantilla of black lace when in draughty places, came to see them after they had moved to Garden Corner on the Chelsea Embankment. She turned out to be the mother of Mrs. Beryl, and was quite inclined to be their grandmother as well as Margery's and Podge's. But her husband, the Dean, was, it appeared, too great an invalid to come up to town. The second Mrs. Storrington, who was a woman of boundless energy, could work all day with secretaries and could dance all night, gave brilliant parties in the season at her large Chelsea house. But she never invited to them Mr. David Vavasour Williams, that rising young barrister who had become so famous as a pleader of the causes of friendless women. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1, of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 10, The Shillito Case. Part 1. In the autumn of 1905, increase among women of the idea of full citizenship made rapid strides. There was a feeling in the air that Balfour must soon resign or go to the country, that a Liberal Ministry would succeed to power, and that, being Liberal, it could scarcely, in reason or with any logic, refuse to enlarge the franchise to the advantage of the female half of the community. These idealizers of the Liberal Party, which had really definitely ceased to be Liberal in 1894, had a rude awakening. Annie Kenney and Christabel Pankhurst dared to act as if they were men, and asked Sir Edward Grey at his Manchester meeting in October 1905 if a Liberal administration would give votes to women should it be placed in power at the next election. Answer they had none from the platform, but the male audience rose in their hundreds, struck these audacious hussies in the face, scratched and slapped them this was the role of the boys and hustled them out into the street, bleeding and dishevelled. Here, for attempting to explain the causes of their expulsion, they were arrested by the police, and the following morning were sent to prison, having declined to pay the fines illegally imposed on them. This incident made a great impression on the newspaper reading public, because at that time the press boycott on the women's suffrage movement had not set in. It gave David much to think about, and he found Honoria Fraser and several of his men and women friends had joined the women's suffrage movement and were determined that the new Liberal government should not shirk the issue, an issue on which many members of Parliament had been returned as acquiescent in the principle. On that account they had received the wholehearted support of many, women owing allegiance to the Liberal party. At first, of course, the new government was too busy in allotting the loaves and fishes of office, and in handing out the peerages, baronetcies, knighthoods, governorships, private secretaryships, and promotions among the civil servants which had, not to put too fine a point on it, been purchased by large and small contributions to the party chest. Such a procedure seems to be inseparable from our present party system. In this respect the Conservatives are no better than the Liberals, and it is always possible that in a different way the Labour Party, when it comes into power, will be similarly inclined to reward those who have furnished the sinews of war. The House of Commons, in the last Act which revised the conditions of elections of Members of Parliament, was careful to leave open many avenues along which money might attain to the heart of things. But at length all such matters were settled, and the Cabinet was free to face the steady demand of the women leaders of the suffrage movement, a demand that at any rate some measure of enfranchisement should be granted to the women of the British Isles without delay. We all know how this demand was received by the leading men of the Liberal party and by the more prominent Liberals among their supporters in the House, with evasions, silences, sneers, angry refusals, hasty promises given today when ministers were frightened, and broken tomorrow, with a whole series of discreditable tongue-in-cheek tricks of parliamentary procedure, till at last the onlooker must have wondered at and felt grateful for our British phlegm, surprised that so little actual harm was done, except to the bodies of the suffragists, that no Home Secretary or Police Inspector or Magistrate, no flippant talker out of would-be serious franchise bills, was assassinated, trounced, tarred and feathered, kidnapped, nose tweaked, or even mud bespattered. I am reproducing here the growing comprehension of the problem as it shaped in Vivie's mind under the hat and waistcoat of David Williams. Honoria, faithful to her old resolve, continued to devote the greater part of the £2,000 a year she had set aside for the women's cause to financing the new suffrage movement, and incidentally she brought grist to David's mill by recommending him as counsel to many women in distress, arrested suffragists. In 1906, 1907 and 1908 he made himself increasingly famous by his pleadings in court on behalf of women who with dauntless courage, and at the cost of much bodily pain and even at the risk of death, had forcibly called attention to this grave defect in the British polity, the withholding of the ordinary rights of tax-paying citizens from adult women. Where the suffragist was poor he asked no fee, or a small fee was paid by some suffragist association. But he gained much renown over his advocacy. He became quite a well-known personality, outside as well as inside the law courts and police stations by 1908, His pleadings were sometimes so moving, so passionate, that, teste Mrs. Pankhurst, burly policemen in court had tears trickling down their faces, as he described the courage, the flawless private lives, the selfless devotion to a noble cause of these women agitating for the rights of their sex, rich and poor, old and young. Juries flinched from the verdict which some bitter-faced judge enjoined. Magistrates swerved from executing the secret orders of the Home Office. Policemen, again, for they are most of them decent fellows, resigned their positions in the force sooner than carry out the draconian policy of the Home Secretary. But of course concurrently he lost many a friend and friendship in the Inns of Court. There were even growls that he should be disbarred after his espousal of the Suffrage cause had been made manifest for 3 years. He might have been, but that he had other compeers, below and above his abilities and position, advocates like Lord Robert Brinsley, the famous son of the Marquis of Wiltshire. If Williams was to be disbarred, why they would have to take the same course with a Brinsley who also defended women lawbreakers, fighting for their constitutional rights. And of course such a procedure as that was unthinkable. Yet where a Brinsley sailed unhampered, undangered over these troubled waters, poor David often came near to crashing on the rocks. "To hear the fellow talk," said one angry K.C. in the library at the Inner Temple, "you'd think he was a woman himself." "Egad," said his brother K.C. "Yes, he really did say 'egad. The oath still lingers in the Inns of Court. Egad, he looks like one. No hair on his face, and I'll lay he doesn't shave." There were of course other briefs he held, for payment or for love of justice. Young women who had killed their babies. As to these he was far from sentimental, he only defended where the women had any claim to sympathy or mitigation of the unreal death sentence. Breach of promise actions where the woman had been grossly wronged. Affiliation cases in high life, or the nearest to high life that makes a claim on the man for his fatherhood. He was a deadly prosecutor in cases where women had been robbed by their male trustees or injured in any other way wherein, in those days, the woman was at a disadvantage and the marriage laws were unjust. One way and another, with the zealous aid and businesslike care of his interests by his clerk, Albert Adams, David must have earned between 1906 and the autumn of 1908 an average £300 a year. As he paid Adams £150 a year and allowed him certain perquisites, and lived within his own fixed income from his annuity and investments of £290 a year, this meant a profit of about £500. This was raised at a leap to £1,500 by the fees and the special gift he received for defending Lady Shillito. The Shillito case, an indictment for murder, was tried at the Winter Assize of the North Eastern Circuit, January or February, 1909. I dare say you have forgotten all about it now. Lady Shillito changed her name, married again, eventually, and was lost in the crowd. She may even, 11 years afterwards, be reading this novel at the riper age of 40 and be startled out of her well-fed apathy by the revival of acute memories. There have been not a few similar cases before and since of comparatively young, beautiful women murdering their elderly, objectionable husbands in a clever, cattish way, and of course getting off through lack of evidence or with a short term of imprisonment. They were always treated in prison far more tenderly than were suffragettes, and the average wardress adored them and obtained for them many little alleviations of their lot before the Home Secretary gave way and released them. Nowadays the war and the pressing necessities of life, the coal famine, the milk famine, the railway strikes, have robbed such cases of all or nearly all their interest. I could quite believe that women in similar circumstances continue to murder their elderly husbands, and the doctors and coroners and relations on his side tacitly agree not to raise a fuss in the presence of much graver subjects of apprehension. I can also understand why these beautiful women elderly husband cases scarcely starred our island story prior to the '50s of the last century. It was only when chemical analysis had approached its present standard of perfection that the presence of the more subtle poisons could be detected in the stomach and intestines, and that the young and beautiful wife could be charged with and found guilty of the deed by the damning evidence of an analytical chemist. It was Rossiter who secured for David the conduct of Lady Shillito's defence. Arbella Shillito was his second cousin, a Rossiter by birth, and would fain have married Michael herself, only that he was not at that time thinking of marriage, and when his thoughts turned that way, the very day after, as it were, he met Linda Bennet and her thousands a year. But he retained a half humorous liking for this handsome young woman. Arbella, disappointed over Michael, though she was a mere slip of a girl at the time, next decided that she must marry money. When she was 21 she met Grimthorpe Shillito, an immensely rich man of Newcastle on Tyne, whose foundries poured out big guns and many other things made of iron and steel combined with acids and brains. Grimthorpe was a curious looking person even at 40. In appearance a mixture of Julius Caesar, several unpleasant featured Doges of Venice, and Voltaire in middle age. His looks were not entirely his fault, and doubtless acquired for him, in his moral character, a worse definition than he deserved. He had travelled much in his pursuit of metallurgy and chemistry. At 40 he saw rising before him the prospect of a peerage, due either for his extraordinary discoveries and inventions in our use of steel, or easily purchasable out of his immense wealth. What is the good of a peerage if it ends with your life? He was not without his vanities, though one of the most cynical men of his cynical period. He arrived therefore at the decision that he would marry some young and buxom creature of decent birth and fit in appearance to be a peeress, and decided on Arbella Rossiter. After a gulp or two and several moues behind his back, she accepted him. A brilliant marriage ceremony followed, conducted by a bishop and an archdeacon, and then Arbella was carried off to live in a Bluebeard's castle he possessed on the Northumbrian coast. In the 3 years following her marriage she gave him 2 boys, with which he was content, especially as his own health began to fail a little just then. At the end of 4 years of marriage with this cynical Italianate tyrant, Arbella got very sick of him and thought more and more tenderly of a certain subaltern in the cavalry whom she had once declined to marry on £500 a year. This subaltern had returned from the South African War a colonel and still extremely good looking. They had met again at a garden party and fallen once more deeply in love. If only her tiresome old Borgia would die, was the thought that came too often into the mind of Arbella, now entering the 30s of life, and with the least possible misgiving of her colonel's constancy if she became presently un peu trop mûre. She noticed at this time that Grimthorpe Shillito went on several occasions to London to consult a specialist. He complained of indigestion, was rather thin and balder than ever, and difficult to please in his food and appetite. This was her opportunity. She would have said, had she been convicted, that he had driven her to it by his cruelties. That's as may be. She consulted the family doctor who attended to the household of Bluebeard's Castle, suggested that Sir Grimthorpe they had just knighted him might be the better for a strychnine tonic. She had read somewhere that strychnine did wonders for middle-aged men who had led rather a rackety life in their early manhood. The family doctor, who disliked her and suspected her, as you or I wouldn't have done, but doctors think of everything, feigned to agree, and supplied her with little phials of aqua distillata, flavoured with quinine. He himself was puzzled over Sir Grimthorpe's condition, but was a little offended at not being personally consulted. The fact was that Sir G. had a very poor opinion of his abilities in diagnosis, and being naturally secretive and generally cussed, preferred consulting a London specialist. He wasn't then Sir Grimthorpe, the specialist wasn't very certain that it was cancer on the liver, and amid his multitude of consulters did not, unless aroused, remember very clearly the case of a Mr. Shillito from somewhere up in the north. But Shillito pondered gravely over the specialist's carefully guarded phrases about growths, possibly malign, but at the same time, difficult to be sure quite so soon, perhaps harmless, might of course be merely severe suppressed jaundice. When the pains began he hated the idea of operations and knew that any operation on the liver only at best staved off the dread, inevitable end for a year or a few months. When the pains began he had grown utterly tired of life. So he compounded a subtle poison he was a great chemist and had, only his wife knew not of this, a cabinet which contained a variety of mineral, vegetable and acid poisons, and kept the draught in a secret locker in his bedroom. Meantime Arbella, who after all was human, was tortured at the sight of his tortures. She felt she must end it or her nerves would give way. She trebled, she quintupled the dose of aqua distillata embittered with quinine. One night when the night nurse was sleeping resting her eyes, she called it the wretched man stole from his bed to the night nursery and kissed both his boys. He then swiftly took the phial from its hiding place and drank the contents and died in one ghastly minute. When the night nurse awoke he was crisped in a horrible rigour. On the night table was the phial with the remains of the draught. She had noticed in the last day or two Lady Shillito fussing a good deal about the sick man, pressing on him doses of a colourless medicine. What if she had stolen in while the nurse was asleep and placed a finally fatal draught by the bedside? From that she proceeded to argue, when she had leisure to think it out, that she hadn't been to sleep, had merely been resting her eyes, and she was now sure that whilst she had closed those orbs she had heard, as indeed she had, only it was Sir Grimthorpe himself, some one stealing into the room. She communicated her suspicions to the doctor. The latter knew his patient had not died of anything he had prescribed, but concluded that Lady Shillito, wishing to be through with the business, had prepared a fulminating dose obtained elsewhere, and insisted on autopsy with a colleague, to whom he more than hinted his suspicions. Together they found the strychnine they were looking for, not very much, but the proportion that was combined by Shillito with less traceable drugs to make the death process more rapid, and quite overlooked the signs of cancer in the liver. The outcome was that Lady Shillito at the inquest found herself in a very unpleasant position, and was placed under arrest and later charged with the murder of her husband. Believing herself guilty, she summoned all her resolution to her aid, admitted nothing, appealed to Michael Rossiter and others for advice. Thus David was drawn into the business. But this doesn't sound very credible, you will say. If the husband felt he could not face the agony of death by cancer, why didn't he leave a note saying so, and every one would have understood and been quite nice about it? I really can't say. Perhaps he wished to leave trouble for her behind him. Perhaps he divined the reason why she thought a day nurse unnecessary, and insisted on giving him his day medicines with her own fair hands. Perhaps he hoped for an open verdict. Perhaps he wasn't quite right in his mind. I have told you the story as I remember it, and my memory is not perfect. Personally, I've always been a bit sorry for Grimthorpe. It is quite possible that all those hints as to his queerness were invented by his wife to excuse herself. I only know that science benefited greatly from his researches, and that he bequeathed some priceless collections to both branches of the British Museum. Some one once told me he had a heart somewhere, and had loved intensely a sister much younger than himself, and had only begun to be queer and secretive and bald after her premature death. I think also that in the last year of his life he was greatly embittered at not getting the expected peerage, after the trouble and disagreeableness he had gone through to obtain heirs for this distinction, this poor little attempt at immortality which it is in the power of the Prime Minister to bestow. The Grand Jury returned a true bill against Lady Shillito. David had been studying the case from the morrow of the inquest, that is as soon as Rossiter had learnt of the coming trouble. The latter, though he regarded Cousin Arbella as a rather amusing minx, an interesting type in modern psychology, though really her type is as old as, say, the Halsted period, had no wish to see her convicted of murder. Furthermore, he was getting so increasingly interested in this clever David Williams that he would have liked to make his fortune by helping him to a sensational success as a pleader to one of those cases which, if successfully conducted, mark out a path to the bench. So he insisted that David Williams be briefed for the defence and well feed, in order that he might be able to devote all his time to the investigation of the mystery. David had an uphill task. He went down to the North in November, 1908, conferred with Lady Shillito's solicitors, and at great length with the curiously calm, ironly resolved Lady Shillito herself. The evidence was too much against her for him to prevent her being committed for trial and lodged in reasonably comfortable quarters in Newcastle Gaol, or for the Grand Jury to find no true bill of indictment. But between these stages in the process and the actual trial for murder in February 1909, David worked hard and accumulated conclusive evidence, with Rossiter's help, to prove his client's innocence of the deed of which she believed herself guilty. To punish her as she deserved, he allowed her to think herself guilty till his defence of her began. The prospect of a death on the gallows did not perturb Lady Shillito in the least. She was perfectly certain that if found guilty, her beauty and station in life would avail to have the death penalty commuted to a term of imprisonment, which she would spend in the infirmary. Still, that would ruin her life pretty conclusively. She would issue from prison a broken woman, whom, in spite of her wealth, if she retained any, no impossibly faithful Colonel would marry at the age of 45 or 50. So she followed the opening hours of the trial with a dry mouth. With the help of Rossiter and of many and minute researches, David got on the track of the consultation in Harley Street, the warning given of the possible cancer. He found in Sir Grimthorpe's laboratory sufficient strychnine to kill an army. He was privately informed by the family doctor, who didn't want to press matters to a tragedy, that although he fully believed Arbella capable of the deed, she certainly had, so far as the doctor's prescriptions were concerned, obtained nothing from him which could have killed her husband, even if she had centupled the dose. Lady Shillito appeared in the dock dressed as much as possible like Mary Queen of Scots on her trial, and was attended by a hospital nurse with restoratives and carminatives. The jury retired for a quarter of an hour only, and returned a verdict of not guilty. The court was rent with applause, and the judge commented very severely on such a breach of decorum, apparently unknown to him in previous annals of our courts of justice. Lady Shillito fainted, and the nurse fussed, and the judge in his private room sent for Mr. Williams and complimented him handsomely on his magnificent conduct of the case. Of course she meant to poison him, but I quite agree with the jury she didn't. He saved her the trouble. Now I suppose she'll marry again. Well, I pity her next husband. Come and have lunch with me. And in the course of the meal his ludship spoke warmly to Mr. Williams of the bright prospects that lay before him if he would drop those foolish suffragette cases. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 10. The Shillito Case, Part 2. David returned to London with Rossiter, and remained silent all the way. His companion believed him to be very tired, and refrained from provoking conversation, but surrounded him with a quiet fatherly care. Arrived at King's Cross, Rossiter said, "Don't go on to your chambers. My motor's here. It can take your luggage on with mine to Portland Place. You can have a wash and a rest and a talk when you're rested. And after we've dined and talked, the motor shall come round and take you back to Fig Tree Court." Mrs. Rossiter was there to greet them, and whilst David went to wash and rest and prepare himself for dinner, she chirruped over her big husband and asked endless and sometimes pointless questions about the trial and the verdict. Did Michael believe she really had done it? She, for one, could believe anything about a woman who obviously dyed her hair and improved her eyebrows. Of course Michael said he didn't, or the questions as to why, how, when, might have gone on for hours. Was Mr. Williams' defence of Arbella so very wonderful as the evening papers said? Why could he not have gone straight home and rested there? It would have been so much nicer to have had Mike all to herself on his return, and not have this tiresome, melancholy young man spending the evening with them. Really, some people had no tact, could not see they were de trop. Why didn't Mr. Williams marry some nice girl and make a home for himself? Not well enough off? Rubbish! She had known plenty young couples marry and live very happily on $250 a year, and Mr. Williams must surely be earning that. And if he must always be dining out and spending the evening with other people, why did he not make himself more general? Not always be absorbed in her husband. Of course she understood that while Arbella's fate hung in the balance they had to study the case together and have long confabulations over poisons in the laboratory. This last detestable word was a great worry to Mrs. Rossiter. Sometimes she succeeded in suppressing as many vowels as possible. At others she felt impelled to give them fuller values and call it laboratory. And so on for an hour or so till dinner was announced. David sat silent all through this meal, under Mrs. Rossiter's mixture of mirthless badinage. "We shall have you now proposing to Lady Shillito after saving her life. I expect her husband won't have altered his will, as she didn't poison him, and she must have had quite £30,000 settled on her. They do say, however, she's a great flirt." Indiscreet questions. "How much will you make out of this case? You don't know? I thought barristers had all that marked on their briefs. And didn't she give you refreshers, as they call them, from time to time? What was it like seeing her in prison? Was she handcuffed or chained? What did she wear when she was tried?" And inconsequent remarks. "I remember my mamma, she died when I was only 14, used to dream she was being tried for murder. It distressed her very much because, as she said, she couldn't have hurt a fly. What do you dream about, Mr. Williams? Some pretty young lady, I'll be bound. I dream about such funny things, but I nearly always forget what they are just as I am going to tell Michael. But I did remember one dream just before Michael went down to Newcastle to join you. Was it about mermaids? No, it was about you. Wasn't that funny? And you seemed to be dressed as a mermaid. No, I suppose it must have been a merman. And you were trying to follow Michael up the rocks by walking on your tail. And it seemed to hurt you awfully. Of course I know what it all came from. Michael had wanted me to read Hans Andersen's fairy stories. Don't you think they're pretty? I do. But sometimes they are about rather silly things, skewers and lucifer matches. And I had spent the afternoon at the zoo. Michael's a fellow, of course, and I use his ticket and always feel quite at home there. And at the zoo that day I had seen one of the sea lions trying to walk on his tail. Oh, how I laughed! But what made me associate the sea lion with you and mermaids, I cannot say. But then, as poor papa used to say, dreams are funny things. David's replies were hardly audible, and to his hostess's pressing entreaties that he would try this dish or not pass that, he did not answer at all. He felt indeed as though the muscles of his throat would not let him swallow, and if he opened his mouth wide enough to utter a consecutive speech he would burst out crying. A great desire, almost unknown to Vivie hitherto, seized him to get away to some lonely spot and cry, give full vent to some unprecedented fit of hysteria. He could not look at Rossiter, though he knew that Michael's eyes were resting on his face, because if he attempted to reply to the earnest gaze by a reassuring smile, the lips would tremble and the tears would fall. At last, when the dessert was reached and the servants do they never feel telepathically at such moments that some one person seated at the table, crumbling bread, wishes them miles away and loathes their quiet ministrations? The servants had withdrawn for a brief respite till they reappeared with coffee. David rose to his feet and stammered out something about not being well. Would they order the motor and let him go? And as he spoke and tried to speak in a level society voice, his aching eyes saw the electric lamps, the glinting silver, Mrs. Rossiter's pink foolish face and crisp little flaxen curls, Rossiter's bearded countenance with its honest, concerned look, all waltzing round and round in a dizzying whirl. He made the usual vain clutches at unreal supports, and fainted into Rossiter's arms. The latter carried him with little effort into the cool library and laid him down on a couch. Mrs. Rossiter followed, full of exclamations, vain questions, and suggestions of inapplicable or unsuitable remedies. Rossiter paid little heed to her, and proceeded to remove David's collar and tie, and open his shirt front in order to place a hand over the heart. Suddenly he looked up and round on his wife, and said with a peremptoriness which admitted of no questioning, "Go and see that one of the spare bedrooms is got ready, a fire lit and so on. Get this done, quickly, and meantime leave him to me. I've got restoratives here close at hand." Mrs. Rossiter, awed into silence, summoned the housemaid and parlourmaid and hindered them as much as possible in the task of getting a room ready. Meantime the subconscious David sighed a great deal and presently wept a great deal in convulsive sobs, and then opened his eyes and saw the tourbillon of whirling elements settling down into Rossiter's grave, handsome face. Yes, but a gravity somehow interpenetrated by love, a love not ashamed to show itself, bending over him with great concern. The secret had been guessed, was known, and as they held each other with their eyes as though the world were well lost in this discovery, their lips met in one kiss, and for a minute Vivie's arms were round Michael's neck, for just one unforgettable moment, a moment she felt she would cheerfully have died to have lived through. They were soon unlaced, for sharp little high-heeled footsteps on the tiled passage and the clinketing of trinkets announced the return of Mrs. Rossiter. Vivie became David once more, but left behind her the glad tears of relief that were coursing down David's cheeks. Mrs. Rossiter thought this was a very odd way for a barrister to celebrate his winning a great case at the criminal courts, and turned away in delicacy from the spectacle of a dishevelled and obviously lachrymose young man with one arm dangling and the other thrown negligently over the back of the leather couch. "Mr. Williams's room is ready, Michael," she said primly. "All right, dear, thank you. I will help Williams up to bed and have his luggage sent up. He will be quite well tomorrow if he can get to sleep. You needn't bother any more, dearie. Go into the drawing room and I will join you there presently." Rossiter gave the rather shuddery, shivery, teeth-clacking David an arm till he saw him into the bedroom and resting on the bedroom sofa. Then he drew up a chair and said in low but distinct tones, "Look here, I know you want to make me an explanation. Well, it can wait. A little more of this strain and you'll be having brain fever. Sleep if you can and eat all the breakfast Linda sends you up in the morning. Get up at 11 tomorrow and if you are fit then to drive out in my motor, return to your chambers. When you have calmed down to a normal pulse, write to me all you want to say. No one shall read it but me. I'll burn it afterwards or send it back to you under seal. But at the present time it may be easier for both of us if our communications are only written and not spoken. We have both been tried rather high, and both of us are human, however high-principled. If you write, Register the letter. Good night. This that follows is probably what Vivie wrote to Michael. He burnt the long letter when he had finished reading it, though he made excerpts into a pocket book, but I can more or less correctly surmise how she would put her case, how she typed it herself in the solitude of 2 evenings, how indeed her nervous breakdown was made the reason for fending off all clients and denying herself to all callers. I am not David Vavasour Williams. I am Vivian Warren, the daughter of a woman who runs a series of disreputable private hotels on the Continent. I had no avowed father, nor had my mother, who likewise was illegitimate. She was probably the daughter of a Lieutenant Warren who was killed in the Crimea, and her mother's name was Vavasour. My grandmother was probably, I can only deal with probabilities and possibilities in this undocumented past, a Welsh woman of Cardiff, and I should not be surprised if I were a sort of cousin of the man I am personating. He was the ne'er-do-well only son of a Welsh vicar, a pupil of Praed's, who went out to South Africa and died or was killed in the war. You have met my adopted father. He fully believes I am the bad son, the prodigal son, returned and reformed. He has grown to love me so much that it really seems to have put new life into him. I have helped him to get his affairs straight, and I think I may say he has gained by this substitution of one son for another, even though the new son is a daughter. I have taken none of his money, other than small sums he has thrust on me. I have some money of my own, earned in Honoria's firm, for I was the Warren of her Fraser and Warren. She has known my secret all along, hasn't quite approved, but was overborne by me in my resolve to show what a woman, in disguise it may be, could do at the bar. Michael, I started out 12 years ago, and the dreadful thing is I am now 34 in true truth, to conquer man, and a man has conquered me. I wanted to show that woman could compete with man in all careers, and especially in the law. So she can. Have I not shown it by what I have done? But it is a drawn battle. I have realized that if some men are bad, rotten, others, like you, are supremely good. I love you as I never thought I could love anyone. I cannot trust myself to write down how much I love you. It would read shamefully and be too much a surrender of my first principle of self-respect. I am going to throw up the whole D.V.W. business. It has put us in a false relation which was exasperating me and puzzling you. Moreover, the disguise was wearing very thin. Only those 2 loyal souls, Honoria Fraser and Albert Adams, were cognizant of the secret, but it was being guessed at and almost guessed right in certain quarters. Professional jealousy was on my track. I never fainted before in my life, so far as I can remember, but I might have done so elsewhere than in your dear house after the strain of such an effort as I made to save that worthless woman. She was your cousin, which is why I fought for her so hard. How often is not justice deflected by love? I might, somewhere else, when overstrained, have had a fit of hysterics, and my disguise would have been penetrated by eyes less merciful than yours. Then would have come exposure and its consequences, damaging to you I should not have mattered to my poor old father down in Wales, whom I sincerely love, to Praddy, to Honoria. Let me be thankful to get off so easily. Some toot, I have had a glorious time, have seen the world from the man's point of view, and I can assure you that from his point of view it is a jolly place to live in. He can walk up and down the Strand and receive no insult. Well now, to relieve your anxieties I will tell you that after a brief visit to South Wales to recuperate from the exertions of that trial, Mr. David Williams, the famous young barrister at the criminal bar, will go abroad to investigate the white slave traffic. Miss Vivian Warren privately believes, and hopes, that the horrors of this traffic in British womanhood are greatly exaggerated. The lot in life of many of these young women is so bad in their native land that they cannot make it worse by going abroad, no matter in what avowed career. But Mr. David Williams takes rather a higher line, and is resolved in any case to get at the truth. Miss Warren, nathless, has her misgivings anent her old mamma, and would like to know what that old lady is doing at the present time, and whether she is past reform. Miss Warren even has her moments of doubt as to the flawless perfection of her own life, whether the path of duty in 1897 did not rather lie in the direction of a serious attempt to be a daughter to her wayward mother and reclaim her then, instead of going off at a tangent as the mannish type of new woman, to whom applicable mathematics are everything and human affections very little. I suppose the truth, the commonplace truth, is that rather late in life Vivien Warren has fallen in love in the old-fashioned way (how nature mocks at us!) and now sees things somewhat differently. At any rate, David and Vivie, fused into one personality, are going abroad for a protracted period, going out of your life, my dearest, for it is better so. Linda has every right to you, and science is a jealous mistress. Moreover, poor outcast Vivie has her own bitter pride. She is resolved to show that a woman can cultivate strength of character and an unflinching sobriety of conduct, even when born of such doubtful stock as mine, even when devoid of all religious faith. I know you love me, I glory in the knowledge, but I know that you likewise are more strongly bound by principles of right conduct, because like myself you have no sham theology. Michael, why are we tortured like this? Why mayn't we love where we please? Is this discipline necessary to the improvement of the race? I only know that if we sinned against these human laws and conventions, your great career in science, and again, why in science? Lightness in love does not seem to affect the career of orchestral conductors, actors, singers, playwrights and house painters. Why weren't you one of these and not a high priest of the only real religion? I only know also that if I fell so many people would have the satisfaction of saying, "There, what did I say? What's bred in the bone comes out in the flesh. That's how the women's movement's goin' to end, you take my word for it. They'll get a man somewhere somehow, and then they'll clear out of it." I think I said before, I meant to say at any rate, so as to ease your mind, I'm all right as regards financial matters. I have a life annuity and some useful savings. I shall give Bertie Adams a year's salary, and if you feel, dear friend, you must put forth your hand to help me, help him instead to get another position. He has a wife and a young family, and for his class is just about as good a chap as I have ever met. This is David speaking. If you can do nothing, you may be sure Vivie will, even if she has to borrow unclean money from her wicked old mother to keep Bertie Adams from financial anxiety and his pretty young wife and the child they are so proud of. I must finish this gigantic letter somewhere, though I'm not going to stop writing to you. I couldn't. I should lose all hold on life if I did. For the purpose of correspondence and finishing up things, I shall be David Williams for some time longer. You know his address in Wales? Pontystrad Village, Pontyffynon, Glamorgan, if you've forgotten it. He'll be there till April, and then begin his foreign tour and write to you at intervals from the Continent. As to Vivie, I think she won't return to life and activity till the autumn, and then she'll make things hum. She'll throw all the energy of frustrated love into the woman's cause and get 'em the vote somehow. Early in the genesis of this book, I appointed a jury of matrons to judge each chapter before it went to the press, and to decide whether it was suited to the restrictions of the circulating library, and whether it would cause real distress or perturbation to 3 persons whom we chose as representative readers of decent fiction. Admiral Broadbent, Lady Percy Mountjoy, and old Mrs. Bridges. Mrs. Bridges was said to have had a heart attack after reading the Gay Dombies. I did not wish her to have another. This jury of broad-minded women of the world decided that Rossiter's reply to Vivie's very long epistle should not see the light. He himself would probably, had he known we were discussing his affairs, have been thankful for this decision, because 12 hours after he had written it he was heartily ashamed of his momentary lapse from high principles, ashamed that the woman in the case should have shown herself truer metal. He resolved, so far as our poor human resolves are worth anything, to remain inflexibly true to his devoted Linda and to his career in biological science. He knew too well that if he were caught in adultery it would be all over with the great theories he was working to establish. The Royal Society would condemn them. Besides, so fine a resolve as Vivie's to live on the heights must be respected. At the same time it is certain that for the next 3 months he muddled his experiments, confused his arguments, lost his temper with a colleague on the Council of the Zoological Society, kicked the pugs, even caused the most unbearable 2 of them to be poisoned by his assistant, and lied in attributing their deaths to other causes. He promised the weeping Linda a palm instead. He said "hell" when the macaw interrupted them with raucous screams. He let pass all sorts of misprints in his articles on the ductless glands for the Encyclopaedia Scotia. He was always losing the thread of his discourse in his lectures at the London Institution and University College, and he spent too much of his valuable time writing hugely long letters on all sorts of subjects to David Williams. David, or Vivie, replied much more laconically. In the first place she had had her say in the one big outpouring from which I have quoted so freely. In the second, she did not wish to stoke up these fires, lest they should become volcanic and break up a happy home and a great career. She wrote once saying, "If ever you were in trouble of any kind, if Linda should die before me, for example, I would come back to you from the ends of the earth, and even if I were legitimately married to the Prince of Monaco, come back and serve you as a drudge, as a butt for your wit, as a sick nurse. But meantime, Michael, you must play the game." And so after this 3 months' frenzy was past, he did. It was not always easy. Linda's devotion was touching. She perceived, though she hardly liked admitting it, that her husband missed the society of that Mr. Williams, in whom she, for one, never could see anything particularly striking, and who was now travelling abroad on a quest it would be indelicate to particularize, and one that in her opinion should have been taken up by a far older man, the father of a grown-up family. She strove to replace Williams as an intelligent companion in the library and even in the laboratory. She gave up works of charity and espionage in Marylebone and many of her trips into society, to sit more often with her dear professor, and was a little distressed by his groans, which seemed to be quite unprovoked by her remarks or her actions. However, as the months went by, Rossiter buckled down more to his work, and Mrs. Rossiter noticed that he engaged a new assistant at £300 a year to take charge of his enormous correspondence. Mr. Bertie Adams seemed a nice young man, though also afflicted at times with something that gave melancholy to his gaze. But he had a good little wife who came to make a home for him in Marylebone. Mrs. Rossiter, being a kindly woman, went to call on her, and was entirely taken up with their one child, whom she frequently asked to tea, and found much more interesting than the new Palm. "But it's got such a funny name, Michael. I mean funny for their station in life. It's a girl and they call it Vivie, which is short for Vivian. I told Mrs. Adams she must have been reading Tennyson's Idylls of the King, but she said no, she wasn't much of a reader. Adams was, and it was some lady's name in a story that had stuck in his head, and that as her mother's name was Susan and his was Jane, she hadn't minded." End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapter 11 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 11. David Goes Abroad. David Williams had an enthusiastic greeting when he went home to Pontystrad for the Easter of 1909. It was an early Easter that year, whether you like it or not. It suits my story better so, because then David can turn up in Brussels at the end of April, and yet have attended to a host of necessary things before his departure on a long absence. He first of all devoted himself to making the old vicar happy for a few weeks in a rather blustery, showery March April. His father was full of wonderment and exultation over the honourable publicity his barrister son had attained. "You'll be a judge, Davy, at any rate a K.C. before I'm dead. But marry, boy, marry! That's what you must do now. Marry and give me grandchildren." The burly curate privately thought David a bit morbid in his passionate devotion to the woman's cause, and this white slave traffic all rot. He had worked sufficiently in the bad towns of the South Welsh coast, and had had an initiation into the lower living parts of Birmingham and London, to be sceptical about the existence of these poor deluded virgins lured from their humble respectable homes and thrust by Shakespearean procuresses, bawds and bullies into an impure life. If they went to these places abroad it was probably with the hope of greater gains, better food and stricter medical attention. However, he kept most of these thoughts to himself and his wife, the squire's daughter, who, as she somehow thought David ought to have married her, was a little bit sentimental about him and considered he was a Galahad. Old Nanny remained as usual wistfully puzzled, half fearing the explanation of the enigma if it ever came. Returned to London and Fig Tree Court, which he was soon vacating, David obtained through his and her bankers a passport for himself and another for Miss Vivian Warren, 34, British subject and so forth, travelling on the Continent, a lady of independent means. He rearranged all David's and Vivie's money matters, stored such of Vivie's property and his own as was indispensable at Honoria Armstrong's house in Kensington, and left a box containing a complete man's outfit in charge of Bertie Adams, bade farewell as David Williams and Uncle David to Honoria and her 2 babies, and to the still unkindly looking Colonel Armstrong, who very much resented the uncle business, which was perhaps why Honoria, out of a wholesome talkinage, kept it up, and called in for a farewell chat with dear old Proddy, beginning to look a bit shaky and rather too much bossed by his parlour maid. Honoria had said as he departed, "Do try to run up against Vivie somewhere abroad, and tell her I shan't be happy till she returns and takes up her abode among us once more. Army is longing to know her." Army didn't look it. "Now, Pettums, wave handykins to Uncle David. He's goin' broadies. Army dear, would you ask them to whistle for a taxi? I know David doesn't want to walk all the way back to the Temple in those lovely button boots." Praed told him all he wanted to know about the localities of the Warren private hotels, most of all that at which Vivie's mother resided in the Rue Royale, Brussels. So at this establishment a well but plainly dressed English lady, scarcely looking her age, 34, turned up one morning and sent in a card to the lady proprietress, Madame Varennes. This card was closely scanned by a heavy featured Flemish girl who took it upstairs to an appartement on the first floor. She read Miss Vivian Warren, and vaguely noted the resemblance of the 2 names Varennes and Warren, and the fact that the establishment in which she earned a lucrative wage was one of the Warren hotels. With very short delay Vivie was invited to ascend in a lift to the first floor, and was shown into a gorgeously furnished bedroom which, through an open door, gave a glimpse of an attractive boudoir or sitting room beyond, and beyond that again the plane trees of a great boulevard breaking into delicate green leaf. A woman of painted middle age, in a descente de lit that in its opulence matched the hangings and furniture of the room, had been reclining on a sofa drinking chocolate and reading a newspaper. She rose shakily to her feet when the door closed behind Vivie, tottered forward to meet her, and exclaimed rather theatrically, "My daughter! Come back to me! After all these years! A few tears ran down the rouged cheeks. "Steady on, mother," said Vivie, propping her up, and feeling oh so clean and pure and fresh and wholesome by contrast with this worn out woman of pleasure. "Lie down again on your sofa, go on with your petit déjeuner, which is surely rather late?" There were signs and appetizing smells of the larger meal being imminent as I passed through the hotel. "Now just lie down until you want to dress. If you like, I'll help you dress," swallowing hard to choke down a little shudder of repulsion. "I'm not in any hurry. I've come to Brussels to go into matters thoroughly. For the present I'm staying at the Hotel Grimaud." Mrs. Warren was convulsively sobbing and ruining the complexion she had just made up, before she changed out of her descente de lit. "Why not stop here, dearie? Don't laugh. There's lots that do, and never suspect for a minute it ain't like any other hotel, though from all I see and hear, all hotels are pretty much the same nowadays, whether they're called by my name or not. Of course a man might find out pretty quick, but not a woman who wasn't in the business herself. Why, we actually encourage decent women to come here when we ain't pressed for room. They give the place a better tone, don't you know. There's 2 clergymen's sisters come here most autumns and stop and don't notice anything. They come in here and chat with me, and once they said they liked foreign gentlemen better than their own fellow countrymen. Their manners are so affable. Why, it was partly through people like that I got to hear every now and then what you was up to. Oh, I wasn't taken in long by that David Williams business. Praddy didn't give you away, to speak of, when I sent you that £1,000. Lord, I was glad you kept it. But what fixed me was your portrait in the Daily Mirror a couple of years ago as the brilliant young advocate Mr. David Vavasour Williams. Somehow the Vavasour seemed to fit in all right, though what you wanted with my maiden name, with what was poor mother's real name before she lived with your grandfather, well, as I say, I soon saw through the whole bag of tricks. But what a lark! Beat anythink I ever did. What have you done with your duds? Gone back to bein' Vivie once more?" "Vivie, I'll tell you all about it in good time. But I would rather not stay here all the same. I found a quiet hotel near the station. I will come and see you if you can make it easy for me, but what I should very much prefer, if you can only get away from this horrid place, is that you should come and see me. Why shouldn't you give yourself a fortnight's holiday and go off with me to Louvain or to Spa or some other quiet place where we can talk over everything to our heart's content?" Mrs. Warren: "Not a bad idea. Do me a lot of good. I was feeling awfully down, Vivie, when you came. I wasn't altogether taken aback at your comin', dearie, 'cause Praddy had given me a kind of a hint you might turn up. But somehow, though everything goes well in business we seldom had so busy a time as during this last Humanitarian Congress of the Powers all the diplomats came here, mostly the old ones, the old and respectable. Oh, how we all like respectability! Yet I never 'ad such low spirits. My gals used to come in here and find me cryin' as often as not. 'Comment, madame,' they used to say, 'pourquoi pleurez-vous? Tout va si bien. Quelle clientèle et pas chiche.' I suppose you understand French? However, about this trip to the country. Look on it as settled. I'll pack up now and away we go in the afternoon, and not to any of your measly hotels or village inns. Why, I've got me own country place and me own auto. Villa de Beauséjour, a mile or so beyond the lovely beechwoods of Tervueren. Ain't so far from Louvain, so's I can send you on there one day. Ah, there's some one you'd like to see in Louvain, if I mistake not. You always was one for findin' out things, and maybe I'll tell you more, now you've come back to me, than what I'd 'a done with you standin' up so stiff and proud, and me unfit to take up the hem of your skirt. How I do ramble! Suppose it's old age comin' on." Shudders. "About this Villa de Beauséjour. It was once a farmhouse, and even now it's the farm where I get me eggs and milk and butter and the fruit and vegetables for this hotel. He gave it to me. You know whom I mean by he. Don't do to talk too loud in a place like this. They say he's pretty bad just now, not likely to live much longer. I was his mistress once, years ago, At least I was more a confidant than anything else. How he used to laugh at my stories. "Que tu es une drôlesse," he used to say. I never used to mince matters, and we were none the worse for that. Bless you, he wasn't as bad as they painted him, long of all this fuss about the blacks. As I say, he gave me the Villa de Beau séjour, and used to say if I behaved myself he might some day make me Baronne de Beau séjour. How'd you have liked that, eh? Sort of a morganatic queen. I lay I'd have put some good management into the runnin' of those places. Aye, how they used to swindle him, and he believing himself always such a sharp man of business. When that Vaughan hussy Vivie: very well, we'll go to Villa Beau séjour. But don't give me too many of your reminiscences or I may leave you after all and go back to England. Whilst I'm with you, you must give up rouge and patchouli and the kind of conversation that goes with them. I'm out here trying to do my duty, and duty is always unpleasant. I don't want to be a killjoy, but don't give me more of that side of your character than you can help. It makes me sick, mother." Mrs. Warren, or Madame Varennes, whimpers a little, but soon cheers up, rings the bell for her maid, preparatory to dressing and being the business woman over her preparations for departure. She notes the address of Vivie's hotel and promises to call for her there in the auto at 3 o'clock. Vivie leaves her, descends the richly carpeted stairs the lift is worked by an odiously pretty little plump soubrette dressed as a page boy and goes out into the street. Several lounging men stare hard at her, but decide she is too English, too plainly dressed, and a little too old to neddle with. This last consideration is apparent to Vivie's intelligence, and she muses on it with a wistful little smile, half humour, half regret. She will at her leisure write a whole description of the scene to Michael. Those who come after us will never realize how delightful was foreign travel before the War, before that war which installed damnable Dora in power in all the countries of Europe, especially France, Belgium, Switzerland, Italy and Holland. They will not conceive it possible that the getting of a passport, as a mere means of rapidly establishing one's identity at bank or post office, was a simple transaction done through a banker or a tourist agency, the enclosing of stamps and the payment of a shilling or two; that there was no question of visas entailing endless humiliation and back-breaking delays, waiting about in ante-rooms and empty apartments of squalid, desolating ugliness, situate always in the most odious parts of a town. But the Foreign Offices of Europe were agreed on one topic, and this was that having got their feet back on the necks of the people, their serfs of the glebe should not, save under circumstances hateful, fatiguing, unhealthy and humiliating, travel through the lands that once were beautiful and bountiful and are so no longer. So Vivie, never having consciously been abroad before, though she was later to learn she had actually been born in Brussels, began to experience all the delights of travel in a foreign land. She woke up the next morning to the country pleasures of Villa Beau séjour, a preposterous château villa it might be, but attached to a charming Flemish farm, with cows and pigs, geese and ducks, plump poultry and white pigeons, with clumps of poplars and copses of hawthorns and wild cherry trees, which joined the little domain on to the splendid forest of Tervueren. There were the friendly, super-intelligent big dogs, like bastard St. Bernards or mastiffs in breed, that drew the little carts which carried the produce of the farm to the markets or to Brussels. There were cheery Flemish farm servants and buxom dairy or poultry women, their wives. None of them particularly aware that there was anything discreditable about Madame Varennes. They may have vaguely remembered she had once lived under high protection, but that, if anything, added to her prestige in their eyes. She was an English lady who for purposes of business and maybe of la haute politique chose to live in Belgium. She was a kind mistress and a generous patronne. Vivie as her daughter was assured of their respect, and by her polite behaviour won their liking as well. "You know, Viv, old girl," said Mrs. Warren one day, "if you played your cards all right, this pretty place might be yours after I'd gone. Why don't yer pick up a decent husband somewhere and drop all this foolishness about the Suffragettes? He needn't know too much about me, d'yer see? And if you looked at things sensible like, you'd come in for a pot of money some day, and whilst I lived I'd make you a good allowance." "It's no use, dear mother." Involuntarily she said "dear." Her heart was hungry for affection. Wales was rapidly passing out of her sphere. David's business must soon be wound up in that quarter, and where else had she to go? "So long as you keep on with those hotels I can't touch a penny. I oughtn't to have kept that 1,000, only Praddy assured me it was clean money." Mrs. W.: "So it was. I won it at Monte. I don't often gamble now, I hate losing money, but we'd had a splendid season at Roquebrune, and I sat down one day at the tables a bit reckless like. Seemed as if I couldn't lose. When I got up and left I'd won 30,000 francs. So I says to myself, 'This shall go to my little girl. I'll send it through Praddy and he'll pay it into her bank. Then I shan't feel anxious about her.'" Mother, what a strange creature you are! Such a mixture of good and bad, for I suppose it is bad, I feel somehow it is bad, trafficking in women's bodies, as they put it sensationally. Towards me you have always been compact of kindness. You took every precaution to have me brought up well, out of knowledge of any impurity, and well and modernly educated. You left me quite free to marry whom I liked. But you stuck to this horrible career." "Well, Vivie, I did. But did you make any great effort to turn me from it? Besides, is it horrible? I won't promise much for Berlin and Budapest or even Vienna, because I haven't been in those directions for ever so long. And the Germans are regular gettin' out of hand, they are, workin' up for somethin'. I dessay if you looked in at the Warren hotels in those places you might find lots to say against 'em. But you couldn't say the places I supervise here and at Roquebrune are so bad. I won't stop your looking into 'em. The girls are treated right down well, looked after if they fall sick and given every encouragement to marry well. I even call those 2 places I've give up me Paris house this 10 years I even call 'em my marriage markets. Ah, and I've given in my time not a few dots to decent girls that had found a good husband dans la clientèle. Why, they're no more than what you might call hotels, a bit larkier than what other hotels are. I've never in all my 20 years of Brussels management had a row with the police, and as to all this rot about the white slave traffic that you seem so excited about, well, I'm not saying there's nothing in it. Antwerp, Hamburg, Rotterdam you'd hear some funny stories there. But only if you went as David Williams in your man's kit. My, what a wheeze that's been, and from all they tell me that place in South America, Buenos Aires, is a regular hell. But God bless my soul, there's nothing to fuss about here. Our young ladies would take on like anything if you forced them to go away from my care. It's getting near the time when we close our Roquebrune establishment for the summer, and the girls'll all be going back to their homes in the mountains and fattening up on new milk. Still, if you go there before the middle of May you'll see things pretty much as they are in the season, and what's more you'll see plenty of perfectly respectable people stopping there. Of course the prices are high, but look at the luxury, what that wicked Bax used to call all the home comforts. He liked his jokes. I hear he's settling down at home with his old Dutch. She's been awful good to him, I must say. I couldn't stand him long. I don't often lose me temper, but I did with him, after he got licked by Paul Dombey, and I threw an inkpot at his head and ain't seen him for a matter of 13 or 14 year. He sold out all his shares in the Warren Hotels when he come a cropper. Well, mother, I'll have a look round. I'm truly glad you're quit of the German and Austrian horrors, though you must bear the blame for having organized them in the first place. I will presently put on David Williams's clothes and see what I can see of them. But if you want me to be a daughter to you, you'll take the first and the readiest opportunity of removing your name from these legacies of the 19th century. You'll wind up the Warren Hotel's company, and as to the 2 houses you've got here and at Roquebrune, you'll turn them now into decent places where no indecency is tolerated." Mrs. Warren: "I'll think it over, and I don't say as I won't give in to you. I'm tired of a rackety life, and I'm proud of you, and cries, ashamed of meself, ashamed whenever I look at you. Though I've never been what I call bad, I've helped many a lame dog over a stile. That's partly how you came into existence, almost the only time I've ever been in love, many years ago. Why, girl, you must be getting on for 35. Let me see," muses. "Yes, it was the winter of '73–'74. I'd been in Ostend with a young barrister from London, him I told you about once, who used to write plays, and we came on to Brussels because he had some business with the Belgian Government. He left me pretty much to myself just then, though quite open handed, don't you know. One day I was walking through one of the poorer streets, where the people was very Flemish, and I stood looking up at an old doorway, dunno why, s'pose I thought it picturesque, reminded me of Praddy's drawin's, and an old woman comes up and says in French, 'Madame est Anglaise?' In those days I couldn't hardly speak a word of French, but I said, 'Oui.' Then she wants me to come upstairs, but I thought it was some trap. However, as far as I could make out, there was a young Irishman there, she said, lying very sick of a fever and seemingly had no friends. Well, I took down the address, and the next day I came there with the concierge of the hotel where we were staying, and under his protection we went upstairs. My, it was a beastly place, and your poor father, for he was your father, was tossing about and raving with burning cheeks and huge eyes just like yours. Well, I had plenty of money just then, so with the help of that concierge we found a decent lodging. They wasn't so particular then about infection, or they didn't think typhoid infectious. I took him there in an ambulance, engaged a nurse, and in a fortnight he was recovering. He turned out to be a seminarist, I think they called it, from Ireland, who was going to be trained for the priesthood at Louvain. Lots of Irish used to come there in those days. And somehow a fit of naughtiness had overcome him, he was only 20, and he thought he'd like to see a bit of the world. So he'd sloped from his college and had a bit of a spree at Brussels and Ostend. Then he was took with this fever. His name was Fergus O'Connor, and he always said he was descended from the real old Irish kings, and he was some kind of a Fenian. I mean he used to go on something terrible against the English, and say he would never rest till they were drove out of Ireland. When he got well again he was that handsome. Well, I've never seen any one like him, unless it's you. I expect when you dress up as David Williams you're the image of what he was when I fell in love with him. And I did. And when me barrister friend, Mr. Fitzsimmons, teased me about it and wanted me, he having finished his business, to return with him to London, I refused. Being a bit free with me speech in those days, I daresay I said go to hell. But he only laughed and left me £50. Well, I lived with this young student for a matter of 6 months. A lovely time we had, till he began gettin' melancholy, matter of no money partly. He tried bein' a journalist. Then the Church got him back. There came about a regular change in him, and just at the time when you was comin' along. He woke up one night in a cold sweat and said he was eternally damned. 'Nonsense,' I says, 'it's them crayfish. You ought never to eat that bisque soup.' But he meant it. He went back to Louvain, where I'm going to take you in a day or two, and I suppose they made him do all sorts of penances before they gave him absolution. But he stuck to it. In due time he became a priest and entered one of them religious houses. They think a lot of him at Louvain. I've seen him once or twice, but I can't bear to meet his eyes, they're something like yours. Make me feel a reg'lar Jezebel. And as to you? Well, when he left me I hadn't got much money left, so before I begged a passage back to England, I called in at the very hotel where you found me the other day, and where me and my barrister friend had been stayin'. I'd got to know the proprietress a little, real kind-'earted woman she was. She said to me, 'See here, you stop with me and help me in the bureau and have your baby. I'll look after you.' and when you can get about again, stop on and help me in my business. I reckon you're the type of woman I've been looking out for this long while." And that's how the first of the Warren Hotels was started, and that's where you were born, in October, 1875. Vivie gave a little shudder, but her mother's thoughts were so intent on the past that she did not perceive it. Mrs. Warren: "D'jever see your Aunt Liz?" Vivie told her of the grim experiences already touched on in Chapter I. Mrs. Warren: "Well, she dropped me completely from the time she married that Canon. And I respected her. She was comfortably off, her past was dead and done with. D'yer think I wanted to bother her? Not I. It depends so much on the way you was born and brought up. If Liz had been the child of a respectable married couple that could give her a good start in life, probability is she'd have run straight from the first. Dunno about me. I was always a bit larky. And yet, d'you know, I think if your father hadn't been a sort of young god with his head in the skies and no reg'lar income, if he'd 'a married me and been kind to me, I should have been an honest woman all the rest of me life. What do you feel about morality? You don't seem to have much faith in religion, yet you've always taken a high line, and somehow I'm glad you have, about things that never seemed to me to matter much. We're given these passions and desires, and my, don't it hurt fallin' in love, and then the clergy, though they're awful humbugs, tell us we must deny our cravings." Vivie: "In the main the clergy are right in what they preach, though they give the wrong reasons. We must try to regulate our passions or they will master us, stifle what is really good in us. My solution of this problem which I am so sick of discussing, but let's finish with it while we are about it, my solution is that the State and the community should do their utmost to encourage, subsidize, reward early marriages, and at the same time facilitate in a reasonable degree divorce. Apply both these remedies and you would go far to wipe out prostitution, which I think perfectly horrible. I should like to penalize it. Perhaps it is the Irish ascetic in my constitution. A good many early marriages might be failures. Well then at the end of 10 years these should be dissolvable, with proper provisions made for the children. I think many a couple if they knew that after a time and without scandal their partnership could be dissolved, wouldn't, when the time came, want it. While on the other hand if you made the tie not everlastingly binding, young people, especially if they hadn't to trouble about means, would get married without hesitation or delay. I should not only encourage that, but I should give every woman a heavy bonus for bringing a living child into the world. Now let's talk of something else. When are you going to take me to Louvain?" They went to Louvain a few days later, and Vivie's newly awakened senses for the beautiful in art revelled in the glorious architecture, so much of which was afterwards wrecked in the war. Walking beneath the planes in the narrow street between monastic buildings, they descried a gaunt, stately figure of a Father Superior of some great order. "There," said Mrs. Warren, "that's him, that's your father." They quickened their pace and were presently alongside him. He flashed his great grey eagle eyes for a contemptuous second on the face of Mrs. Warren, who was all of a tremble and could not meet the gaze. Vivie he scarcely glanced at as he strode towards a doorway which engulfed him, though the eyes she had inherited would have met his unflinchingly. David Williams duly visited Antwerp, Rotterdam, Hamburg, Berlin, Vienna and Budapest. Much of what he saw disgusted, even revolted him, but he found few of his fellow countrymen held captive and crying to be delivered from a life of infamy. On his return to England in the autumn of 1909 he published the results of his observations, but they had very little effect on continental public opinion. However, Mrs. Warren in due course turned her 2 establishments into hotels that gradually acquired a well founded character of propriety, and were in time included amongst those recommended to quiet studious people by first class tourist agencies. Their names were changed respectively from Hôtel Léopold II to Hôtel Édouard VII, and from the homestead Roquebrune to Hôtel du Royaume Uni. Mrs. Warren or Madame Varennes retired completely from the management, but arranged to retain for her own use the magnificently furnished appartement on the first floor of the Hôtel Édouard VII at Brussels, where Vivie had seen her in the late spring of 1909. She still continued to receive a certain income from these two admirably managed hostelries. Constrained by Vivie, she bestowed large donations on charitable and educational institutions affecting the welfare of women, and established a fund of £10,000 for the promotion of woman suffrage in Great Britain, which fund was to be at Vivie's disposal. But even with these sacrifices to bienséance, she remained a lady of considerable fortune. She resisted, however, all invitations to make her home in England. "No, dear, I've got used to foreign ways. I hate my own people. They're such damned hypocrites, and the cooking don't suit my taste, accustomed to the best." But she gave up brandy, except as a very occasional chasse after the postprandial coffee. She no longer dyed her hair, and used very little rouge and no scent but lavender. Her hair turned a warm white colour, and dressed à la Pompadour made her look what she probably was at heart, quite a decent sort. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 12. Vivie returns. Honoria Armstrong, faithful in friendship and purpose as few people are, though she abated never a whit her love for her dear, fierce, blue-eyed, bristly-moustached, battle-scarred, bullying husband, prepared for Vivie's return in the autumn of 1909 by securing for her occupancy a nice little one-storied house in a Kensington back street, one of those houses, I doubt not now tenanted by millionaires who don't want a large household, just a roof over their heads, that remain over from the early 19th century, when Kensington was emerging from a country village into villadom. The broad, quiet road, named after our late dear Queen, has nothing but these detached or semi-detached little cottages ornés, one-storied villas with a studio behind, or two-storied components of terraces, for about a quarter of a mile, and just before the war building speculators were wont to pace its pavements with a hungry gaze directed to left and right, buying up in imagination all this wasted space, pulling down these pretty stucco nests, and building in their place castles of flats high into the air. I don't suppose this district will escape much longer the destruction of its graceful flowering trees and vivid gardens, its air of an opulent village. It will match with the rest of Kensingtonia in huge, handsome buildings, and be much sought after by the people who devote their lives, till they commit suicide, to illicit love and the victory balls at the Albert Hall. But in 1909, would that we were all back in 1909, it was as nice a part of London as a busy, energetic, sober-living spinster in the movement, yet liking home retirement and lilac-scented privacy, could desire to inhabit, at the absurd rental of £50 a year, with comparatively low rates, and the need for only one hard-working, self-respecting suffragette maid, with the monthly assistance of a charwoman of advanced views. There Vivie took up her abode in November of the year indicated. Honoria lived not far away, next door but one to the Parrys in Kensington Square. She, Vivie, was aware that Colonel Armstrong did not altogether like her, couldn't "place" her, felt she wasn't one of us, and therefore, despite Honoria's many invitations to run in and out and not to mind dear old Army, who was always like that at first, just as their chow was, she exercised considerable discretion about her frequentation of the Armstrong household, though she generally attended Honoria's suffrage meetings, held whenever the Colonel was called away to Aldershot or Hythe. Honoria by this time, the close of 1909, was the mother of 4 lovely, healthy, happy children. She would give birth to a 5th the following June, 1910, and then perhaps she would stop. She often said about this time, touching wood as she did so, could any woman be happier? She was so happy that she believed in God. Went sometimes to St. Mary Abbott's or St. Paul's, Knightsbridge, the music was so jolly, and gave largely to cheerful charities as well as to the suffrage cause. She would in the approach to Christmas 1909 look round and survey her happiness. Could any one have a more satisfactory husband? Of course he was a man and had silly mannish prejudices, but then without them he would not be so lovable. Her children, 2 boys and 2 girls, could you find greater darlings if you spent a week among the well-bred children playing round the round pond? Such natural children with really original remarks and untrained ideas, not artificial Peter Pans who wistfully didn't want to grow up, not slavish little mimics of the children's stories in vogue, pretending to play at Red Indians, when everyone knew that Red Indians nowadays dress like all the other citizens of the United States and Canada, and sat in Congress and cultivated political pulls or sold patent medicines. Or who said "good hunting" and other Mowgli shibboleths to mystified relations from the mid-19th century country towns, nor children who teased the cat or interfered with the cook or stole jam or did anything else that was obsolete, or decried Sullivan's music in favour of Debussy's or of Scarlattini's 17th century tiraliras, or wore spectacles and had to have their front teeth in gold clamps. Just clear-eyed, good-tempered, good-looking, roguish and spontaneously natural and reasonably self-willed children who adored their parents and did not openly mock at the Elishas that called on them. Then there were Honoria's friends. I gave a list of them in Chapter 2, which I am told has caused considerable offence, not by what was put in, but to those who were left out. But they needn't mind. If the protesters were nice people according to my standard, you may be sure Honoria knew them. But of all of her friends none was dearer and closer, save her husband, than Vivie Warren, pal of pals, brave comrade of the unflinching eyes. And somehow Vivie, since she fell in love with Michael Rossiter, was 10 times dearer than she had been before. She was more understanding. She had a brighter eye, a much greater sense of humour. She was tenderer. She liked children as she had never done in bygone years, and was soon adopted by the 4 children in Kensington Square as Aunt Vivie. They also, the 2 elder ones, had a vague remembrance of an Uncle David who had brought them toys and sweetmeats in a dim past. Aunt Vivie and Mummy used to get up the most amusing suffrage meetings in the long, narrow garden behind the house, or they combined forces with Lady Maud Parry and spoke in lilting contralto or mezzo-soprano, with the compliant tenor or baritone of Here and There a Captive Man, across the 2 gardens. Or somehow they commandeered the Square Garden on the pretext of a vast garden party at which everyone talked and laughed at once over their suffrage views. Yes, Honoria was happy then, as indeed she had been during most of her life, except when her brother died and her mother died. What did she lack for happiness? Nothing that this world can give in the opening 20th century, not even a very good pianola or a motor. I feel somehow it was almost unfair, in my rage at the inequality of treatment meted out by the powers beyond. Shall not General Sir Petworth Armstrong die in the great debacle of the World Wide War? I shall see later. And yet I feel that this nucleus of pure happiness housed in Kensington Square or at Petworth Manor, was to the little world that revolved round the Armstrongs like a good radiator in a cold house. It warmed many a chilly nature into fructification. It healed many a scar. It brightened many a humble life, like that of Bertie Adams's hard-working washerwoman mother, or the gamekeeper's crippled child at Petworth, or the newest, suburbanest little employee of Fraser and Claridge's huge establishment in the Brompton Road. It pulled straight the wayward life of some young subaltern, about to come a cropper, but who after a talk or two with that jolly Mrs. Armstrong took quite a different course and made a decent marriage. It conjoined with many of the social activities for good of one who might have been her twin sister, Suzanne Phoenix, only that Suzanne was 20 years older and perhaps an inch or two shorter. Dear woman, my remembrance flashes a kiss to your astral cheek, which in reality I should never have dared to salute, so great was my awe of Colonel Armstrong's muscles, as at any reasonable time before or after the birth of your last child in June 1910, you stand in the hall of your sunny 18th century house with the gold and green glint of the Kensington garden behind you, saying with your glad eyes and bonny mouth, "Come to our suffrage party? Such a lark! We've got Mrs. Pankhurst here, and the police daren't raid us. They're so afraid of Army. Of course he's away, but he knows perfectly well what I'm doing. He's quite given in. Now, Michael, you show Sir Harry and Lady Johnston to the front seats." I looked round for the rather gloomy presence of Michael Rossiter, but it was his little golden-haired godson she meant. "You shall have your general back safe from the wars, with a wound that gives only honour, a reasonable number of well-earned decorations, and a reputation for rather better strategy than Aldershot generally produces. And he shall live out his wholesome life alongside yours, still dispensing happiness, even under a Labour government, till, as Burton used to wind up his Arabian Nights love stories, there came to them the destroyer of delight and the sunderer of societies." Honoria acted towards the suffrage movement somewhat as in older-fashioned days of Second Empire laxity, well-to-do people evaded military service under conscription by paying a substitute to take their place in the fighting line. On account of her husband and the children she had just had or was going to have, she did not throw herself into the physical struggle, but she still continued out of her brother's earmarked money to subsidize the cause. Rather regretfully she looked on from a motor, a balcony, a front window, or the safe plinth of some huge statue, whilst her comrades, with less to risk physically and socially, matched their strength of will, their trained muscles, their agility, astuteness, and feminine charm, seldom without some effect, against the brute force and imperturbability of the police. The struggle waxed hot and fierce in the early months of 1910. Vivie held herself somewhat in the background also, not wishing to strike publicly and effectively until she was sure for what principle she endangered her life and liberty. Nevertheless she became a resource of rising importance to the suffrage cause. She was known to have had a clever barrister cousin who for some reasons best known to himself had of late kept in the background. Ill health, said some; an unfortunate love affair, said another. But his pamphlet on the white slave traffic on the Continent showed that he was still at work. Vivie was thought to be fully equal in her knowledge of the law to her cousin, though not allowed to qualify for the bar. Case after case was referred to her with the hope that if she could not solve it, she might submit it to her cousin's judgment. In this way excellent legal advice was forthcoming, which drove the Home Office officials from one quandary to another. But Vivie in the spring of 1910, looking back on nearly 12 months of womanly life, save for David's summer of continental travel, decided that she didn't like being a woman so far as woman was dressed in 1910 and for 300 or 400 years previously. As David, this had been more or less her costume. an undershirt, 2 in very cold weather, a pair of pants coming down to the ankle, and well-fitting woolen socks on the feet. A shirt, sometimes in daytime all of one piece with its turnover collar, at worst with a separate collar and a tie passed through it. Braces that really braced and held up the nether garment of trousers, a waistcoat buttoning fairly high up, no pneumonia blouse, 2 waistcoats if she liked, or a dandy slip buttoned innocently inside the single vest to suggest the white lie of a second inner vest. Over the waistcoat a coat or jacket. On the head a hat which fitted the head in 30 seconds, allowing for David's shock of hair, lace-up or button boots with perhaps at most 6 buttons, gloves with 1 button, spats if David wanted to be very dressy, with 3 buttons. On top of all of this a warm, easily fitting overcoat or a mackintosh. If you were really dressing to kill, as a man, it might take half an hour. If merely to go about your business and not be specially remarked for foppishness, 20 minutes. To divest yourself of all this and get into pyjamas and so to bed, 10 minutes. But when Vivie returned to herself and went about the world of 1909-1910 and merely wished to pass as an inconspicuous modest woman, she had to spend hours in dressing and undressing, and this is what she had to wear and waste so much of her time in adjusting and removing. Next the skin, merino combinations. Unwieldy garments requiring a contortionist's education to put on without entangling your front and hind limbs. The combis were specially buttoned with an infinitude of small, scarcely visible buttons, which always wanted sewing on and replacing, and were peevish about remaining in the buttonhole. Often, too, the combis (I really can't keep writing the full name) had to be tied here and there with little white ribbons which preferred getting into a knot. No wonder the average woman has a temper. When the combis went to the wash, all these ribbonlets had to be taken out, specially washed, specially ironed, and ingeniously threaded back into position. Next to the combinations, proceeding outwards, came the corset, a most serious affair. This exceedingly expensive instrument of torture was compounded chiefly of silk, which easily frayed, and whalebone. Many good women of the middle class have gone to their graves for 300 years believing that Almighty God had specially created toothless whales of the family Balanide solely for the purpose of providing women with the only possible ingredient for a corset. And for 300 years brave seamen of the Dutch, British and Basque nations have gone to a watery grave to procure for women this indispensable aid to correct clothing. But these filaments of horny palatal processes are unamiable. Though sheathed in silk or cotton, they, after the violent movements of a suffragette or a charwoman, break through the restraining sheath and run into the body under the 5th rib, or press forward on to the thigh, which is why you often see a woman's face in an omnibus express severe pain, and her lips utter the exclamation, "Aye, aye." Then this confounded corset had to be laced with pink ribbons at the back and in front, and both lacings demanded unusual suppleness of arms and sense of touch in finger tips. And when the corset went to the wash the ribbons had to be drawn out, washed, ironed, and threaded again. From the front of the corset hung 2 elastic suspenders as yet awaiting their prey. But first must be drawn on the silk or stockinette knickerbockers which in the 1910 woman replaced the piteously laughable drawers of the Victorian period. Then the suspenders clutched the rims of the stockings with an arrangement of nickel and rubber which no man would have tolerated for its inefficiency, but would have thrown back in the face of the shopman and have been charged with assault. In times of stress at public meetings the suspenders would release the stockings from their hold and the latter roll about the ankles of the embarrassed pleader for woman's rights. Who would be free themselves must strike the blow, and first of all throttle the modiste, thought Vivie. Then there was the camisole that concealed the corset and had to be pinned in with safety pins. The knickerbockers might not seek the aid of braces, but they must be kept up by an elastic band. Over the camisole in 1910 came a blouse, pernickety and shiftless about its waist fastening, and finally a hobble skirt, chiefly kept up by safety pins, and so cut below as to hamper free movement of the limbs as much as possible. Day boots often had as many as 21 buttons, and mind you, not sham buttons, as I used to think, out of swagger, but every button demanded entrance into a practicable buttonhole. Or the boots themselves were mere shoes with many buttoned spats drawn over them. All the boots had high heels, and the woman walked so as to put a severe strain on her arched instep in order that she might bring on by degrees flat foot for surgical treatment. Who shall describe the hats of 1910, and before and since, in all but the very poorest women? They were enormous, and so were the hat boxes, and they could only be held on to the head by running hat pins through wisps of hair. I will not portray the evening dresses that it sometimes takes a kindly husband an hour to fasten, with press buttons and hooks and eyes. And poor Vivie had no husband and depended on her suffragette maid, because at all costs she mustn't look dowdy or the woman's cause might suffer at Mrs. Pethwick Lawrence's receptions. As to night gear, of course Vivie, being a free agent, slept in David's pyjamas. She had long ago cut the Gordian knots of her beribboned, girdled nightgowns in favour of the Indian garment. But can you wonder, after this true recital of the simplest forms of a decent woman's costume in 1909, 1910, and even now, a recital drawn from a paper on woman's dress, delivered by David on one of the last occasions in which he appeared at the Debating Society of the Inner Temple, and checked by my jury of matrons, can you wonder that Vivie took very hardly to giving up a man's life in the clothes of David Williams? How she vowed to herself, fruitlessly because now she is one of the best dressed women in town, in a quiet way, that she would one day enfranchise women in their costume as in their citizenship. This will never be done until the modistes of Paris, in some great popular uprising, are strangled and burnt on the Place de la Concorde. At the 1910 January election, Michael Rossiter had been returned as MP for one of the Midland universities. His science had certainly suffered from his suppressed love for Vivie, a passion which secretly tortured him, yet for which he dared ask no respite. He thought it was about time that real men of science entered Parliament to check the utter mismanagement of public affairs which had been going on since 1900. He proposed to himself to make a succession of brilliant speeches (he really was an admirable and fluent lecturer) on anthropology, chemistry ought to appeal even to city men because it made such a lot of money, ethnology, hygiene, geography, economic botany, regional zoology, germ diseases, agriculture, etc., etc., and the absolute necessity of giving woman the same electoral privileges as man. He was always well inclined that way, but after he realized that David was Vivie, he became almost an embittered suffragist. The Speaker took care that he had little scope for his anthropology, economic botany, chemistry, hygiene, etc., on votes of supply, but he got in some nasty blows in the woman's cause, and in fact was so strangely rancorous that ministers looked at him evilly and arranged that he was not placed on the committee of the Conciliation Bill, that amusing farce with which the Liberal Ministry sought in 1910 to stave off the suffrage dilemma. Rossiter and Vivie seldom met except at public receptions. Every now and again he came to suffrage meetings when she was going to speak, and how well she spoke then! How real it all seemed to her! How handsome she looked, even at 36, and how near she was to tears and a breakdown, while his eyes burned. And when he got home poor little Linda was in despair over her poor distraught Michael, who could find no happiness or contentment in 10,000 a year, great fame as the chief inventor of the ductless glands, and the man who had issued a taxonomic classification of the Bovidae which even satisfied me. What a cruel force is love! Or is the cruelty in human disciplinary laws? Here were two persons eminently suited to be mates, calculated while still in the prime of life to procreate offspring that would be a credit to the nation, who asked for nothing more in life than to lie in each other's arms, after which no doubt they would have arisen and performed the most wonderful feats in inductive science or in embroidery or mathematics. And they were inwardly raging, losing their appetites, sleeping very badly yet eschewing drugs, pursuing will-o'-the-wisps in politics, wasting the best years of their lives from a sense of duty, that sense of duty which has made the Nordic white man the dominant race on the earth. We suffer individually, but we gain collectively, Rossiter said to himself. In May 1910 King Edward died, and all these gladiators, male and female, willingly declared a truce in the suffrage battle to obtain a much-needed rest in the weary conflict. As soon as political activities were resumed, the Conciliation Bill by the energies of the Liberal whips was talked out, wasn't it? At any rate it came to nothing for that session. Vivie took this as a decision. She openly declared that the vote never would be given by the House of Commons or House of Lords until it was wrung from the legislature by a complete dislocation of public affairs, the nearest approach to a revolution women could bring about without rifles or cannon. Meantime she refused to be duped by ministers or by amiable go-betweens. She resolved instead, perhaps for the last time, to resume the clothes and status of David Williams, go down to Wales and stay with her father, who was dying by slow degrees. The letters which the curate had written from time to time to D.V. Williams, Esquire, care of Michael Rossiter, Esquire, F.R.S., and usually forwarded on by Bertie Adams, had told David how much the Reverend Howell Williams had failed since the cold spring of 1909, and how in the colder spring of 1910 he had once or twice narrowly survived influenza. In July 1910 he was dying of heart failure. Nevertheless the return of David, his well-beloved, brought to him a flicker of renewed life, a little pink in the cheeks, and some garrulity. He could hardly bear his darling son out of his sight, except for the narrowest margin of necessary sleep, and often David slept sitting up in an armchair in the vicar's bedroom. The Reverend Howell said nothing more about grandchildren, often, with a finer sense, spoke to him not as though he were a son, but as a beloved daughter. At last he died in his sleep one night, holding David's hand, looking so ineffably happy that the impostor inwardly gloried in his imposture, as in one of the best deeds of his checkered life. The will, of course, had not been changed, and David inherited all his father's property. Out of it he settled £500 on the miner's, or rather Jenny's, son, who probably was the offspring of the real David Williams's boyish amour. He provided a handsome annuity for poor shaken old Nanny, and the rest of the money, after paying all expenses, he laid out on an endowment of the village hall for games and study, social meetings and political discussions, together with provision for an annual stipend of £100 for the vicar or curate of the parish who should run this hall, which was to be a lasting memorial to the Reverend Howell Vaughan Williams, so learned in the lore of Wales. Having settled all these matters to his satisfaction, and certainly to that of the Reverend Cadwallader Jones, who succeeded as Vicar of Pontystrad by a wise nudging and monetary pressure on the part of the late vicar's son, David returned to London at the close of 1910, took off his clothes and shed his personality. It was bruited that he had gone abroad to nurse a health that was seriously impaired through his incredible exertions over the Shillito case. He left his cousin Vivie free to espouse the suffrage cause, even unto the extremest militancy. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 13, The Suffrage Movement. Part 1. The Conciliation Bill, which was intended to give the parliamentary vote to a little over 1,000,000 women, had passed its second reading on July 12, 1910, by a majority of 110 votes, in spite of the bitter opposition of the Premier, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Home Secretary, the President of the Board of Trade and the Secretary for the Colonies. The Premier's arguments against it were, firstly, that women were women. This, of course, was a deplorable fact, and that the balance of power might fall into their hands without the physical force necessary to impose their decisions, etc., etc. And finally, that in force lay the ultimate appeal, rather a dangerous incitement to the sincere militants. The Chancellor of the Exchequer took up a more subtle attitude than the undisguised grumpy hostility of his leader. His arguments at the time reminded me of an episode in East Africa 30 years ago. A certain independent chief tolerated the presence on his territory of a plucky band of missionary pioneers. He did not care about Christianity, but he liked the trade goods the missionaries brought to purchase food and pay for labour in the erection of a station. These trade goods they kept in a storehouse made of wattle and daub. But this temporary building was not proof against cunning attempts at burglary on the part of the natives. The missionaries at length went to the chief, who was clothed shamelessly in the stolen calicoes, and sought redress. "All right," said the potentate, who kept a fretful realm in awe, "but you have no proof it is my people who break in and steal. You just catch one in the act, and then you'll see what I'll do." So the Oxford and Cambridge athletic missionaries sat up night after night under some camouflage, and at last their patience was rewarded by the capture of a naked, oily-skinned negro who emerged from a tunnel he had dug under the store foundations. Then they bore him off to the Yao chieftain. "Now we know where we are," said the chief. "You've proved your complaint. We'll have him burnt to death after lunch in the market place. I presume you've brought a lunch basket?" "Oh no," said the horrified propagandists. "We don't want such a penalty as that." "Very good," said the chief. "Then we'll behead him." "No, no." "Crucify him?" "No, no." "Peg him down over a driver ant's nest?" "No, no." "Then if you don't want any rational punishment he shall go free." And free he went. In the same way the Chancellor of the Exchequer of those days was so hard to please over suffrage measures that none brought forward was democratic enough, far-reaching and overwhelming enough to secure his adhesion. He was therefore forced to torpedo the Conciliation Bill, to snatch away the half loaf that was better than no bread at all. He spoke and voted against these tentative measures of feminine franchisement with tongue in cheek, no doubt, and hand linked in that of Lulu Grandcourt, whose opposition to any vote being given to women and whole attitude towards sex was so bitter that he had to be reminded by Lord Aloysius Brimsley, who like his brother Robert was a convinced suffragist, that after all he, Lulu Grandcourt, had deigned to be born of a woman, had even, maybe, been spanked by one. The Speaker had hinted on the occasion of the second reading of the Conciliation Bill, and at a later raising of the same question, that there might arise all sorts of obstacles to wreck the woman's franchise measure in committee, obstacles that apparently need not be taken into account as dangerous to any measure affecting male interests. Therefore many of the M.P.'s timorously voted for the second reading of the Conciliation Bill in order to stand well with their constituencies, yet looked to the Premier to trip it up by some adroit use of parliamentary jiu-jitsu. They were not disappointed in their ideal politician. The bill, after it had passed its second reading by a large majority, was referred to a committee of the whole House, which seemingly is fatal to any measure that seeks to become law. So the stale summer of 1910 wore itself away in recriminations, hopings against probability that the newer types of Liberal statesmen were honest men, keepers of promises, not merely, as Vivie said in one of the many speeches that got her into trouble, bridge players first and foremost, golf players when they couldn't play bridge, or speculators on the Stock Exchange, champagne drinkers, and prone to eat at their Lucullus banquets, public and private, till they sometimes fainted with indigestion. My, but she was bitter in her Hyde Park speeches and at her Albert Hall meetings against this band of mock Liberals who had seized the impulse of the country towards reform which had grown up under the Chamberlain era, to install themselves in power with the financial backing of great Americo-German Jewish internationalists, who in those early years of the 20th century were ready to stake their dollars on the Free Trade British Empire if they might guide its policy. Very likely if they had obtained the complete guidance they sought for, they might have staved off this ruinous war by telling Germany bluntly she must keep her hands off France and Belgium. They might also have seen to it that the War Office was reformed and the British Army ready to fulfil Lord Haldane's promises, for there is no doubt they had ability, even if they despised the instruments they worked with. But as I say, Vivie was a bitter and most effective speaker. She inflamed to action many a warm-hearted person like myself, like Rossiter, who got into trouble, though it was hushed up, in 1910-1911 for slapping the face of a Secretary of State who spoke slightingly of the women suffragists and their motives. Yet I seem to be stranded now, with a few others, in my pre-war enthusiasm over the woman's cause, or later, my horror at the German treatment of Belgium. Where are the snows of yesteryear? Where is the animosity which in the years between the burking of the Conciliation Bill and the spring of 1914 grew up between the disinterested reformers who wanted woman enfranchised and the Liberal ministers who fought so doggedly, so unscrupulously, against such a rational completion of representative government? The other day I glanced at a newspaper and saw that Sir Michael and Lady Rossiter had been dining at the Ritz with the Grand Courts, Princess Belasco, Sir Abel Batterby, the great police surgeon, knighted for his skill and discretion in forcible feeding, and the George Bounderbys. G.B. was the venomous private secretary of a former Chancellor of the Exchequer and put him up to most of his anti-suffrage dodges. And meeting Vivien Rossiter soon afterwards I said, "How could you?" "How could I what?" "Dine with the people you once hated." "Oh, I don't know, it's all past and done with. We've got the vote and somehow after those years in Brussels I seem to have no hates and few loves left." However, this is anticipating. I only insert this protest because I may seem to be expressing a bitterness the protagonists have ceased to feel, a triumph at the victory of their cause which produces in them merely a yawn. Where is Mrs. Pankhurst? Somehow one thought she would never rest till she was in the Cabinet. And Christabel and Annie Kenney? Married perchance to some permanent Under Secretary of State and viewing direct action with growing disapproval. And the Pethwick Lawrences? Some one told me the other day that they'd almost forgotten what it felt like to be forcibly fed. But in November 1910 we that were whole-hearted reformers, true Liberals, not wolves in sheep's clothing, took very much to heart what happened on the 18th of that month, when the Prime Minister of the time announced that the conference between the House of Lords and the House of Commons on the veto question having broken down, he had advised His Majesty to dissolve Parliament. This meant that the Conciliation Bill was finally done for, while the declaration of the Prime Minister as to the future programme of the Liberal Party, if it was returned to power, excluded any mention of a Woman's Enfranchisement Bill. On Black Friday, November 18th, Vivie was present at the meeting in Caxton Hall when Mrs. Pankhurst explained the position to the Suffragist women assembled there. Her blood was fired by the recital of their wrongs, and she was prominent among the 450 volunteers who came forward to accompany Mrs. Pankhurst, Dr. Garrett Anderson, and Susan Nipper Totes, the two last infirm old ladies, when they proposed to march to the Houses of Parliament to exercise their right of presenting a petition. The women proceeded to Parliament Square in small groups, so as to keep within the letter of the law. Some, like Vivie, carried banners with pitiful devices: "Where there's a bill there's a way," "Women's will beats Asquith's gill," and so on. She wished she had given more direct attention to these mottoes, but much of this procedure had been got up on impulse and little preparation made. It was near to 4 o'clock on a fine November afternoon when the 450 women began their movement towards Parliament Square. A red sun was sinking behind the House of Lords, the blue of the misty buildings and the street openings was enhanced by the lemon yellow lights of the newly lit lamps. The avenues converging on the Houses of Parliament were choked with people, and vehicles had to be diverted from the streets. The men in the watching crowd covered the pavements and island refuges, leaving the roadways to the little groups of struggling women and the large force, 1,000 or more, of opposing police. It was said at the time that the Government of the day, realizing by their action or inaction in the House of Commons they had provoked this movement of Mrs. Pankhurst's, had prepared the policy with which to meet it. As on the eve of a general election it might be awkward if they made many arrests of women, perchance Liberal women, on their way to the House to present a petition or escort a deputation, the police should be instructed instead to repel the Suffragists by force, to give them a taste of that frightfulness which became afterwards so familiar a weapon in the Prussian armoury. Some said also that the Government looked to the crowd which was allowed to form unchecked on the pavements, the crowd of rough men and boys, costers from Lambeth, longshoremen from the barges on the unembanked Westminster river side, errand boys, soldiers, sailors, clerks returning home, warehousemen, the tagrag and bobtail generally of London when a row is brewing, looked to this crowd to catch fire from the brutality of the police, uniformed and in plain clothes, and really give the women clamouring for the vote what for, teach them a lesson as to what the roused male can do when the female passes the limits of domestic licence. A few deaths might result, and did, and many injuries, but the treatment they received would make such an impression on Mrs. Pankhurst's followers that they would at last realize the futility of measuring their puny force against the muscle of man. Force, as the Premier had just said, must be the decisive factor. But unfortunately for these calculations the large male crowd took quite a different line. The day had gone by when men and boys were wont to cry to some expounding suffragette, "Go home and mind your baby." Dimly these toilers and moilers, these loafers and wasters, now understood that women of a courage rarely matched in man were fighting for the cause of all ill governed, maladministered, swindled, exploited people of either sex. The mass of men, in the mass, is chivalrous. It admires pluck, patience and persistency. So the crowd, instead of aiding the police to knock sense into the women, began to take sides with the buffeted, brutalized and bleeding suffragettes. Fortunately, before the real fighting began, and no doubt as a stroke of policy on the part of some police inspector, Mrs. Pankhurst, convoying the two frail old ladies, Dr. Garrett Anderson and Susan Nipper Totes, champions of the vote when women's suffrage was outside practical politics, had reached the steps of the Strangers' Entrance to the House of Commons. From this point of vantage a few of the older leaders of the deputation were able to witness the 4 or 5 hours' struggle in and around Parliament Square, the Abbey, Parliament Street, Great George Street, which made Black Friday one of the noteworthy days in British history, though more nostro it will be long before it is inserted in school books. Here, while something like panic signalized the legislative chamber, and cabinet ministers scurried in and out like flurried rabbits, and finally took refuge in their private rooms, here was fought out the decisive battle between physical and moral force over the Suffrage question. The women were so exaltées that they were ready to face death for their cause. The police were so exasperated that they saw red, and some went mad with sex mania. It was a horrible spectacle in detail. Men with foam on their moustaches were gripping women by the breasts, tearing open their clothing, and proceeding to rabid indecencies. Or if not sex mad, they twisted their arms, turned back their thumbs to dislocation, rained blows with fists on pale faces, covering them with blood. They tore out golden hair or thin grey locks with equal disregard. Mounted police were summoned to overawe the crowd, which by this time, whether suffragist and female, or neutral, non-committal and male, was giving the police on foot a very nasty time. The 450 women of the original impulse had increased to several thousand. Dusk had long since deepened into a night lit up with arc lamps and the golden radiance of great gas lamp clusters. Flares were lighted to enable the police to see better what they were doing and who were their assailants. But the women showed complete indifference to the horses, and the horses, with that exquisite forbearance that the horse can show to the distraught human, did their utmost not to trample on small feet and outspread hands. Here and there humanity asserted itself. One policeman, helmetless, his fair blonde face scratched and bleeding, had in berserker rage felled a young woman in the semi-darkness. He bore his senseless victim into the shelter of some nook or cloister and turned on her his bull's eye lantern. She was a beautiful creature, in private life a waitress at a tea shop. Her hat was gone and her hair streamed over her drooping face and slender shoulders. The policeman, overcome with remorse, exclaimed, mentioning the Home Secretary's name, "Be damned! This ain't the job for a decent man." The Suffragette revived under his care. He escorted her home, resigned from the police force, married her, and I believe has lived happily ever afterwards, if he was not killed in the war. Vivie had struggled for about 2 hours to reach the precincts of the house, with or without her banner, probably without, because she had freely used its staff as a weapon of defence, and her former skill in fencing stood her in good stead. But at last she was gripped by 2 constables, one of them an oldish man and the other a plain-clothes policeman, whom several spectators had singled out for his pleasure in needless brutalities. These men proceeded to give her punishment, and involuntarily she shrieked with mingled agony of pain and outraged sex revolt. A man, who had paused irresolutely on the curb of a street refuge, came to her aid. He dealt the grey-haired constable a blow that sent him reeling, and then seized the plainclothesman by his coat collar. A struggle ensued, which ended in the intervener being flung with such violence on the curbstone that he was temporarily stunned. Presently he found himself being dragged along with his heels dangling, while Vivie, described in language which my jury of matrons will not allow me to repeat, was being propelled alongside him, her clothes nearly torn off her, to some police station where they were placed under arrest. As soon as they had recovered breath and complete consciousness, had wiped the blood from cut heads, noses and lips, they looked hard at each other. "Thank you so much," said Vivie. "It was good of you." "That's enough," said her defender. "It wanted the voice to make me sure, but somehow I thought all along it was Vivie. Don't you know me? Frank Gardner." Chapter 13 Part 2 of Mrs. Warren's Daughter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Warren's Daughter by Sir Harry Johnston. Chapter 13 The Suffrage Movement. Part 2. While waiting for the formalities to be concluded and their transference to cells in which they were to pass the night, Frank told Vivie briefly that he had returned from Rhodesia a prosperous man on a brief holiday, leaving his wife and children to await his return. Hearing there was likely to be an unusual row that evening over the Suffrage question, he had sauntered down from the Strand to see what was going on, and had been haunted by the conviction that he would meet Vivie in the middle of the conflict. But when he rushed to her defence, his action was instinctive, the impulse of any red-blooded man to defend a woman that was being brutally maltreated. The next morning they were haled before the magistrate. Michael Rossiter was in court as a spectator, feverishly anxious to pay Vivie's fine or to find bail, or in all and every way to come to her relief. He seemed rather mystified at the sight of Frank Gardner arraigned with her. But presently the prosecuting counsel for the Chief Commissioner of Police arrived and told the astonished magistrate that it was the wish of the Home Secretary that the prisoners in the dock should all be discharged, Vivie and Frank Gardner among them. At any rate no evidence would be tendered by the prosecution. So they were released, as also was each fresh batch of prisoners brought in after them. Vivie went in a cab to her house in Victoria Road, Frank back to his hotel. Both had promised to foregather at Rossiter's house in Portland Place at lunch. Hitherto Vivie had refrained from entering No. 1 Park Crescent. She had not seen it or Mrs. Rossiter since David's attack of faintness and hysteria in February 1909, nearly 2 years ago. Why she went now she scarcely knew, logically. It was unwise to renew relations too closely with Rossiter, who showed his solicitude for her far too plainly in his face. The introduction to Linda Rossiter in her female form would be embarrassing, and would doubtless set that good lady questioning and speculating. Yet she felt she must see Rossiter writing was always dangerous and inadequate and reason with him. Beg him not to spoil his own chances in life for her, not lose his head in politics and personal animosities on her behalf, as he seemed likely to do. Already people were speaking of him as parallel to and you can fill the blanks for yourself with the names of great men of science who have become ineffective, quarrelsome, isolated members of Parliament, saying it was a great loss to science and no gain to the legislature. As to Frank Gardner, she was equally eager for a long explanatory talk with him. Except that her life had inured her to surprise and unexpected meetings, it was sufficiently amazing that Frank and she, who had not seen each other or touched hands for 13 years, should meet thus in a dangerous scuffle in a dense struggling crowd outside the Houses of Parliament. She must so arrange matters after lunch that Frank should not prevent her hour's talk with Rossiter, yet should have the long explanation he himself deserved. An idea! She would telephone to Praddy and invite herself and Frank to tea at his studio after she had left the Rossiters. Mrs. Rossiter was used to unexpected guests at lunch. People on terms of familiarity dropped in, or the Professor detained some colleague or pupil and made him sit down to the meal which was always prepared and seated for 4. Therefore she was not particularly taken aback when her husband appeared at 5 minutes to 1 in the little drawing room, and after requesting that the macaw and the cockatoo might be removed for the nonce to a back room, as they made sustained conversation impossible, announced that he expected momently there was the bell 2 persons whose acquaintance he was sure Linda would like to make. One was Captain Frank Gardner, who owned a big ranch in Rhodesia, and the other no relation was Miss Warren. "What, one of the Warrens of Huddersfield? Well, I never! And where did you pick her up? Strange she shouldn't have written to me she was coming up to town. I could No, this is a Miss Vivian Warren." "Vivian? How curious! Why, that is the name of the Adamses' little girl." "A Miss Vivian Warren," went on Rossiter patiently, "a well known suffragist who " "Oh, Michael, not a suffragette!" wailed Mrs. Rossiter, imagining vitriol was about to be thrown over the surviving pug, and damage done generally to the furniture. But at this moment the butler announced Captain Frank Gardner and Miss Warren. Gardner was well enough, a lean, soldierly-looking man, brown with the African sun, with pleasant twinkling blue eyes, a thick moustache and curly hair, just a little thin on the top. His face was rather scarred with African adventure, and did not show much special trace of his last night's tussle with the police. There was a cut at the back of his head where he had fallen on the curbstone, but that was neatly plastered, and you do not turn your back much on a hostess, at any rate on first introduction. But Vivie had obviously been in the wars. She had, frankly, a black eye, a cut and swollen lip, and her ordinarily well-shaped nose was a trifle swollen and reddened. But her eyes likewise were twinkling, though the bruised one was bloodshot. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Rossiter, to be introduced to you like this. I don't know what you will think of me. It's the first time I've been in a really bad row. We were trying to get to the House of Commons, but the police interfered and gave us the full privileges of a man as regards their fists. Captain Gardner here, who is an old friend of mine, intervened, or I'm afraid I shouldn't have got off as cheaply as I did. And your husband kindly came to the police court to testify to our good character, and then invited us to lunch." Mrs. Rossiter: "Why, how your voice reminds me of someone who used to come here a good deal at one time, a Mr. David Williams. I suppose he isn't any relation?" Vivie, while Frank Gardner looks a little astonished: "Oh, my cousin. I knew you knew him. He has often talked to me about you. I'll tell you about David by and by, Frank." At this interchange of Christian names Mrs. Rossiter thinks she understands the situation. They are engaged, have been since last night's rescue. But what extraordinary people the dear Professor does pick up! Have they got ductless glands, she wonders? Rossiter, who has been fidgeting through this dialogue, considers that lunch is ready, so they proceed to the small dining room, the breakfast room. Mrs. Rossiter was always very proud of having a small drawing room, otherwise mi boudoir, and a small dining room. It prepared the way for greater magnificence at big parties, and also enabled one to be cosier with a few friends. At luncheon. Mrs. Rossiter to Frank Gardner, archly: "I suppose you've come home to be married?" Frank: "Oh no, I'm not a bigamist. I've got a wife already and 4 children, and jolly glad I shall be to get back to 'em. I can't stand much of the English climate after getting so used to South African sunshine. No, I came on a business trip to England, leaving my old dear out at the farm near Salisbury with the kids. We've got a nice English governess who helps her to look after 'em. A year or 2 hence I hope to bring 'em over to see the old country, and we may have to put the eldest to school. Children run wild so in South Africa. As to Miss Warren, she's an old friend of mine and a very dear one. I hadn't seen her for 13 years, when the sound of her voice she's got one of those voices you never forget the sound of her voice came up out of that beastly crowd of gladiators yesterday, and I found her being hammered by 2 policemen. I pretty well laid one out, though I hadn't used my fists for a matter of 10 years. Then I got knocked over myself. I passed a night in a police cell, feeling pretty sick and positively maddened at not being able to ask any questions. Then at last morning came. I had a wash and brush up the police after all aren't bad chaps, and most of 'em seemed jolly well ashamed of last night's doin's. Then I met Vivie in court, and your husband too. He took me on trust, and I'm awfully grateful to him. I've got a dear old mater down in Kent, Margate, don't you know. My dad's still alive, Vivie, and she'd have been awfully cut up at hearing her son had been spending the night in a police cell and was going to be fined for rioting. Only fortunately the Home Secretary said we weren't to be punished. But Professor Rossiter's comin' on the scene was a grand thing. Besides bein' an M.P., I needn't tell you, Mrs. Rossiter, he has a world wide reputation. Oh, we read your books, sir, out in South Africa, I can tell you. Well, and here we are, and I'm monopolizing the conversation." Vivie sat opposite her old lover, and near to the man who loved her now with such ill-concealed passion that his hand trembled for her very proximity. She felt strangely elated, strangely gay, at times inclined to laugh as she caught sight of her bruised and puffy face in an opposite mirror, yet happy in the knowledge that notwithstanding the 13 years of separation, her repeated rejection of his early love, her battered appearance, Frank still felt tenderly towards her, still remembered the timbre of her voice. Her mouth was too sore and swollen to make eating very pleasant. She trifled with her food, but she felt young and full of gay adventure. Mrs. Rossiter, a little overwhelmed with all the information Gardner had poured out, a little irritated also at the dancing light in Vivie's eyes, turned her questionings on her. "I suppose you are the Miss Warren who speaks so much? I often see your name in the papers, especially in Votes for Women that the Professor takes in. Isn't it funny that a man should care so much about women getting the vote? I'm sure I don't want it. I'm quite content to exercise my influence through him, especially now he's in Parliament. But then I have my home to look after, and I'm much too busy to go out and about and mix myself up in politics. I'm quite content to leave all that to the menfolk." Vivie: "Quite so. In your position no doubt I should do the same. But you see I haven't any menfolk. There is my mother, but she prefers to live abroad, and as she is comfortably off she can employ servants to look after her." This hint of wealth a little reassured Mrs. Rossiter, who believed most Suffragettes to be adventuresses. "So as I have no ties I prefer to give myself up to the service of women in general. When they have the vote and other privileges of men, then of course I can attend to my private interests and pursuits mathematical calculations, insurance risks." Mrs. Rossiter: "It is extraordinary how like your voice is to your cousin's. If I shut my eyes I could think he was back again. Not," she added hastily, "that he has not, no doubt, plenty to do abroad. Do you ever see him now? Why does he not marry and settle down? One never hears of him now as a barrister. But then he used to 'feel' his cases too much. The last time he was here he fainted and had to stay here all night. And yet he had won his case and got his what do you say client off. I dare say you remember it. She was my husband's cousin, though we hardly liked to say so at the time. It is so unpleasant having a murder in the family. Fortunately she was let off. I mean the jury said not guilty, though personally however that is neither here nor there, and since then she's married Colonel Kesteven. Won't you have some pheasant? No? I remember your cousin used to have a very poor appetite, especially when one of his cases was on. How he used excuse my saying so how he used to tire poor Michael." Mr. Rossiter: "Talk, talk, talk in the evenings, and I knew the Professor had his lectures to prepare. But hints were thrown away on Mr. David." Rossiter broke in: "Now what would you like to do in the afternoon, Miss Warren? And Gardner? You, by the by, have the first claim on our hospitality. You have just arrived from Africa, and the only thing we have done for you so far is to drag you into a disgraceful row." Frank: "Well, I should like a glimpse of the Zoo. I'm quite willing to pay my shilling and give no more trouble, but if Vivie is going there too, we could all walk up together. After that I'm going to revisit an old acquaintance of mine and Vivie's, Praed the architect, lives somewhere in Chelsea if I remember right." Vivie: "In Han's place. I don't particularly want to go to the Zoo. I look so odd I might over excite the monkeys. I think I should like to try a restful visit to the Royal Botanic. I'm so fond of their collection of weird succulent plants, things that look like stones and suddenly produce superb flowers." Mrs. Rossiter: "We belong to the Botanic as well as to the Zoo. I could take you there after lunch." Rossiter: "You forget, dearie, you've got to open that bazaar in Marylebone Town Hall." Linda: "Oh, have I? To be sure. But it's Lady Goring that does the opening. I'm much too nervous. Still I promised to come. Would Miss Warren care to come with me?" Vivie: "I should have liked to awfully. I love bazaars. But just at this moment I'm thinking more of those succulent plants and my battered face." Rossiter: "I'll make up your minds for you. We'll all drive to the Zoo in Linda's motor. Gardner shall look at the animals and then find his way to Han's place. I'll escort Miss Warren to the Botanic and then come on and pick you up, Linda, at the Town Hall." That statement seemed to satisfy everyone, so after coffee and a glance round the laboratory and the last experiments, they proceeded to the Zoo, with at least an hour's daylight at their disposal. Rossiter and Vivie were at last alone within the charmed circle of the Botanic Gardens. They made their way slowly to the great palm house and thence up twisty iron steps to a nook like a tree refuge in New Guinea, among palm boles and extravagant aroid growths. "Now, Michael," said Vivie. Despite her bruised face she looked very elegant in her grey costume, grey hat and grey suède gloves, and he had to exercise great self-restraint. Remember that he was known by sight to most of the gardeners and to the ubiquitous secretary, in order to refrain from crushing her to his side. "Now, Michael, I want a serious talk with you, a talk which will last for another 18 months, which is about the time that has elapsed since we had our last. You're not keeping the pact we made." "What was that?" "Why, you promised me that your love no, I won't misuse that word your friendship for me should not spoil your life, your career, or make Linda unhappy. Yet it is doing all three. You've lived in a continual agitation since you got into Parliament, and now you'll be involved in more electioneering in order to be returned once more. Meantime your science has come to a dead stop. And it's so far more important for us than getting the vote. All this franchise agitation is on a much lower plane. It amuses and interests me. It keeps me from thinking too much about you. Besides, I am naturally rather combative. I secretly enjoy these rough and tumbles with constituted authority. I also really do think it is a beastly shame, this preference shown for man in most of the careers and in the franchise. But don't you worry yourself unduly about it. If I really thought that you cared so much about me that it was turning you away from our religion, scientific research, I'd go over to Brussels to my mother and stay there. I really would. And I really will if you don't stop following me about from meeting to meeting and going mad over the Suffrage question in the House. Is it true that you struck a Cabinet Minister the other day? Mr. Blank?" Rossiter: "Yes, it's true, and he asked for it. If I am unreasonable, what are they? Blank, blank and blank. Why have they such a bitter feeling against your sex? Have they had no mothers, no sweethearts, no sisters, no wives? If I'd never met you I should still have been a Suffragist. I think I was one as a boy, watching what my mother suffered from my father, and how he collared all her money I suppose it was before the Married Woman's Property Act and grudged her any for her dress, her little comforts, her books, or even for proper medical advice. And to hear these Liberal Cabinet Ministers Liberal, mind you talk about women, often with the filthy phrases of the street well, he got a smack on the jaw and decided to treat the incident as a trifling one. His private secretary patched it up somehow, but I express no regret." "Well, darling, I'll try to do as you wish. I'll try to shut you out of my thoughts and return to my experiments when I'm not on platforms or in the House. I think I shall get in again. It's a mere matter of money, and thanks to Linda that isn't wanting. I'm not going to withdraw from politics, you bet, however disenchanted I may be. It's because the decent, honest, educated men withdraw that legislation and administration are left to the case-hardened rogues and the uneducated and the cranks. But don't make things too hard for me. Keep out of prison, keep off hunger strikes, if you're going to be manhandled by the police. Ah, why wasn't I there instead of in the House? Gardner had all the luck. I was glad to hear he was married." Vivie: "Oh, you needn't be jealous of poor Frank. And he'll soon be back in South Africa. You needn't be jealous of any one. I'm all yours in spirit for all time. Now we must be going. It's getting dusk, and we should be irretrievably ruined if we were locked up in this dilapidated old palm house. Besides, I'm to meet Frank at Praddy's studio in order to tell him the history of the last 13 years." As they walked away: "You know, Michael, I'm still hoping we may be friends without being lovers. I wonder whether Linda would get to like me." At Praed's studio: Louis Maitland Praed is looking older. He must be now November 1910 about 58 or 59. But he has still a certain elegance, the look of a lesser Leighton about him. Frank has been there already for half an hour, and the tea table has been, so to speak, deflowered. Vivie accepts a cup, a muffin and a marron glacé, then says, "Now, dear Proddy, summon your mistress, dans l'honnête sens du mot, and have this tea table cleared so that we can have a hugely long and uninterrupted talk. I have got to give Frank a summary of all that I've done in the past 13 years. Meanwhile, Frank, as your record I feel convinced is so blameless and normal that it could be told before any parlour maid, you start off whilst she is taking away the tea, fiddling with the stove, and prolonging to the utmost her services to a master who has become her slave." The parlour maid enters, and casts more than one searching glance at Vivie's bruised features, but performs her duties in a workmanlike manner. Frank: "My story? Oh well, it's a happy one on the whole, very happy. Soon as the war was over I got busy in Rhodesia and pitched on a perfect site for a stock and fruit farm. The B.S.A. Company was good to me because I'd known Cecil Rhodes and Dr. Jim, and by 1904 I was going well. They'd made me a magistrate, and some of my mining shares had turned out trumps. Then Westlock came out as Governor General, and Lady Enid had brought out with her a jolly nice girl as governess to her children. She was the daughter of a parson in Hertfordshire near the Brinsley estates. Well, I won't say, bein' the soul of truth, that I fell in love with her, straight away, because I don't think I ever fell deep in love, straight away, with any girl but you, Vivie. But I did feel as it was hopeless askin' you to marry me. Here was the wife I wanted. She was good enough to accept me, and the Westlocks were awfully kind and made everything easy. Lady Enid's a perfect brick, and by the by she's a great suffragist too. Well, we were married at Pretoria in 1904, and now we've got 4 children, a sturdy young Frank, a voluptuous Vivie oh, I told Muriel everything, she's the sort of woman you can, and the other 2 are called Bertha after my mother and Charlotte after Mrs. Bernard Shaw. I sent you, Vivie, a newspaper with the announcement of my marriage. D'you ever get it? Vivie: "Never, but I was undergoing a sea change of my own just then, which I will tell you all about presently." Frank: "Well then, I came back to England on a hurried visit. You remember, Proddy? But you were away in Italy and I couldn't find Vivie anywhere. I called round at where your office was, Fraser and Warren, where we parted in 1897, and there was no more Fraser and Warren. Nobody knew anything about what had become of you. P'raps I might have found out, but I got a bit huffy. Thought you might have written me a line about my marriage. I did write to Miss Fraser, but the letter was returned from the Dead Letter Office." Vivie: "She married Colonel Armstrong." Well, there it is. By some devilish lucky chance I had no sooner got to London from Southampton, day before yesterday, than some one told me all about the expected row between the Suffragettes and the police. Thought I'd go and see for myself what this meant. No idea before how far the thing had gone, or what brutes the police could be. Had a sort of notion, don't know why, that dear old Viv would be in it, up to the neck. Got mixed up in the crowd and helped a woman or 2 out of it. Lady Phoenix, they said it was, picked up some and took 'em into her motor. And then I heard a cry which could only be in Vivie's voice dear old Viv leans forward with shining eyes to press her hand, and there we are. How are the bruises?" Vivie: "Oh, they ache rather, but it is such a joy to have such friends as you and Proddy and Michael Rossiter that I don't mind what I go through." Frank: "But I say, Viv, about this Rossiter man. He seems awfully gone on you." Vivie (flushing in the firelight): "Does he? It's only friendship. I really don't see them often, but he came to my assistance once at a critical time, and now that Proddy's all powerful parlour maid's definitely left us, I will tell you my story." So she does, between 5 and 6:30, almost without interruption from the spellbound Frank, who says it licks any novel he ever read, and she ought to turn it into a novel, with a happy ending, or from Praed, who is at times a little somnolent. Then at 6:30 the practical Frank says: "Look here, you chaps, I could go on listening till midnight, but what's the matter with a bit of dinner? I dare say Praddy's parlour maid might turn sour if we asked her at a moment's notice to find dinner for 3. Why not come out and dine with me at the Hans Crescent Hotel? Close by. I'll get a quiet table and we can finish our talk there. Tomorrow I must go down to Margate to see the dear old mater, and it may be a week before I'm up again." They adjourn to the hostelry mentioned. Over coffee and cigarettes, Vivie makes this appeal to Frank: "Now, Frank, you know all my story. Tell me first what really became of the real David Williams, the young man you met in the hospital and wrote me about." Frank: "'Pon my life, I don't know. I never heard one word about him after I got clear of the hospital myself. You know it fell into Boer hands during that rising in Cape Colony. I expect the real David Williams, as you call him, died from neglected wounds or typhoid, or recovered and took to drink, or went up country and got knocked on the head by the natives for interfering with their women. Good riddance of bad rubbish, I expect. What do you want me to do? I'll swear to anything in reason." Vivie: "I want you to do this. Run down one day before you go back to Africa to South Wales, to Pontystrad it's not far from Swansea and call at the Vicarage on the pretext that you've come to enquire about David Vavasour Williams, whom you once knew in South Africa. It'll give verisimilitude to my stories. They'll probably say they haven't seen him for ever so long, but that you can hear of him through Professor Rossiter. I dare say it's a silly idea of mine, but what I fear sometimes is that if the fact comes out that I was David Williams, some Vaughan or Price or other Williams may call the old man's will in question and get it put into Chancery, get the money taken away from poor old Bridget Evanwy and the village hall which I've endowed. That's all. If it wasn't that I've disposed of my supposed father's money in the way I think he would have liked best, I shouldn't care a hang if they found out the trick I'd played on the Benchers. Do you see?" Frank: "I see." The next day Vivie wisely spent in bed, healing her wounds and resting her limbs, which after the mental excitement was over, ached horribly. Honoria came round and listened, applauded, pitied, laughed and concurred. But she was well enough on the following Tuesday after Black Friday to attend another meeting of the W.S.P.U. at Caxton Hall, to hear one more ambiguous, tricky, many ways to be interpreted promise of the then Prime Minister. Mrs. Pankhurst, pointing out the vagueness of these assurances, announced her intention then and there of going round to Downing Street to ask for a more definite wording. Vivie and many others followed this dauntless lady. Their visit was unexpected. The police force was small and the Suffragettes had 2 of the Cabinet Ministers at their mercy. They contented themselves by shaking, hustling, frightening but not otherwise injuring their victims before the latter were rescued and put into taxi cabs. End of Chapter 13, Part 2.